Now scream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, bright. Live stream dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our live stream star, star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Making love deep and get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From hoes to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Live stream dreams, we're the wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hey there. Good morning. Happy Friday. It is 9:33 a.m. on the East Coast, March 29th, 2024. I know I never say the word morning anymore, but I did. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truths, and this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. It's just a really nice Friday. Happy Good Friday to everybody. Lots of memories flooding me right now. I'm looking into the chat, and Suzanne was here 7:00 this morning. Thank you, Suzanne, for stopping by, leaving a comment and a like. Love you. Hope you get some good rest. And we have Lady Awesome. Lady Awesome, make sure you throw your link up there for people for later. Happy Friday to you too, honey. Grand Risings. And then we got Wolfram. Wipes his paws, lopes in, and howls. Oh, dropping links as always. Thank you very much. I appreciate it more than you know. I hope you guys are doing well. Oh, Lord. Today's topic is to grift or not to grift. That is the question. It's funny because last night winning was on Shizzy's stream, right? And he's up there, being winning. And I was in the chat providing my usual, innuendos and weird remarks that Shizzy I know loves. Because, when you do this kind of thing, you have to play the game, when you're a streamer. Content creation is one thing. Am I a content creator? Yes. Am I a podcaster? Yes. Am I a YouTuber? Yes. Am I a streamer? Yes. But I don't feel on par with most of the people out there. Like, they know how to work it. They know how to, get on there, you turn your camera on, you make the money, you put out whatever and you get a massive following and you split. When they click off, that's it. They're done. When I first discovered streaming, it was because of Nick Ricada. Nick, who happens to be I would say a good friend of mine because I talk to him literally all the time. Um, I watched him during the Johnny Depp trial. I just happened upon his stream. As what happens when you get addicted to YouTube and you're in the middle of a trial, you watch a million different streams on the same thing because you want all these different perspectives. And you just figure somebody's missing something. And through the whole Johnny Depp trial, I mean, I was very, very into it. I literally memorized every detail of that damn trial. I got to know like all of the, well, I at least familiarized myself with all the lawyers involved on YouTube. You know, we had Nick, we had Nate, there was Uncivil Law, there was Lawn Lumber, there was Ian, there was, you know, my girl, Emily D. Baker. There was just so many. It's where I came across like Bronca and I'm drawing a blank. You know, Joe, of course, my Joe. Um, and it was this huge. I can't leave out Andrew. God forbid I leave out Andrew when he would be so upset. He likes mindset. Mindset's not exactly my cup of tea, but I did like him before. Now I'm like, meh. But Winning likes him. So it's like, I gotta play nice. And it's weird because like I got to know all these lawyers and I familiarized myself and I was really drawn to Joe. That was number one. I spent most of my day watching Emily D. Baker and really like screaming at the computer. And I watched her because I connected with her. She didn't do the grift. She didn't say, send me money. And she was always so appreciative of everything. And she had the ticker behind her that showed her sub count. And as she would hit milestones, I literally was there for every single one of her milestones from like 200,000 subs and up. So like every time it would click over, you know, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. I just happened to be there every single time it happened. We'd celebrate and she was so full of life. And I love her. I don't really watch her anymore because she covers like the, you know, like the housewives cases and stuff like that. And I'm just not into that anymore because I got enough drama in real life. I don't need to log on to see somebody else's drama. The Johnny Depp case was different though because I was invested in it. You know, I knew that Amber Heard was a freaking liar. I knew that she was an abusive twat waffle. I mean, is the only really word that I could use to describe her that won't get me banned. But I knew from her body language, I knew from her words, from her attitude, from the smirking, just even the clothes she wore, the way she would mimic him. Like he would come in dressed as one thing one day and the next day she had some facsimile of, you know, his outfit or his style or whatever. And she was just such a mimic and such a copycat. You could tell she didn't have a personality of her own that she, you know, could use. Like this girl never had an original thought that worked out for her. You know, but riding other people's coattails, you know, she was fine. She was the like original grifter to me. But watching this trial and then seeing the media coverage turned me off to mass media in a way that I had never been before. It opened my eyes to so many lies that are out there. And I was just sitting there going, what are they saying? Like, did you assholes watch the fucking trial? Like it got on my nerves so bad. I used to get so mad. So I stopped watching, you know, like the media. And I started really paying attention to the lawyers and to Tug, because I can't leave out Tug. I love Tug. And I'm watching all these lawyers, and I used to fall asleep in Joe's chat all the time because I would start off in Emily, I'd watch her during the day, and then in the afternoon I'd watch different lawyers like, you know, Legal Bites, which we call her Legal Snakes. You know, I'd watch DUI guy, I'd watch all them, and then I would watch like Nick Rekieta and I would watch Joe, but mostly I watched Joe. because Joe had gone to the courthouse. He had been there. I'd seen him in his NYPD cap, and he was smoking his, like trying. I think he was still smoking cigarettes, and it was like the month that he quit, which he was kind of cranky. But Joe's my boy. I love Joe. And I was watching and I fell asleep because I'm watching this stream that's like 8 hours long, and it's like 4 in the morning, and I'm just like, oh my god. But I woke up and there's this guy talking, and I'm like, that don't sound like Joe. Now, mind you, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and there's this guy ranting, like just yelling, and I wake up and it's Nick Ricada, and I was just like, oh wow, he's like I saw him a couple times, but he didn't really impress me because he was with other guys, and they were all just giving like really analytical stuff. He wasn't doing the Nick thing. He was just a lawyer. And so it was little snippets of his personality here and there. So I liked him, but I didn't like him. Like I didn't feel like I was drawn to go watch him. And then I woke up and he's got his big mouth going and he's drinking. And he's like, I'm never going to be able to be up tomorrow morning. Blah, 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 blah. And he made me laugh. And he had some really interesting takes. Like he talked about, his Christianity, but he also talked about like homeschooling, and he talked about traditional roles and, how men are never told that they're not a piece of shit. They're actually told they're a piece of shit all the time. All women hate them. And just so much of what he said was ringing true in my head. And then one day he goes up there and goes, if you think you got something to say, you should totally be a streamer. And he's telling like this to everybody. And I'm sitting there going, I could do that. I was like, I could do that. But I knew I had texted him. Oh dear God. I sent him so many DMs before he actually like answered me. And I remember sending him a text. Well, a DM on Instagram saying, I don't think I can do what you do. And, I'm nervous about it. And I talked it all out by myself because he wasn't talking to me. And then I took like a week off. And that's when I get a text from him going, are you okay? Like, where'd you go? Like he'd been reading them, but he just wasn't answering. He was like, don't engage. But he was still reading like all the DMs, which I thought was funny. But he was the one that gave me the idea. And then later when I did talk to him, he was like, just do you. Just be yourself. And I was like, the thing is, I can't grift like you guys. Like I get a guilty conscience. Like I can't. I don't have anything worth paying for. I was like, I literally have like 4 subscribers from like 2007 that I don't even know why they're there or how they got there. And he was like, just do it. And I did. And I mean, I'm up to like 723 when I woke up this morning, which for me is like, holy shit, I never thought I'd get there. And I fought for every single one of those. And it would kill me because I would see people fly past me. And I knew they were doing things that I wouldn't do. They were doing like the manipulation. They were doing, I'm quitting YouTube. And then of course everybody would run to them. Or, they'd put their face on, they'd have like low cut blouses, or, they'd be like uber masculine or whatever. And it's just like, and I was like, they're selling themselves. And I didn't think I could do that. And I was just like, I'm not going to put my face out there. I'm not going to do the whole thing. And I really, really wanted to be on the up and up. I didn't want certain aspects of my personality to come out. I didn't want to curse. I didn't want to do the sex jokes. I didn't want to do the sexual innuendos because that is a huge part of my personality. I turn everything like into a sex joke. That's just my sense of humor. I can't help that. Like I have a couple different kinds of sense of humor. There's the dark humor. And then there's the innuendo humor, and there's, with the vulgarity, profanity, whatever. I enjoy that part of me. I do. I enjoy it, but it's not everything that I am. And some people expect me to have that part on all the time. I was involved in another show in the past that, my whatever the hell you wanted to call it, he didn't do anything. He'd fall asleep on stream, whatever. So I basically had to carry this show, and it was not my channel. So I felt obligated to keep the people there. So what sells? Sex sells. So of course you leave me with no topic, nobody to talk to, and a chat full of people who are like, talk. And so of course I'm gonna go for all the dirty jokes. I'm gonna turn it as like raunchy as I can because it amused the shit out of them. And it was so draining to always be on, to always be like that all freaking day. I mean, I was doing 24-hour streams. I was on for like 36 hours sometimes. It was ridiculous. And I wasn't making any money off of it. I wasn't getting any subs from it because it wasn't my channel. So, I mean, I basically did it for somebody else to help them out. And then, if anybody's been around here for a while, they tried to fuck me over. So I was just like, peace. They were like, oh, you want to make it permanent? You sure do? Sure do. Let's make that hiatus permanent. And I was fucking gone. There was a whole big blow up. It was a whole bunch of drama, and it doesn't matter. I kept my mouth shut, and karma won in the end. But there were months, like 4 or 5 months, where I did nothing for me. I just performed. And it ended right after my birthday when I got out of the hospital because I got so sick from constantly being awake and only getting like an hour or two of sleep and sitting in a damn computer chair for sometimes 36 hours with only getting like a grilled cheese sandwich every like 12 hours and, going to the bathroom like literally every 12 hours that I was so sick I wound up in the hospital with several blood infections and skin infections because I was already sick. I'd already had lymphedema. I already had Lyme disease. I already had brain degeneration. I had spinal issues. Just a whole bunch of stuff. I had nerve problems. I had anxiety. I had depression. I had suicidal ideation. I mean, it was just really, really bad. And they had me all meted up, and I made no sense. It made no sense. They had me on so much gabapentin that my brain would literally like my conscious thinking higher functions would detach from my mouth, and I would just talk gibberish. I have a stream that where I talked with my son, where in the middle of talking with my son, my brain just detached and I start talking about chickens going to court for litigation. I shit you not. I left that video up too. It's conversations with my son. And I don't understand what I was talking about. Like, I just went off on this weird tangent. And when I came back, Connor was like, I think you were just asleep. He was like, I can't tell. It turns out I had sepsis. So it was like, I was going a little crazy and the meds didn't help. But I wound up in the hospital. I almost died. I was there for 2 weeks. I went right after my birthday. And I spent 2 weeks in the hospital, no visitors, thinking I was going to die, ready to go. Because I was just like, what do I have to live for? Because I was so tired. So tired. And when I got out of the hospital and I jumped right back into it, I was like, I'm going to get sick all over again. And I started getting really, really mean because I couldn't escape the grift. I couldn't escape the loop of doing things for somebody else. Like, I mean, it was bad. Like, even like for my birthday, when we celebrated my birthday, it was on other people's channels and they grifted off my birthday. They made hundreds of dollars each. I didn't make shit. I didn't even get a gift, like not even a card, nothing. And it was just like, really? Like, because looking back at it, I'm like, why did I let myself get walked on like that? And I think it's because I was so low and I was so over medicated and I had no light in my life and I was being manipulated and I was being used and I was being abused. And it was, I couldn't see it because, you know, like you're the fish in the ocean. The first thing you notice isn't the water, it's everything else. And I was deep in the water and I couldn't see it. And it was because I was busy trying to make somebody else succeed, using my knowledge, using my personality to help somebody else. And it was draining me. And I had a lot of thinking to do. I did. I had a lot of thinking to do. And I had to decide, you know, who I wanted to be on here. And I had done little videos and whatever. Like I did an Amber Heard video that went really well, but it didn't go well until like way later. When YouTube decided to push it out for some reason for like a week. And then it just blew up. And that's like the best video I have. And it's a half hour long. And to me, it's crap, but it's like, all right, whatever. But yeah, no, I had to rethink everything. And it's funny because the day I came out of the hospital was the day that I really kind of met Winning. I mean, I knew him before. We've been on panels, but we never shared anything. We never talked. We had like one conversation and, you know, he had his secrets. I had mine, whatever. And I was kind of sent in to talk to him, you know, on like some covert mission to spy on him and get him to confess all these things or whatever. And I did that for a couple days and the guilt was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. And I broke down and I told him, I said, listen, I like you, like as a person. Like I like your energy. I like the things you say. You're very intelligent. You're very funny. Like most people don't know this side of you because you know you tend to keep it private. And I was like, I have a couple confessions to make. And I was like, I did not come here on the up and up. And I told him the problem. And I told him, you know, what I'd done and whatever. And he kind of like, you know, he took it in and he decided to give me a second chance because I came clean with him, I think. And we became friends. But because of him, I was slowly like gathering strength in myself. You know, talking to him, I was able to be myself. And we had a conversation where I said, you really did think I was just some empty-headed, like, ethot bimbo. And he was like, no. I was like, yeah, you did. I was like, the way you talk to me on panels, yeah, you did. I was like, you, and the thing is, like, he could shut me down on a panel, boom, like that. Nobody else could do that. If you came at me on a panel, I don't care if it's my channel, your channel, you know, Uncle Bob's channel, I would tell you the fuck off. Like somebody was in my show and I was late because I just got out of the hospital and I woke up late and I got in like 10, 20 minutes late. And they're telling me to be quiet. And I just blew the fuck up. And that person ran away and I was just like, I don't give a fuck. And I just went on with my day. But that was typical for me at that point. I was literally up to my neck in just drama and bullshit. And it was making me super defensive. And then I had him telling me, you know, like, you're all right. Like, it's okay. Just be yourself. Like, whatever. And I realized that there were alternatives. And I wasn't alone if I walked away, but I was like, how am I going to do this? And then, of course, everything blew up on Winning's, show, because he asked me, he was like, hey, I'm doing something on Flat Earth. Why don't you go check it out and, join me? I was like, all right. And I thought it'd be interesting. And that was the whole blow up. And it was just a whole fucking thing. But I remember the minute the relief hit. Because as soon as that shit got turned on me, and you could ask T-Rex, this still chills him to this day. My only reaction was, because I was like, oh, this is my moment. This is the moment to shut the door and walk into a different situation, to walk away, be by myself, either quit YouTube and just give it up completely, or decide to just be true to what I wanted to do to begin with, to be true to me. And that's what I did. I went and I disconnected from everything and everybody. I walked away from everybody for like 2 days. I desperately tried to walk away from Winning, and I couldn't. I literally came running back to him. And I was just like, I'm sorry, I walked away. And he's like, I don't think he knew how to take it. But again, he gave me a third chance. And I was very grateful for that. So I knew not to abuse that chance. I wasn't going to just piss it away. So it meant a lot to me that he was always at my side. He was always ready with a kind word. He was ready with encouragement, with, constructive criticism, with his takes on stuff, ready to, let's do a show together. Let's do a stream together. Let's do a 24-hour thing. Let's do, 12 hours. Let's do this. Let's do that. And I was like, all right. I finally had somebody who was willing to put the work in the way I was. And that's how our friendship took off. But I never had the grift when I did a show with him. I never had a grift for him. Like, I mean, I'd promote, Jesus, there's always there's a grift and then there's a grift. But other people are like, they do the whole drinking thing. They, oh, do you want to see me do this? Or you get me to do that, and $100 and I'll do whatever you say. I can't do that. One, I won't go on camera. Because I just won't. Because I know what'll happen. The focus will be on me instead of what I say. So for me, that draws attention away from like everything. And you also get the weirdos. Yeah, I got boobs. I'm a girl. I got boobs. That right there would make me money. I once joked around. I was like, I should just change my name to like, Little Miss Spanks a lot, and just put a camera in front of me and just focus it on my cleavage. And I could literally just sit up there and just be like, hey guys, what's up? How you doing? And just use my voice and, the voice, and just make money hand over fist. Or I can be a cat who's literally hanging on for dear life. And just spill my guts, man, and cry and show that sometimes you got to be pathetic and scrape the bottom of the barrel, of your soul to heal yourself. And one would have made me tons of money, and the other one was kind of humiliating, but in a way that would help other people. And I chose the helpline. I chose to go that route. A lot of people I knew didn't. And a lot of people I see that I don't know, they're pandering now. They're doing the grift because they're not being true to their message. I was very upset with the news program that I watched, an independent news program. They've done misinformation before, knowing that it was information, that it was misinformation. Or wrong information, I should say. And then recently with the whole bridge thing, I watched their show and they jumped to the conspiracy conclusion. And I was mad Because I was like, wow, this is what you accuse mainstream media of. This is why you say we shouldn't trust them, which rightly we shouldn't. But now you're turning that corner and joining them because you know you don't have the right evidence. You know you didn't research this. I can tell you 10 things you said in the last 5 minutes that are wrong. Not even debatably wrong. They're just wrong, factually wrong. And you're still running with this shit. And I was so disenfranchised, so disappointed and upset. And it really got me in a mood. It got me in a mood. And I talked to Winning because he's all about, I'd rather know the truth than be right. And he does the trivium and he's about the veils and how, we're mind controlled and we don't practice like solution culture and stuff like that. It's always, either turn and look away or put a band-aid on it or lie and make it look different so everybody thinks it's a different thing. Like there's so many different ways. Like, he's into the fallacies and all that. And I mean, he's taught me a lot about that stuff. I get aggravated. I'm like, I was watching a show today and I saw this and this jumped out at me and God, I hate you. And he's like, why? I'm like, because I would have been perfectly content before to just watch this, enjoy it, and turn it off. I said, now I'm sitting here for the last 4 hours pissed off because they're lying to you. Like they're lying to all of us and it's aggravating me and I can't do anything about it. And he chuckles, but it's like, ignorance really is bliss. The more you know, the more you know. And that information doesn't go away. So it's like, I'm watching and I'm getting more and more aggravated. And I told him about it and he was like, yeah, I know. And then the P. Diddy thing happened. And I mean, we've been through so many conspiracies and conspiracy theories, him and I. I mean, you guys just don't understand. We literally sit down and pick these things apart together because we're very, I mean, I'm not saying this to be like pompous or braggy or whatever. We are two very intelligent people, and very intelligent people tend to dissect everything, overanalyze everything, overthink everything. And when you put the two of us together, good God, like, and it's just, well, what about that? Well, oh my God, but what about this? But what about this? But what about this? But what about this? And oh, did you see that? No, but that's not right. And da, da, da. And it turns a 2-minute conversation into like 6 hours of, oh my God, no, this has to be a show. Like we got it because we're always creating stuff. That's one of the reasons we get along so well. Like it's not like we're sitting around just, pissing away time or whatever. Like we literally are creating content or creating ideas for content all the time. And that's new for me. I'm not used to being around somebody who's that creative or who appreciates, like my ideas or whatever. So we feed off each other really well, but neither one of us know how to do the grift. I mean, we know the specifics. We know how we can do it. But there are other things out there that are more important, especially to him. Money is very important to me only because I want to get the hell out of Hoboken. Otherwise, material things don't mean shit. But I need to move. And, the lawyers and everything that are handling like my inheritance or whatever, they're having problems with the government and everything else. So, I mean, it's slow going. So I can't get the hell out of here. And I like yesterday, I called my mother and I was like, what's the update? Like, what are we doing? Like, Mom, I'm turning 50 on Sunday. She was like, no, you're not. No, I am 50 Sunday. You can't be turning 50. That would mean that you're old as Methuselah. Yes, mother, you are fucking old. You are ancient. You fart mummy dust, like the whole 9 yards. She's like, thanks. I was like, well, you're welcome. Because I'm going to turn 50. Like, if I'm going to be old, bitch, you're old too. You gave birth to me. Like, you're coming with me. I'm not going down this old ass road by myself. And she laughed. But it's like, I told her, I said, I'm 50. I'm going to die in this fucking house. And she don't even care. I haven't seen her since Christmas when she gave me Koof, me and my 2 kids. So I haven't seen her in 3 months, over 3 months. Yo, she lives 7 blocks from me. 7 blocks. Haven't seen her in forever. And she don't even care. She don't even care. But yeah, all I can think about now is money, 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 money. Because the money that I had that I was using as a nest egg, as a security blanket is diminishing. I tried to help somebody out with a very big loan and they completely fucked me over. Somebody out there in Oklahoma owes me $2,000 and doesn't even reach out to say boo. Say, hey, I'm setting up a payment or whatever. Like nothing. And it's just like, all right. Part of me is like 90% of me is like, you're never going to see that money. The 10% still has some kind of faith in the decency of humanity. I'm sure that this person will stomp that 10% out. But yeah, just now I worry about money. So I've been thinking about the grift and I'm like, I wonder if I should just do another channel and just grift on that one. But I feel like I would feel dirty if I did. It's never been in my nature to take from people. And even like when you guys help me out, I get excited because now I know I can pay that forward. I can spread the wealth. Because otherwise it's just coming out of my account. But I mean, if I know that the money is on the side, then I can send $5 to this creator and, keep them from getting discouraged. Because I listen. I listen to how people talk when they're on YouTube or when they're on Rumble. I can hear the dejection in their voice, even when there's a smile on their face. I see the lack of enthusiasm. I see the drive diminishing, and I don't like that. I want them to be excited. I want them to bring their best self. And if $5 is going to give them that little morale boost, then that's what I'm going to do. But that's more me, the giving out than the taking in. So my dream of being Little Miss Spanks a lot. And I think I'm going to have to shelve that for a little while. But I'm just wondering, how do you guys feel about the grifts you see going on, about the conspiracy theories, the drink-a-thons? I mean, I know some of them are they're fun and everything, but do some of them take advantage? I mean, you should do something fun like that once in a while. But I mean, I see people who do that every stream. That's the only reason they stream is to go on and get those, get the cha-ching. And it's like, who are you? What are you giving to the world? And I have to shake myself sometimes because not everybody's out there to change the world. Not everybody's out there busting their ass trying to make a better future, trying to, put a message out there. So, I mean, it's been a couple months in coming because I started to really withdraw from social YouTube life. Mainly because when I withdraw, I have a lot of peace of mind. And peace of mind is more precious to me than anything right now. So that's where I live. I live in my peace. And I don't go to chats and I don't go on streams and I don't participate. I come here, I do this, I do the show with Winning and on Sundays and apparently every first Saturday of the month now. But I mean, anytime he says, "Oh, I'm going to do a show, you're coming on," I'm like, okay, just because it's Winning and where he goes, so goes my nation. But for everybody else, it's I want to participate and I just can't. I don't understand it. And it's the weirdest thing because these are people that I genuinely have affection for. And I know chat is going and I haven't looked at it because I really want to get this out of my head because it's bothering me. But I genuinely love these people. These are people I have invested my time in, my energy. I have gone on their panels. I have done all the things. I've done the modding. I've done the, make sure to like them, promote them, whatever, talk good about them. And yet I've been avoiding everybody. I just withdrew. I don't know why. I really don't. But I know that I have a very limited amount of patience with people right now. And I think that might be part of it because I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be snarky. And I tend to see people for what they are. And I tend to be suspicious. And I tend to look for behavioral patterns. And I don't like what I see sometimes. And if I don't like one thing, I figured there's nothing good else that, that's behind that. Nothing good is coming down that road. And I closed the door. And I've been doing that for months now. And I don't know if it's working. So I don't know if I go back to being social. I don't know if I, try to grift once in a while, if I'm grifting for somebody else. But the grift bugs me. I used to always say, respect the grift, go with the grift. Because Nick's huge on grifting. Like he knows how to do it. But, it kind of blew up on him. He grifted a certain amount as himself. And then he started to change. And the people that he was grifting to didn't like the change. So the caliber of the people that followed him changed to accommodate this new aspect of his personality. Like there were some of the old crew, but a lot of them were new and they were really like degenerate and nasty and mean. And it changed the entire tenor of every one of his chats, of every one of his shows. And I didn't like it. And I told him that. I mean, I'm not shy with Nick. Nick knows no hair grows on my tongue. Like, I love you. I think you're an amazing man. But when you fuck up, I'm going to tell you. Like, I'm going to tell you that blue, what the fuck is wrong with you? And, he appreciates it. But I'm like, I do. I worry about you. I'm a warrior. That's who I am. But he changed because of I don't know if it was the money or the fame or, the grift or whatever. Like maybe he drank his own Kool-Aid. I don't know. And I didn't like the road he was going on. I still like him. I love Nick. But it seemed dangerous for him. He didn't seem happy anymore. He didn't give off the same energy. And it worried me. It worried me then. It worries me now. And it really soured me on anybody doing the grift because I'm like, stay humble. I mean, really, stay humble. Stay true to who you are. Don't conform to what other people want you to be. If I come here and I'm myself and nobody shows up, then nobody shows up. Will it break my heart? Oh, yeah, every day. But I'd rather be disappointed in the actions of others than in myself. Because I want to be able to look myself in the mirror every day and be like, you know what? We're proud of you. I say we because of all the personalities I have. But I want to be able to look myself in the eye. I want my kids to be like, maybe you didn't, like take off like a rocket or whatever, but you were true to who you were. And every single thing that I've ever done on my channel I own and I earned. I earned every sub. I earned every like. And that gives me something to push me another day and another day and another day. Because I have a lot of pride, but I don't have a lot to be proud of. And if you know me, like if you know, you know. But I just wonder, like, how do you guys feel about all that? Like, how do you feel about the drinkathons and the, people riding other people's coattails? Because there's a lot of fucking clout goblins out there. And that was one thing I refused to be. Refused. As soon as I made the break last year, Nick was like, he goes, nobody's coming to your channel. I was like, no, nobody's like, I'm not getting invited on panels. Nobody's coming to my channel. Like I am persona non grata. Everybody is pissed at me. And he was like, I'll go on your channel. I was like, what? He was like, I'll go on your channel. He was like, I'll tell everybody to come to your channel. I was like, I thought about it for about 3 seconds and I went, oh, no, I'd rather do it by myself. And he was like, really? I was like, yeah. He's like, I'm offering to come on your show. I was like, I know that. And I love you for it, but no. And he was like, why? I was like, because I want to do it by myself. I want it to be me that brings people in, not you. I don't want to have this fake success based on your success, on your popularity. And he was like, that's how you're going to do it. I was like, I don't care. I was like, then I guess I'm going to get a sub a year. Like, that's just how it's going to be. Like, I don't want to do that. And he's like, all right. The offer stands. I know, and I love you, but no. And he was like, I've helped other people out. I was like, yeah, people paid you to help them out. I was like, and I said, I ain't paying you. He was like, no. He was like, don't you dare send me fucking money. But I get yelled at when I send them a super chat. But I wanted to do it on my own. And I'm damn proud of the number of subs that I have. And I'm proud of the people that constantly return and support me. And, because I feel like you're here because you want to be here. You're not here because it's trendy. You're not here because it's cool. You're not here because there's drama going down every 5 fucking seconds. You're here because you want to be here. I feel like we're just having a conversation. I just can't hear you. I can read you, and I will in a second. I know I'm way behind, but you're here because you want to be here. And that means more to me. If 10 of you show up who want to be here, that means more to me than 1,000 showing up because everybody else is. I would rather have the quality over the quantity. I really would. And I don't get how people switch gears so quickly and go from being like meaningful creators to grifters. It's a switch that happens. And I see these big channels. Like I knew these huge channels when they were little, when they had like 2 or 3 things go viral and all of a sudden they're huge and it goes to their head really, really quickly and their personalities change and they become ungrateful and they get pompous and whatever. And it gets on my nerves because I'm like, dude, you are such a good person. Why are you doing this? Like, yeah, you got popular, but now you're changing. So the people that came over because they liked what you had to say, you're not saying that shit anymore. Why would they stay? Don't ride a temporary upward, upward momentum. Like, you want this to be a long marathon. Little sprints are just going to wear you out. Don't shoot your load in the first like 10 minutes. Like really like build your stamina. And I do think that slow and steady wins the race. But yeah. So it's been in my head. There's so much more in my head. I get like this, y'all, around my birthday. I start to get like really depressed. I'm really introspective right before. I talked to my mom yesterday, and first words out of her mouth were, "Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna come see you for your birthday." Really? Oh, okay. And she was like, "Yeah, I just don't, yeah, yeah." I was like, "Oh, just my 50th birthday. It's fine, fine, like whatever." And she was like, "You don't mind, right?" "No, I don't mind. It's fine." Guys, I mind. I mind a lot. I mind a lot. And the sad part is now I don't even want her here. Like, you ruined it. Like, and that's the thing with me. Once you ruin something, there is no going back and redoing it. I don't do do-overs. If I have to ask you for something, it means less than if you just offered to do it on your own because you wanted to. You know, it's disappointment is a big constant in my life. And I know Winning always tells me don't have expectations. People disappoint you if you have expectations. But bro, it's my mother. I can't imagine missing my kid's birthday. I can't. And I didn't know I was gonna do this, but oh, it it hurts. It hurts to have somebody just disregard you like you're nothing. And I don't get why. Like, what did I do? What is it about me that makes her not care? You know, she'll bend over backwards for her husband. She'll do anything. Me? Nope. Nope. Not even for my birthday. And I don't understand it. I don't know. Maybe I was born with that extra maternal gene or something, and she was born without one. But how do you do that to your kid? I mean, I'm going to be 50. And I still say I'm your kid because I am. I'm always going to be her kid. I'm always going to be her offspring, her spawn, whatever the fuck you want to call me. I used to laugh and call Connor my demon spawn because he was just so wild. I don't understand her. I want to. I really, really do. I spend so much time and energy trying to figure that woman out and forgiving her again and again and again and again. And for what? For what? Why do I forgive her? Just so I could say I still have a mother? Daddy was my stepfather. I only had him for 6 years, and he gave me more love in those 6 years than she has in the past 50. Ah, all right. Oh, fuck a duck. God damn it. All right. Ah, let's see. All right, I'm going back in chat. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm going all the way back. I've talked for an hour. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. By the way, happy Good Friday to all you Christians and Catholics and whoever the hell else is covered by Good Friday. I'll give you one funny story for that. I think I've told you guys about Artie before. Artie was a dude that worked in the gas station after my dad passed away. He was very young. I was no, I was 13 when I met him. He was 27. And I had the biggest crush on him. And I thought I was hot shit as a teenager or whatever. But I mean, I was very innocent, whatever, at that point when he was there. But I knew that I liked him. And I also knew he was way too old for me. And he was also married, so I couldn't like do anything. But that didn't stop me from having like all like the teenage girl crush feelings and whatever. And then like we wound up talking when I was in my 40s, actually. And we met again on Facebook of all fucking places. And he was separated. He had his own house. I knew his wife. And I knew she always said he could go and be separated his whole life. I'm never divorcing him. And she never did. But yeah, he went and, we wound up like talking for months. And then we hooked up. And I went out with my friends for my birthday. We went to a Mexican restaurant where my other ex-boyfriend's nephew worked. And he was giving us margaritas. And because he thought it would be so fucking funny to get Aunt Shelly drunk, because he still calls, to this day, calls me Aunt Shelly. He's like, I got their drink orders. Yo, I drank one margarita. It was a strawberry margarita. It wasn't even light pink, let alone red. Because there was so much fucking tequila in it. It was ridiculous. And I didn't put two and two together that it was like, it was a Thursday, actually. It wasn't a Friday that I did this. And it was a Friday. It was in the afternoon. And so I was drunk off my ass by like 7:00. And I walked home by myself, like tripping all over the place. And like, ha ha ha, hi everybody, love you, love you, love you. My kids were both with my mother for the weekend. And I got home and I get a text, what are you doing? And I was just like, oh my God, it's Artie. And I was like, I'm drunk. And he was like, I'm sending an Uber to you. I was like, okay. And he did. He sent an Uber to my house that brought me to his house. And I showed up and things happened. And I just remember almost falling asleep. I was in the bed. I was falling asleep. And I hear him go, fucking kindergarten teachers. And I was like, what? And he goes, fucking kindergarten teachers. He was like, never would have guessed it. I was like, oh no, we're all the freaks. I was like, we're definitely the ones you gotta go for. I was like, because we're repressed all day long. I was like, we're sitting there talking about fucking monkeys and the wheel on the bus go round and round, all this shit. I was like, when we get out, we're like, oh dear God, I need to be debaucherous. And he was just like, He goes, well, this is a really good Friday. And I started laughing. And he goes, oh my God, God's going to strike me dead. And I was like, don't say that. And of course, like now he's gone. He had coof and he went into the hospital and didn't come back out. But I mean, I really don't think it's because he made fun of Good Friday, but he was like, it's a good Friday. I was just like, oh, no, you didn't. And he was like, oh my God, I can't believe I said that. I was like, and I mean, I'm laying there and I looked him dead in the face and I said, not for nothing. But after the things we just did, you really think God cares that you're like, it's a good Friday? Like, that's the least of your worries today. He was like, you got a point. I was like, yeah. I was like, by the way, I'm tired. I'm going to fuck to sleep. And he was like, okay. And he just sat there in the bed, like with his big fucking smile on his face. I was like, of course you're happy. But oh my God, it was so funny. And I mean, we never like were a thing. It was just a couple random hookups. We were just friends who hooked up once in a while. And we stayed really good friends until he died. He met a woman that he was like, I don't know how to feel. I was like, give her a chance. And then he was like, he's telling me all about this girl. I was like, she sounds amazing. Who the fuck is she? And he sends me a picture and I'm hysterical. And he was just like, "What?" I was like, "I know her." He was like, "Of course you do." I was like, "She's a good egg." I knew her in high school. I always she sticks out in my mind because I don't remember a lot of people from high school. I was like, she sticks out in my mind because she was fun, she was wild, but she had a good heart. She was a very kind person. Like she wasn't mean unless you push that button. So just don't fuck with her. I said, but like Artie, trust me, don't fuck with her. Like she's like 5 feet tall. She will kill you. Like she will literally stab you and be like, "What'd you make me do that for?" Like, and she'd be like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Do you need a tissue?" Like she was that type of person. And I dug her. I thought she was funny. So of course, he was like, all right. He was like, "Wow, she got your stamp of approval. I didn't see that one coming." I was like, "Yeah, no, me neither." I was like, "No, but I like her." And he did. He wound up staying with her and she made him very happy right up until the day he died. And I was happy that he found her. And like I remember talking to my mother about it and she was like, "You're not jealous?" I was like, "Of what?" I was like, "I don't want him." I was like, "What the hell's there to be jealous of?" I was like, "The only thing I wanted him for, I got, and it was meh." She was like, "Really?" I was like, "I'm just saying." And the funny part is, like, he used to work for my mother. And when I was at his house, she called and she was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "I'm drunk." And she was like, "Your children." I was like, "I don't care. They're in your care. Fuck you. You take care of them." And she was like, "You really are drunk. Where are you?" I was like, "I'm in Secaucus." "Why?" I was like, "I'm at Artie's house." And he's looking at me like his eyes got real big. And I was just like, "What?" And he was like, don't tell your mother. Don't tell your mother. She'll kill me." I was like, and I had her on speaker and she was like, "What are you doing with Artie? Artie from the station?" I was like, "Yeah, Artie from the gas station." And she said, "Why are you there?" I was like, "I'm about to bang his brains out. I gotta go." And I hung and he was just, and I was like, she's gonna tell my uncle. He was like, "Oh my God, I'm such a dead man." I was like, "Better make tonight count." He was like, "Hell yeah, like it's my last one, Hunter." Let's go. Because I was so drunk, y'all. And I remember it. But it was funny because I mean, I literally was like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna go bang his brains out. Gotta go, Ma." Click. See, she's a bitch to me, but I get even in so many different ways. So many different ways. It's just funny. Anyway, I figured I'd give you that little story since I fucking cried and I'm pitiful. Let's see. I found Emily first too when it comes to the law too. Yeah, no, she was that hair, man, and the personality and just the way she would. I mean, a lot of the things that I say, the way I deliver things on here is because I learned it from her. I learned that honest delivery. I learned don't hold back your reactions. Don't hold back your comments because sometimes that's the best part of the show. That's what people are looking for. They're not looking for you to be there and be like all, prim and proper and whatever. They want to hear you say the thing in their head that either they don't have the, like wherewithal to say, or they're sitting there and have said it and they feel like, "Oh my God, that was a horrible thing." Then they hear you say it and they're like, "Yes, I'm not alone. Okay. It's not just me." Like, I'm not the only one who thinks that. It's a relatability. I don't want there to be walls between us. I don't want you to feel like I'm somebody that, "Oh, this is, she's a streamer. She'll never like she'll never hang out with anybody. She'll never talk to anybody." That's not me. I'm very much, all right, want to hang out? All right. Sure. Why not? Like, I just go with the flow. Um, but yeah, it was a whole thing. Hey, Pete's, what's up? You're probably gone already. I found DUI guy on Twitter. DUI guy actually, um, it was DUI guy, Ian, Rob, and Joe and Farron. They all called Emily like on lunch breaks or whatever, and they would go live with her while she was live with us. And that's how I got to know these people. And that's what made me branch out from there. And eventually it led me to here. So, I mean, everything happens for a reason. Chicks chat, is this thing broken? I know. Cat Ninja, what's up? Now tending to the ever snacking twins, getting snacks on to cutting fruit. Yeah. I remember when Connor was like 4 or 5. God, it feels like all I ever did was cook and like prepare snacks, cook and prepare snacks, wipe a butt, cook and prepare snacks. Like that's all I ever fucking did. He had this weird aversion to wiping his own butt till he was like 6. It was the weirdest day. He was like, no, I don't like, I feel like I'm going to fall off the toilet. I was like, there's a goddamn handicap bar right next to you. Hold on. He just didn't have wiping confidence, I guess. But I mean, at one point I was like, I'm not doing it anymore. Like, you do it. Darth Hideous. What's up, Darthy? How are you? Happy Good Friday. Doing the work, so I'll be listening. Don't be too much of a woman. I mean, I'm trying not to be, but you know, my mother brings out certain, you know, feelings in me that I hate. I hate them. Mommy dust. The mummy dust from the mommy dust. Puffer, what's up? She said, hey, Shelly, good to see you. I don't have the urge to fuck people up with money. Won't understand that world. Yeah, no, it's weird. You should change your perspective on receiving from your watches. I mean, I'm trying, but it just doesn't, I don't know. It feels like I'm being greedy. You know, like, I don't know. When you don't really, when you grow up knowing that your value is only there when you're of service to somebody else, when you're useful, you don't put value in you just being you. Yeah, I'm getting better, but that's a really hard reprogramming to do. First off, stop calling it a grift. I mean, a lot of it is a grift. A lot of them just go out there for the money. And I don't understand that. Like, I mean, I guess I do. I can't live that way. And some of them just go out and they just make shit up. They lean into the conspiracies that they know aren't true, but they act like they are. And I feel like they're lying to their audience. They're lying to everybody. And you know, my main thing on here is be true to who you are. Maybe who they truly are is liars. I don't know. But I tend to want to believe that people are more decent than that. I have very high expectations for like humanity, and that's why I'm always disappointed. Yeah, it's only grifting when you make yourself a pawn. I mean, that's what they always called it, right? You gotta, respect the grift, appreciate the grift. And a lot of them go out there and all they do is they're just from the word go. They're all about, hey, send those super chats. Hey, send this. Hey, send that. Da, 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 da. And you're like, where's your content? Is your content just pay me? Because that should have been the title of your stream. Pay me. Bitch, give me your money. Like, come on. Even though it's my money, but whatever. Morning, Rabbit. How are you doing today? Rabbit was busy last night. Busy, busy, busy. I hope your hand feels better. Shelly, we're here even if we're lurking. Like I've said, I don't mind lurkers. You can lurk all you want. You never have to talk in chat. I lurk all the time. I mean, I went to chats for months, but I didn't say anything. I just went to check in, to leave a like, and make sure, as odd as this sounds, to check on everybody and make sure everybody's showing up and they're okay. And that's why if somebody's like, oh, I know I haven't been around. No, I know you're okay. Well, I've been going through something. I know. I follow you. I pay attention. Like, I pay attention to everybody. They don't have to come here for me to know what they're up to. I surprise T-Rex all the time. He's like, Yeah, so I tell him what he did, and he's like, "How the hell?" I'm like, "I'm everywhere." Like, you have no idea where I'm at. Like, don't I love when people try to hide shit from me, and I'm like, "Really? I ain't got nothing but time." And I do things all like I start all these different projects, but I always have to have something going in the background. I need the noise to focus. And so I just play like stream after stream after stream after stream after stream. I'm not looking at them, but I'm listening. And then I'll go back and I'll zip through the chat and I'll see who's there, who's having a problem, who's being an asshole, who's this, who's that, who sounds, like the tone of their post is like sad. They're not putting as many hearts or emojis or exclamation points as they normally do. They're not saying, hey, hey, or they're just being like, hi. They're not capitalizing. They're not using punctuation. All these things mean something to me because you all have patterns. Some of you never use punctuation. Some of you are very grammatically correct. When I see a change in behavior, that red flag goes up, the alarm goes off, and I go, oh my God, what happened? And then I start investigating. And and then the DM goes out. Yeah, right? You feeling okay? What's going on? If you want to talk, I'm here. Because it bothers me that I see the difference in people and often other people don't. But like I'll look and I'll be like, what the hell? Some of you are really good at hiding it. Like when Lass is sick, you can't tell unless she tells you because she's very consistent in what she does. How she presents herself, her personality, like the way she types, very consistent. And if there's a change, I think she's become like, she's at that point in her life where she's like, let me just alert everybody that things are a little different this week. Yeah, guys, I haven't been feeling good the last couple days. And so, like, pardon me if I whatever. And it's like, okay. She lets you know where you stand and where she stands. I dig that. Like, I like when people just tell me their situation from the gate. Like, just tell me where you're at. But most people don't. Most people don't want to be a burden. They don't want to bother anybody. They want to conceal it because they're like, this is my problem. Everybody's got problems. I'm going to keep this business to myself. Just because I don't say anything doesn't mean I don't know you're going through something. Most times I just, I put the message out there. I'm here. I'm here if you want to talk. And I'll do a general statement like now. Or I'll do a stream where I'm like, you don't have to be alone. When I do those, it's because somebody out there is hurting. I can feel them hurting. I can see it. But I have no way of approaching them directly that isn't intrusive. That isn't a little, oh God, why is she like asking me that? So I'll throw out a stream like that where I'm like, you're not alone. Reach out. Because I want to plant the seed that you can talk to me and you can talk to anybody. Just call somebody, talk to somebody. So that's why I do those. I mean, there's a method to my madness. There's a reason behind every single thing I do, ever. And it's usually unbeknownst to anybody but me. Like I wouldn't even tell winning because it's just something I do. Nick lost me a long time ago. So did Vices. Shout for money isn't what I like to listen to. Yep. Bills aren't fun. Neither is that shit. No, it's true. It's absolutely true. And I love the ones that are like, I need the money. Meanwhile, you just went and bought this. You went and bought that. I'm literally scraping pennies together. Shut up. Like, shut up. Dude, what's up? How are you feeling? Don't hold back. Yeah, no, I never do. Never do. Welcome, welcome though. How are you? Iron Rabbit, I'm not a fan of drunk streams. Yeah, no, they get nutty. I've been on a couple, but I don't drink. So it doesn't really do anything for me. Dude, member for 2 months. Oh, that's so awesome. Not long yet. Here's to many more. Oh, you're so sweet. Look, he got a 2-month super chat. Let's see. What do I got? What do I got? What do I got? Well, I'm going to go for my favorite, right? Speaking of Nick,
Stop eating beans. Bangers and mash. Beans on toast. Stop.
that's my favorite Nick. I really do. I love when he's like that. This is my favorite, though, of Nick.
Motherfucker. Oh, God damn it.
It still bugs T-Rex that he grabbed his whiskey, but not the computer when the sprinkler went on. And I hate to say it, but sometimes like the whiskey that Nick drinks, some of it is probably more expensive than the damn laptop. But oh my God, that was hilarious when he was in the back and the sprinkler went off and T-Rex was like, he grabbed his whiskey and left the computer. I was like, priorities, man. This is Nick. He was waiting for that whiskey all day. He had access to the computer whenever. He didn't give a fuck. He was waiting for that whiskey at the end of the day. That was hysterical. Because I'm sure he was like, oh, look, nobody's sitting over here. This is nice and empty. Nobody's coming around. Yeah, that's why. Now you know why. Hilarious. But yeah, that's for you. Thank you very much. I met Jude. I think I met you in Shizzy's chat, if I'm not mistaken. I try to remember like where I met everybody, but there's so many of you and only one of me. So it's like, and some people, I don't know. I miss some of my old crew. I'll see them around in different chats or whatever. They're like, yeah, I'm back. I'm like, no, that's fine. Just, drop a bitch a line. Let me know you're alive. Like, let me know you're okay. Because like I said, I'm a worrier. That's what I do. Iron Rabbit, you are still a special baby girl. Let's do a stream together sometime. Love you bunches. Oh, Rabbit, that's so sweet. I would love to do that. I love you too. Rabbit's going to adopt me one day. I'm not old enough yet. I'm not old enough yet, but she's going to adopt me. Thank you, sweet. Yeah, we definitely, I want to do more streams with other people, but I don't know. I get weird about it. I think because I did so many streams before, before my channel. I don't know. I felt like paneled out. Like, I'm not going to ask anybody. I got to, I had to do this on my own. Like, I had to carry my own show, But I mean, I have so many ideas for things I want to do. I just got to get off my ass and do them. Lady Awesome, I'm back. I got cut up. I can't talk. Give me a second. All right. Diddy-dum. I'm back. I got caught up in a round of hokey pokey and little bunny foo-foo. That sounds like fun. Put your right hand in, you put your right hand out, your right hand in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Ah, I love the hokey pokey, especially the pokey part. Wolfram, thank you for supporting the channel with your 2-month membership, Jude. Yes, thank you very much. It is very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Happy what day? Happy, what the hell is that? What is that? Is that a leaf day? Girl, what is that? I'm just going to say you're saying happy Friday or happy Friday. This is a prize. Okay. Yay. All right. God. It's the little things that make me happy. So stupid. I am so stupid. Wolfkinder, what's up? You realize, Wolfkinder, every time I see your name, all I think is silly songs. Silly songs that instantly the first thought in my head. Absolutely every time. Beep, beep, burp, burp, beep, beep, burp, burp. The horn went beep, beep, beep. Jude said, hashtag Shelly T3. The worker is worth his wages. You provide a service, you should be paid. I mean, I feel like I'm paid when you guys are good. You know, like when I get tons of messages saying, from all different people saying, I know you don't know me, but I was listening to your show and it really helped me. I went through something similar. I didn't know how to deal with it. I couldn't talk about it. Like I look forward to hearing you because, you're struggling through these things and it gives me strength to get through it myself. And it's really uplifting. You have no idea how good it feels to make somebody else feel better, to give them a little light in their life. And I don't take that for granted or dismiss that ever because I know how hard it is to lift yourself out of a depression, to find that light at the end of the tunnel, to, to feel like there's any hope left. And if I can help somebody get to that place, I'll do it every time. And I feel immense satisfaction from it. And it lifts me up and it lifts me up out of the doldrums that I'm in. Wolfkinder, we are one very tiny corner of you. I know. I can't seem to break out of it though. Like I'm always going to be here. Like some of them are just following a pattern they see others use. I just watched a paranormal and UFO guy celebrate a milestone opening gifts. He was really moved by it. Aw, good for him. Good for him. Soul sister. Mwah. I love you, Lady Awesome. T3, I dig you too. Oh, you're so cute. Dude. He said you're an empath. I mean, a lot of people tell me that, but that word gets so overused. That word is almost overused more than narcissist. I don't want to be one of those. But I don't know. I don't know if that's it. I know that when somebody else cries, I cry. I will never not cry if somebody else is crying. If they feel like even the slightest bit bad, it'll bring me down completely. The other day, I was in the best mood. And I talked to somebody who was very down on themselves. And like, they really were just like, their energy was super low. Their feeling was super low. Mood was super low. And within like, I'd say half a minute, I was in tears. And I was like, and there went my great mood. Like, what the fuck? And I didn't want them to feel bad because it wasn't their fault that I wound up feeling that way. It was just, I was just like, man, I hate seeing these people like this. Like, I don't like seeing people in pain. I don't like seeing people be down on themselves, especially people I believe in, people I care about. And it affects me so deeply that it's almost like I have to withdraw from everybody, even like my closest friends, because I can't, like when I say I can't people today, it's not because of something that I'm going through. It's just now I'm stuck in this feeling and I can't get out of it. Like everything is bleak. And then somebody will have a celebration of some sort or have something or they'll need me. Usually if somebody else needs me, then I just take my feelings and shove them off into a corner until they go away. But yeah, it takes somebody else needing me usually for me to be able to shuck my feelings and be like, okay, I can move on. I can be better. But thank you for your $2 super chat. Let's see. What do we got? Doo-doo-doo. Well, you did have the membership and you did this, so I'm gonna play this one because I like it.
Welcome to the madhouse, we be running muck. Keep it all real and we don't give a fuck. World gone crazy, we here dancing in the rain. Welcome to Shelly's house, we just a little bit insane. Bring your real self, I ain't asking for more. Except one thing, leave your bullshit at the door.
And then I'll play this one because thank you.
You're the reason that I always win. I'm gonna take a minute to clearly say I love and appreciate you every day.
I really like those. I gotta make more of those. But I wanna now I learned how to make the moving backgrounds and stuff. So that's one thing I spent like the last like 2 to 3 weeks on my editing skills because they were non-existent before. So I've been working on, like different things. Because I don't want to always have to say, hey, Winning, I need this. Hey, Winning, I need that. Because Winning needs to like work on his channel. Like he does. And I don't want to take up his time doing that because he'll do it every fucking time. But I don't want to ask for stuff like that. Mike, look at you. Mike is here. You were so cute as a baby. Thank you. I will admit that I was a very cute kid. With my chubby cheeks and my little belly. Yeah. I was an adorable, just little thing. And I was super short. Super short. But yeah. Yeah, we met in Shizzy's chat. That's right. But thank you for that. That was very sweet. Iron Rabbit, I don't like being live, but I would for you and a couple others. Aw, thank you, Rabbit. I mean, if you ever want to do like a recorded thing, I have to do one of those with Ellie and with Lass because they don't want to really go live either. We could always do a recorded thing and then I can play it during a live. That would work. Puffer, why the fuck did I shake my right hand? Jesus. Huh? Why'd you shake your right hand? What'd you do? Did you hit it? I don't know. My hands shake without any help from me. So I hate it because I can't draw anymore. Because it's between the shaking, which I take a pill for that. So I mean, there's not a lot of shaking. It's just if I try to like exert too much pressure or try to like grip something, like I can't open a jar for shit anymore. I used to be the one that they brought the jars to. Like I could open anything. Nope. Now I'm just like, I tried to open, what the hell was it the other day? It wasn't even a jar. I think it was it was a slim, like not a Slim Jim, but yeah, I call them Slim Jims, but they're these organic grass-fed beef sticks, these beef jerky sticks. And they're like so good. They're expensive, but they're so good. But to open them, you have to like pull the 2 pieces of plastic apart that cover them. And I could not fucking do it. I don't know what it was, y'all. I couldn't fucking do it. I could not open this goddamn thing. I was like, where's the goddamn scissor? I was so mad. But yes, that aggravates me. I mean, yeah, it's the weird flare-ups. See, you did all right. You sang the Hokey Pokey song. That's hilarious. And put your left hand in, put your left hand out, put your left hand in, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. I don't want you to feel uneven. You did the right hand. Now you got to do the left hand. Castro, what? Oh. See, now, even when I say your name, I know you see it in capitals. You must hear the capitalization. Yes, it's Fries. Oh, you're funny. I mean, I guessed it eventually. Took me a while. Mike, I'll need you. You're so funny. Yeah, you don't want to need me like that. Massages and me don't go well together. Massages actually make me more tense. They hurt. And now with the whole like all my nerves being on fire all the time, they really hurt. Uh do. Like they backed me off some of the meds because of the shakes and stuff. See, they took you off of meds because of the shakes and they put me on meds because of shakes. Because I take one pill um for the tremors, for my hand and arm tremors. Because otherwise I wouldn't be able to even hold a pen. That was when I really got scared because I went to sign my name at the doctor's office and I couldn't. And I was just and I just busted out crying in the doctor's office. And the lady was like, "What is wrong with you?" And I was like, "I can't say my name." She's like, "Why?" I was like, "I can't hold a pen." She's, "Oh, honey." And I was like, like, because I've always I create things with my hands. It's what I do. You know, I've always been good with my hands, crocheting and, whatever. I can't even hold a paper towel to like do dishes, like to wipe down the counter or whatever, like to dry dishes really. But like because if my hand is in a certain position for a certain amount of time, like more than 30 seconds, fucking hurts. Wolf Kinder. Oh my god, I had a flashback. Do you remember doing the alley cat dance? I don't remember the alley cat dance, but I mean, come on. Like the electric slide, I've done that. Cha-cha slide, done that. The hustle. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do the hustle. Do 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 do. I mean, who doesn't like move or like bop a little bit when that song comes on? It's just a happy little song. Judge Maddie, what? One pill makes you taller, one pill makes you small. Just don't take the blue pill. Like everybody's like, oh, I'm red pilled, I'm black pilled, I'm white pilled. Just be blue pilled, be fun. Like, let's go. Even if it's for 4 hours or less. I remember the first time my ex-husband took one. Because I told you I took him to the doctor. I was like, we need a prescription for Viagra. My doctor looked at me. He goes, what? I was like, him. He was like, well, I knew it wasn't you. I was like, yeah, no, I don't have one of those. And he was like, well, no. He was like, he goes, if you ever walk in this door and tell me you're not horny, he was like, then I'm going to start running tests on you. I was like, thanks, doc. I mean, this doctor was a friend of mine. We hung out. But yeah, I remember him just going off on my husband at the time. And he was like, what's wrong with you? He was like, do you need an examination? I was like, we've been to urologists. We've been like all over the place. It's psychological. He psychs himself out. And he was like, he said, well, that must be it. He said, because I can't imagine sleeping next to this woman and not having wood all fucking night long. And I was just like, thanks, doc. Like, appreciate that. Appreciate it. And he was like, what? You are sexy. I was thank you. Okay. And meanwhile, my husband's standing there red. And like now he went from being embarrassed and now he's like, I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. Because I always have these weird doctors. Weird. Like it, oh God. He encouraged me to start smoking weed. He was like, you either need to like smoke weed, get laid every day, several times a day, or I don't know what to tell you. Like those are the two things that you need. And I was like, well, I don't have time to get dick every day. I was like, so it's gonna have to be the weed. And he was like, why not? I was like, I'm not in a solid relationship. I'm not gonna friggin' be like, what am I gonna open the window and they just show up? No. He was like, it would work. And see, that's something that I feel bad for guys about. Because now I've always been friends with mainly men. I have a couple like female friends here or there, but mostly I hang out with dudes. And I've always hung out with guys. I mean, I grew up in a gas station, surrounded by mechanics. I understand male sense of humor, male mentality, whatever. And it's just, I don't know. I'm just more comfortable around them. And they were always bitching about, oh man, you're like this girl I've taken out for like 3 months. And I'm like, wait, you took a girl out for how long? Like, we've been seeing each other 3 months and you haven't hit it yet? Nope. Then you ain't gonna. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, did she say like did she give you like a end game kind of scenario? Did she lay out the plan? And he was like, no. I said, so you have no like date that you're shooting for, like no goal that'll get you there. And he was like, no, that's the goal. I was like, okay. Has she talked to you about sex at all? No. Do you make out a lot? He's like, she's really into holding hands and talking. I was like, yeah, no, you ain't never getting laid with that one. Just drop her now. I was like, she might be a good girl or whatever, but you're not looking for a good girl. You are literally looking to get laid. This is not the way you're going to get it. Like, this is the girl who wants to get married, settle down, and, like, whatever. I was like, but this is not going to be the slam bam, thank you, ma'am, that you're looking for. How do you know? I know. Trust me. We know within the first 2 to 5 minutes of meeting you, if it takes nearly that long, whether we're going to fuck you or not. You either go into the, I'm going to bang the shit out of him. I'm going to bang him like a screen door in a hurricane. Or, aw, he's so sweet. I'm so happy to have him as a friend. And that's what your ass is staying. It's hard for guys to get laid sometimes. Like, they don't know what to say. They don't know how to read a woman. And it's not like you could just open the door and be like, okay, ladies, I'm here. And somebody's going to be like, oh, I'm me first. Like, no. Usually if you come at us with that kind of attitude, we're like, you could go do that shit your damn self. Like, who the fuck you think you're talking to? We get all like affronted, even though we know if you hadn't come out like that, we'd already done you by now. But you come out with an attitude, we're like, who are you? But guys do have it hard. Like, I've had conversations with my male friends where they're like, well, I mean, you haven't had it in how long? I'm like, it's been however long. And they're like, well, I mean, you want me to call one of my boys? Like, do you need like, you need to go out? Like, what do you need? I was like, oh no, it's not a lack of options. They're like, what? I'm like, dude, I could literally open the window and whistle and somebody would show up to do the job. Like, that's the benefit of being a girl. Like, have pussy will travel. But for guys, it's different. It's just different. Like, you guys don't have that. I don't know. Is it supply and demand? I mean, you're just not. I don't know. It's weird because finding a good man who can get the job done, that's hard to find. And, you think girls would be more like, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that combo. No, they like to play like they're not looking for sex. And it's like, bullshit. Bullshit. But women, we literally could get it anytime we want. You don't even got to be cute. I'll be perfectly honest with you. It doesn't matter if, I swear that's why alcohol and drugs were invented. Because it doesn't matter if you have one tooth in your mouth, somebody out there is going to want to do you. Just because they haven't had it in so long. They're like, it's all the same in the dark. Like, they don't care. They really, somebody out there is like, I don't care. Just anybody. As long as she's got a pulse, like even just half a pulse, like it's fine. It's weird. It's so unfair to you guys. It really is, especially since you're the ones who are going to do most of the work. If we're lucky. I always wind up doing the work, so I can't really. I've heard that the men do the work. It'd be great if I wound up in a relationship where I didn't have to be the dude. That'd be great. I don't want to make the decisions. That's one of the reasons why I talk to who I talk to, is because I don't have to don the masculine energy. I don't have to make the decisions. I can just be me. I can be softer. I can be girly. I don't I don't need to be the dominant person in the relationship. That's so new to me. I'm always the dominant force in every relationship, even in friendships. Like it's draining doing that. That's not who I ever wanted to be. I always wanted to be the caregiver. I wanted to be the affectionate one. I wanted to be the sweet one. And I just was never allowed to be me. I always had to take all the responsibility, take the reins, make all the decisions, be in charge, lead, do everything. And it just took the fun out of everything. And it made me really resentful toward the people I was with because they'd be like, oh, it can't be done. And then I'd go and do it because it needed to get done. And they'd be like, oh, well, you did it because you're you. That's a shit excuse. Katie's father used to love to say that, oh, I'm not around because you don't need me. You do everything. Doing things out of necessity because you don't have any other options doesn't mean that it's the right way to go. It means I'm trying to keep us afloat here. Like, that's all I'm doing. I'm doing everything. Why? To keep us above water, to keep our heads above water. It doesn't make it natural. It doesn't make it nice. It doesn't even make me effective. But I do what has to get done. And they used to use it as an excuse because they're like, oh, well, you're just going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to do it because you don't. I'm a girl. I like being female. I don't want to take on the male responsibilities. I don't want to take on the male role. You're not giving me a choice. If you can't step up and be a man, guess what? I guess I gotta pick a different man. Which one you want? You can't leave me. Well, then I guess I gotta be the man. And it just made me really resentful. Really, really resentful and very distrustful of men. And it was just very confusing for a very long time. Because since I could play both roles, I'm not saying I'm just saying I had to adapt to where it appeared like I was playing both roles. It made my choices more murky. I didn't make decisions from a purely female point of view. I made decisions as though I was a man and I would have the consequences of a man. Like if a man made the same decision. And the truth of it is, even though I was making decisions with the male mindset, the consequences were going to occur for the female because that's what I am. So like going around and, getting whatever I want to get a piece of this, get a piece of that. I wound up, pregnant. A guy doesn't have that. He can take care of everything on his end and be good, just walk away and leave nothing behind. But I was stuck with feelings and, responsibilities that would be around for a lifetime. And they just didn't. They just walked away. I didn't have that option. I'd never had that option. But I made decisions as if I did. And it messed me up a lot. It did. And I did. I got very resentful because I don't like taking on the male role. I don't want to be the dominant in a relationship. I don't want it all to land on my shoulders. I would rather be the support and give that type of strength than be the head and charge head first into everything and be the face of everything. And it's just too much. I'm just not built for it. And everyone's like, but you do it. You do things because you have to. If you take your responsibilities in life seriously, you learn to adapt. And you learn to invent parts of yourself to deal with the things that you ordinarily wouldn't. You got to develop reserves of strength and reserves of resiliency so that you can make it through. And it's damaging and it's weighty and it's so difficult. And I mean, I've done that my whole life. You know, everybody says, "Oh, you can't put a round peg in a square hole. You can't put a square peg in a round hole or whatever." I'm that person that I'm like an octopus. Like I literally will change form to either squeeze through or like fit into anything that I have to do. I will adapt to fit the scenario every time. It doesn't matter if you think it's an impossible thing, if it's completely counter to my personality and everything else about me. If it has to be done, I'm going to do it. It might hurt. I might pay for it later. I might pay for it now, but I will do it because the alternative is unacceptable. When you leave me no choice, I'm going to do it. And that's a lot. It's a lot for somebody to carry, especially by themselves, especially when they're carrying other people on their back 24/7. You know, it's a lot. And it did. It wore me down. That's one of the reasons. I mean, I know like, you know, like Darth likes to tease winning or whatever. But one of the things that winning provides to me is that I don't have to be the male in, you know, in the whole thing between us. Like he's always the man. You know, he makes decisions. He knows his role. And I was very clear about like, I don't want to be this person. You know, if you make it so that I have to be that person in this relationship, I'm going to get like bitchy because it's not who I am and it's not true to who I am. It's not who I want to be either. And he was cool with that. It was like, all right, we're good. Like, it's a mutual understanding of roles. And it's not that I'm like, oh, take care of me. I don't need a white knight. I don't need somebody who's going to, you know, jump in front of fucking everything for me and take all the hits or whatever. No, I just need somebody who's understanding, who gets it. You know, I need somebody that I can partner up with. You know, somebody who I could depend on for me, but not to do the thing for me, but to be there for me to go to if I have to work it out, or if I have an idea, or if I need some feedback, or if I just need somebody to just give me their strength so I can do it. And that's what he does. He does that every day. The same way I try to be extra soft for him, extra gentle, extra understanding, because I don't want to be brash with him. You know, I don't want to have that harsh edge that he's going to cut himself on, because I only use that for the people that intimidate me or that I feel threatened by. Like, if I don't feel safe with them, I feel completely safe with them. Absolutely 100%. But I do have a lot of sharp edges. And I tend to kind of retract my claws with him. And it's a really good feeling because that's my peace of mind. That's where I find my peace. And people, they tease me all the time. They're like, oh, like my friend Christine will text me and she's like, oh, you don't have time to text me. What are you winning? And I'm like, I can hear your voice in your text. Like, why are you being bitter about it? And it's just like, yeah, you know why? Because I don't have to pretend to be anybody but who I am. I don't have to be strong as an ox like 24/7. I don't have to pretend like I don't have feelings. I don't have to pretend that I'm confused or I don't know something. You know, he's not always coming to me going, hey, how do you do this? Hey, how do you do that? Like, to him, if he wants to know something, he looks it up. I am not his Google. You know, for everybody else, they call me up and they're like, hey, bitch, you have a fucking thing in your hand that you're texting me on. Go one app over that. You see where it says Google? Go Google that shit. Stop asking me stupid questions. I got to stop everything I'm doing to take care of something mundane for you, like you could have looked that shit up and got the same fucking answer. I mean, I'm not talking about like emotional stuff. I'm talking about like, how do I remove whatever? Bitch, go look it up. Like, what temperature do you cook chicken at? If you don't know this by the time you're 40, fuck you. Like, stop. Go look up the recipe. Well, what do I put in? Go look up the recipe. Well, there are 100 recipes. Pick one. Well, which one? Bitch, make a decision. I am not making all your decisions for you. I am not your man. One of the reasons why, like, my friendships with females don't pan out is because they start to treat me like I'm their fucking boyfriend. And I'm like, when did I get stuck with this goddamn fucking, like, I ain't getting any of the benefit of this, but I'm taking care of you. I'm paying for dinner. I'm making your goddamn decisions for you because you don't know how, or you're like, I don't know what to do. Tell me what to do. All right, here, go do that. And they go do it. Like, stop it. Go get a man, go get laid, go leave me alone. They're like, oh, but if I have a boyfriend, I'm going to have less time for you. I'm good with that. Bye. Go. Be happy. Be off with you. Like, oh, just drove me crazy. But I mean, yeah, like when she started dating somebody, the guy was like, who's your boyfriend, me or her? And she was like, oh, but you know, like Shelly. And I'm like, dude, listen to him. Don't come to me with this bullshit. Take it to him. And it's just, I don't know. She was more comfortable coming to me, or maybe I gave her more attention. I don't know, but it was weird. And I'm behind in chat again. Just a crease. Lady said, oh no, I don't do disco. First of all, the hustle is not really what I consider disco. It's more of a wedding dance. That's all that is. Like, there's a classification in my head of just group dances, like the things that you do at all wedding receptions. And that's one of them. But no, the hustle has a special place in my heart because of Christine and her wife, Donna. Like, Donna would literally pull over to the side of the road and just, whenever the song came on the radio, or if she put like a CD in and it was on there or whatever, and she would pull over and we just, the three of us would sit in the car going, do the hustle, do, and we dance like as silly as we could. And then we'd take off again. So, I mean, that does have a special place in my heart. It does. Puffer smells fucking hell. My hands and then the hustle. I give up. Oh God. I hate to do this to you. Let's see. To the left, to the right. Everybody clap your hands. Now slide to the left, slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. My favorite part was always the clapping and the right foot stomp. Left foot stomp. Right foot again. Left foot again. Because my kids they would get so into it in my kindergarten class. They fucking love that song. Listen, we choreographed the whole thing to Uptown Funk, but like the kid version. We got it off like this, I don't know, I forget what kiddie thing it was. It was some kid song friendly program. And it was what you call it? It was Uptown Funk. So yeah, we told all these kids all the steps and everything, and it was a whole thing that we put on for parents. And it's funny because I was with G and she was like, what other song can we do? And I was like, you know what one I want to do. And she's like, what? I was like, Nay Nay. And she was like, oh my God. And well, when we did that in front of the parents, now you gotta figure this is Hoboken. Those parents ate that shit up. It was hilarious to watch these kids do these dances. And it was just like, whenever they got to like the Superman part, the Superman one was their favorite. Always their favorite. The Superman, like, and then you just see them and how many would fall over. Like, it was, oh God, what a shit show. It was fantastic. Oh, so funny. But yeah, no, those are always my favorites. I'm no medicine. I stopped those long ago. Yep. Those messed me up. The Hustle is the perfect simple couples dance song. Rock, step, march, march. It depends on how you do the hustle. I've seen like people take that shit and go real raunchy. It's so funny. Hans, hi, honey. I'm 20 minutes behind, but oh my goodness, I've missed you. You're almost to Easter. Look at you. Look at you. And I expect you to be on tech 24/7 after that. No, I'm kidding. But I have missed you. Happy Good Friday. Mimsy, my Mimsy. I love my Mimsy. Hi, honey. Judge Maddie, damn, I should have taken my girl today. Talked her back when I cared. I did get the script. And he didn't put it in his name, he put it in mine. And he was like, you control those pills. I was like, you are a smart man. But it was, like, And my husband didn't care at the time. He was like, whatever. He took one of those on our 1-year honeymoon. And he was just like, now what do I do? I was like, what do I do? I was like, it's not like you're going to put the fucking work in. I didn't say it out loud because I wanted it to happen. But in my head, that's what I said. And then afterwards, he was like, oh my God, I'm tired. That's when I was just mad. I was like, you're tired. You're tired? Really? 4 fucking hours. I can't even feel my knees. Like, are you kidding me? It was just like, what? I was like, you didn't do anything but just lay there. Like, you just kick back, enjoy it. I was like, whatever. But that was back when I had boundless fucking energy. But granted, when it comes to sex, I do get a lot more energetic than normal. I tell you, he really had a problem with like my sex drive. We were just driving home from like the movies one day, and he goes, "You're oversexed." I was, excuse me, like it came out of nowhere, and I was like, "What?" And he goes, "You put like too much emphasis on sex, like you want it too much." I said, there are men out there who have been married who would look at you and be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I said, they're out there and my wife won't do this. My wife never wants sex. My wife withholds sex. Blah, 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 she makes me sleep on the couch. I don't do any of that. I literally am like, are you coming to bed? Come on. Yeah, come on, come to bed. Come on, make it worth your while. Let's go to bed. And he'd be like, oh, because he had like no sex drive. He still has no sex drive. And it's like, he has a sex drive for fucking porn or corn or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But that's what he does. That's his thing. It's not my thing. Like, I like it as much as the next person, but like, he's addicted to it. And I think it warped his brain quite a bit. But yeah, no, you always want sex. What do you want me to say? I'm sorry? Because I'm not. Like, I could lie and say I'm sorry, but I don't think that's a shortcoming of mine. I hate to tell you. Like, do you know how many men would love to be married to somebody who's just like, yeah, I can cook and clean and I'm good with money and I got a good job and we fucking a lot. Like, that's what they call fucking ideal. And you're just like, like you got to bitch about it. I don't understand it. And it's the oddest thing. That right there told me this is not going to be the man for you. Fuck, why did you fucking make a lifetime vow? And I knew I was stuck with him. But yeah, Ellie, love y'all. Oh, I miss you. Nerd, what's up? I'm trying to catch up. I've said that men have it hard and get told to get over it. I know, but ring a different bell because I'm tired of hearing the same tune. I have said just this and got told off. So? But it's not that you just say about it, you bitch about it. Like, change it. If you don't like your situation, change it. You got to learn to just learn other tricks, learn other tactics, read a couple books on it, whatever. But bitching about it isn't going to change it. Then you're just bitching about it. Suzanne, you returned. How you doing, honey? I hope you got a little bit of a nap in. Today's stream, honestly, it's not going to be a very long stream. It's really not. Nerd, hello. I enjoy doing things for my ladies. I open doors, fix things, take them out, even if it's a few sandwiches for a picnic. I like doing those things because they made memories. I mean, you like doing those things not just because they made memories, because they made somebody happy. I mean, that's also part of being in a relationship, wanting the other person to be happy, but you also need to be appreciated for what you do. And that's, I think, where a lot of the disconnect happens. Like, I love making people happy, but if you're not appreciative or you don't like seem like you give a shit about the effort that I'm putting forward, I'm not going to be around long. Like, you're going to, like empty that tank really quickly. And once that tank is empty, I'm just going to walk the fuck out the door and never look back. That's just how it is. I can't give when I got nothing left. So, I mean, you have to refill the tank of the other person. We used to, there was a book that we used to read, and it's funny. I used to giggle, and the teacher that I was with, because I was her aide for like 5 years, she'd be like, "Chili, stop it." Because she would read this book twice a year, because we would do this thing called Fill My Bucket. And it was talking about be a bucket filler, not a bucket drainer. And we would have a bucket, like a little, like the little, like a little bowl in the room. And every day it would start off empty. And as you did kind things for other people, or if you complimented somebody, or if you received a compliment and then you paid them back in kind, you would take a cotton ball out of the cotton ball bag and put it in the bucket, because you're filling the classroom bucket. You're upping the morale of everybody in there, one at a time, or, like all together. If we did a whole class thing and everybody did really well, like, you guys were so good. Oh, we're filling buckets. And we'd take like 5, or 6 cotton balls out and put them in the bucket, and that we did that to teach them kindness takes you a long way. It doesn't just raise you up. It raises everybody up around you. It raises the morale. It raises the environment that you're in. You feel better. You learn better. Your food tastes better. Like, everything is just better when you're in a better place, like mentally, I guess. And that was the whole point of like fill my bucket. But we used to, like do that all the time. And I remember the first time I read it, because I was the one that found the book, and I read it to the kids, and I got done reading it, and I handed the book to G, and I was like, "I'll be right back." And she was like, "Oh God." And I was like, "What?" She goes, "Your eyes just got real bright." I was like, "I'll be right back." And I ran. Like, I literally ran to the teacher's room, locked myself in the bathroom, and just cried, because it had never occurred to me that I was always filling people's buckets and they weren't filling mine. And that's why I would eventually leave, because I'd be like, why am I here? Like, in this whole like friendship, relationship, whatever, I exist for you. Like, I get to that point where I'm like, I can't help you anymore. Like, I got nothing left. I got nothing left. And I'm really starting to dislike you. So before I hate you, because I don't want to hate anybody ever, I'm like, before I hate you, I gotta go. Like, I gotta go. But why? Because you're an ungrateful fuck. Like, I'm tired of getting used up. That's what it feels like. It feels like when you're always loving on somebody and you're always giving to somebody and you're not getting anything back, it hurts twice as much as if, you were just by yourself. And in the end, I just chose to stay by myself. It was like, why am I going to do this? Like, I didn't do relationships anymore. 20 years. I was like, nope. Just wouldn't do it. If I had an itch, I went and got the itch scratched by like one of my, like fuck buddies, because I had my exes. I had them on rotation. I'd be like, whatever. Like, if I wanted anything, all I have to do is say hi, and I knew I was going to get it. Like, that was it. But because that was all they were good for. They were draining emotionally, psychologically, and everything. But, the dick work, it was like, that was it. Like, that was all. They literally were just vibrators with a pulse to me. Like, they were that expendable. And they knew that. It's not like I ever lied to them and said, oh, I'm going to fall for you now. No. If they were like, what's the matter? I'm like, I'm feeling some type of way. And they're like, good type of way or bad type of way? Horny type of way. Oh, all right, that's what you called me for? Yeah. All right. Nothing else? Nope. And don't think you're staying the night. Like, get in, get out. Get in, get off, get out. Like, that's pretty much it. And that's where we were. Like, that's why my exes and I are all friends. They literally sit there waiting for that phone call. And they're always like, they come fishing all the time. They're like, they throw that hook out, wiggle the bait. And I'm like, no. Like, nope, not biting over here. Like, I'm good. And but they get obsessive. I was never that girlfriend that constantly called the house or like, would text them or whatever. Basically, when you're over there, when you're out of sight, you're out of mind. That's how they all were. I didn't think about them. I didn't talk about them. I didn't give a shit because I wasn't emotionally connected to them. They legit only existed in my life to fulfill a purpose, like one specific purpose. And when that purpose was over, bye, here's your cookie. Bye. Like, go. Just hand them a sandwich, a cookie, and a cup of coffee, and then see you next time I have an itch. And that's it. And then it got to the point where I was just like, I can't even be bothered with that. I just stopped. I stopped engaging. I stopped talking to anybody. And they're like, but we're still friends. No, we were never friends. What? I was friendly, but we're not friends. I don't trust you. I don't confide in you. Like, I don't say, hey, come over and watch a football game. Like, we're not hanging out. You're annoying. You're annoying to me, and you're just somebody that I'm just not willing to, write off completely because you're not that annoying. Like, you didn't do anything totally egregious to me. The ones that did do egregious things, they're not in my life at all. Like, I cut them out completely. But that's basically just the one. Oh, here's a really weird thought. And I don't know why it jumped in my head now. I've been watching a lot of wrestling. Like, a lot. To get caught up on all my histories and everything. Because WrestleMania is in a week and a half. And, 2 weeks. And I was like, oh no, it's in a week. Oh, fuck fuck a duck. See, I didn't say it. I said fuck a duck. I didn't say the other one. I have to get caught up on the stories and the histories and whatever because I don't know the backgrounds. And so I'm watching this wrestling and everything. And there was this one WrestleMania that's so brutal. And I was just like, I'm sitting there going, oh. And when it was over, I was like, the first words out of my mouth was, that was fucking awesome. And my brain went, girl, you are not supposed to enjoy violence on that kind of like level. And I really did. I don't enjoy being part of the violence. I don't enjoy the violence being directed toward me. I don't like gory shit. But fights, I'll watch them 24/7. Like, I like that kind of violence. I like to watch it, especially professionally done. But like boxing matches, kickboxing, UFC, MMA, like wrestling, all that. I love all that shit. Power slap, love it. It's so weird. Like, I don't watch it and I'm like, oh, this is pointless, or this is too much violence. I relish in it. And the thing is, like, I'll sit there and I'll watch all the moves and I'll watch them hit. And I'm like, how are you still standing? Because I know what that feels like. And it's so weird because I was thinking, I was like, with your background, you shouldn't be able to watch any of this without getting triggered. because I can't watch like the Jared thing. I couldn't watch that. God, it destroyed me. I told you I threw up like 20 minutes in spontaneously because it made me so sick to my stomach. Like a lot of things I have to like push myself to be able to get through them because they trigger me so badly. But like violent shit like wrestling, like the really like harsh wrestling, no triggers at all. At all. When even the girls fighting against girls, like when girls are pinned or whatever, none of that does anything to trigger me. And I was thinking about it last night actually. And I was like, but why? Why is it that you can watch that totally unaffected? You enjoy it even when you've been on the receiving end of punches that have broken your teeth, like fractured bones. You've had things dislocated by people. You've been knocked out. You've been held down. You've been beaten beyond belief. Why are those not triggered? Why am I not afraid when I see that kind of stuff? And I think it's because, and I could be completely off, but I've always said that the physical attacks never really stayed with me. Maybe because I saw my mom get hit from like literally like my birth. Maybe because I was just so desensitized to it. Or maybe because I believe sometimes that maybe I deserved it. I don't know. But violence doesn't trigger me. I mean, granted, you touch my face. Like if you sucker punch me, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Like if you smack my face, like in a not playful way, or I don't see it coming, I go completely ballistic. I don't know what happens, but I can't tell you what I'm capable of because I don't remember what I do when I black out like that. And I will black the fuck out. And I don't know what it is. That those are the only really the two things. Sorry about that. The two things that cause a huge reaction in me. Otherwise, I'm just like, meh. Like I don't shrink back from physical attention, like from physical affection, I should say. I'm not afraid to hug somebody. I'm not afraid to be affectionate. I'm not afraid to, like playing around, wrestling or play fighting or whatever. None of that is a trigger. Holding me down. If you secure my hands to something, I will freak out. But like if you just hold me down, I know you're like somebody I trust, it's not going to trigger me. And I know that there are people who those are triggers that never go away. Like those are traumatic things that shut their whole system down or make them react like a wild, animal. I don't get that. And I can't really, I think I understand it, but then again, I don't because it really doesn't bother me. It doesn't. And it's like, but why does everything else trigger me? Why am I so meh about getting punched in the face? Like I'll tell you right now, you hit me, you better knock me the fuck out. Cause if I get up, you're done. You are fucked. But I won't do the whole, oh my God, I'm so scared kind of thing. Like that don't happen. I don't turn into I don't regress. With like the other stuff, I will regress. Just the mere mention of my father being around would send me into like this regression to like toddlerhood. Like I literally would talk like I was 3. And I would be that 3-year-old in that moment. Like all that fear would come rushing back and I would become that thing. It doesn't happen with violence. And I think it's weird. I think it's weird. It's something that occurred to me that I've been for the last like day, like turning over in my head. And I'm like, but why do you enjoy it so much? And I stayed away from it for years, from watching it for years, because I assumed I would have a bad reaction to it. But like I never have. And I can talk about all the physical abuse like it's nothing. The sexual abuse is different. The SA is different. That still has a lot of I guess shame with it. But like the physical abuse, no, there's no shame there. None. It's just factual. It's just shit that happened. And maybe I'm just able to compartmentalize it, but I can put all those memories in a box and be like, there you go. Like, I don't care. Like, it's over. It's done with. Can't be undone. It's in the past. Not my fault. Whatever. And it's just something that happened. And I could talk about it in detail and not get upset usually. The only ones that like really get me upset are things that are connected to, like some kind of sexual assault that follows. But yeah, I think it's weird. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't think I really fully understand that. It's hard to put into words. Like I get it, but I don't. I can't explain how little the physical abuse means to me now. Maybe because it didn't mean that much then either, because nobody else cared, so why should I? It just became a fact of life. I guess that's part of it. Like it was just an accepted part of my life. I just expect at some point they're always going to hit you. Like they're always going to do something to hurt you physically. And I cover it up all the time. I say, well, I am quite vexing. Because I'll say, well, I'm hard to take. I'm hard to handle. Oh, I can like I repeat all the things that I've ever heard about me. Oh, I can try the patience of a saint. Like sometimes you just, sometimes my mouth gets away with me and I just push the wrong button and boop. It can't be helped. Like I make excuses for the people who have been physically abusive with me. And I probably shouldn't, but I don't know. Maybe it's a coping mechanism. I don't know. We got to talk about that one day because it's a hard one to work out. My therapist never ever talk about that. Even the shrink never spoke about that. They're all about like the whole mother connection or whatever. They never talk about why I thought it was forgivable to have my jaw dislocated. Like I still live every day with like the injuries that I got. I mean, I still have like I'll take a bite of a sandwich and all of a sudden my tooth is in, 6 pieces. And I'm like, what the fuck? And they're like, oh, it was all fractured. Yeah, whatever. Glad it lasted this long. And just put a new one in there. But I only have partial hearing in my right ear because he damaged my eardrum. This week has been kind of like weird for me because when I got hit outside my house, the day that shithead jumped out of the tree and decided to beat the fuck out of me, he slammed my head against the sidewalk. And I had like all the MRIs I get, they always say, well, this thing right here, I'm like, that's been there forever. I have this little bubble, I guess, under the skin of the back of my head that you could move around. And sometimes it's a little bigger than it should be. And it causes headaches and it hurts. And then it goes back down. But I'll always have that. I can literally I'm putting my finger on it like right now. And it almost feels like one of those You know the Orbeez, those little plastic rubber things that you put in water and it expands. That's what it feels like. Like it's squishy, it's spongy, and like it's funny because I can move it like a half an inch this way, half an inch that way, and it makes a noise, and I can hear it in my head, but like you can't hear it outside. Uh, but yeah, I have that. I have, hairline fractures in my right shoulder. I have, dislocated, I have injuries and scar tissue from dislocated knees. You know, I have scars, on my back, from shithead cutting me. My upper arms, they're super, super sensitive because, they were beat to hamburger meat. So it's just, like all these things. And I talk about them like they're nothing. It's like saying, yeah, I had a grilled cheese for lunch. Like, do I not attach emotion to them on purpose? Like, is that my way of just like avoiding them and just like stockpiling them? Because I have all the memories. They're all there. It's just they never had the impact that say like words did. Words hurt. They keep hurting over and over and over. Whenever I got hit, I'd be fine in a couple days. Sometimes a couple weeks, but mostly a couple days. And then they'd leave me with like these little, mementos. Carlos was good for that. He was good for like punching in the face. He left me a lot of nice little breaks. He broke my braces right off my teeth. That made me mad. I didn't want to have to go to the damn orthodontist. That pissed me off more than getting hit. And then like part of me thinks, well, you always had to cover it up. You always had to wear makeup. You had to change your clothes, like to make sure everything was covered. Maybe I got so good at hiding it from everybody else that hiding it from myself became second nature or even first nature. I don't know. Sorry I tangented there. I squirreled. Inya. Hi, half here. Have to hear thus Dolly nod from. You have to what? Have to hear thus Dolly nod. Thus Dolly nod from Beyonce. I don't know what that means. That sounds like Swahili. What are you talking about? In ya, out ya, all around ya. Outpost nerd. When someone's in a relationship, you're supposed to have less time for other people. I mean, that's generally the way it goes. But for some reason, I don't know. They want to like do equal time. I'm like, no, we're just friends. I'll be here when your relationship is over. How do you know it's going to end? Just because I know you. Go ahead. Just, I could use the 3-month vacation. Like, go ahead. Because my friends were nothing if not predictable. I want to talk about patterns. Jesus Christ. Hey, Inya. I'll be back. I have to supervise potty time. Get them down for a nap. However, I have my earbud in, so I'm still listening. Oh, so she's mad at me now. Guarantee it. Inya, dang, she did a version of Jolene and that had her as FT on a different song. Beyonce did Jolene? I know that Miley Cyrus did Jolene, which I didn't like it. But then again, I don't think anybody could do it like Dolly. Damn, these songs are taking me back to middle school days. Great, thanks, nerd. He's like, oh, middle school. Because I didn't feel old enough. Crap, I'm so sorry, but Tyrant with Dolly is produced by David Doman. Oh, hell, David officially made it. Nice. Hearing DA. Got that dope on a song with Dolly is insane. Oh my goodness. My ex used to say that about me. Fuck him. Well, unfuck him. Oh Lord. Did you? What's wrong with that guy? I wouldn't be able to withhold sex. Do me mad. It's better. Yep. Let me tell you something. Angry sex is great. Like I like it smooth. I like it rough. I am a girl for all seasons. Like, let's go. That's one thing I've always said. Like, we could be mad. We might go to bed like irritated, but we ain't going to bed without fucking. Like, no, we're gonna work this out. If we're mad, let's go. Let's take it out on each other in the most pleasurable way possible. That's the best case scenario. I don't like going to bed angry because I'm not going to sleep well. What's the point? I'd rather just stay up an extra hour, work the shit out, and be fine with it. But yeah, withholding sex is stupid. Why am I going to punish myself? That's dumb. The same thing with, go sleep on the couch. No, you're sleeping right the fuck next to me, right here. Go, you get over here and God damn it, you be the big spoon. Like, I'm going to turn my back to you and I'm going to be mad, but I still want you to hold me because I love you and I need it. I don't stay mad. I don't know what it is. I get mad and I get irritated. I'm very easily irritated. But mad, I don't stay mad. I just don't. If I'm mad over a long amount of time, it's because you wouldn't leave this shit alone. Like, let the fucking mood pass. I will be fine in a couple minutes. Just stop being a dick. And if I tell you this is what you did to make me mad, don't do it again. Just don't. How about that? Because then I'm going to be double mad because now you made me mad again. And it's because you don't fucking listen. My ex loves sex and I didn't complain one bit. Yeah. Well, most men don't. That's what I'm saying. He's a weirdo. He's a weirdo. What man turns down a Hummer? I mean, come on. Especially from somebody who's enthusiastic about it, enjoys doing it, and has skill. Like, why would you? Are you stupid? Like, do you not like yourself? Why would you deny yourself that? But that was the camp he put his tent in, so whatever. I never understood it. Exactly. Appreciation is the key to all of it. Yeah. Look, I don't need effusive gratitude. All I need is somebody to actually be genuinely thankful for things that I do, or even just for having me in their life. Because a lot of people wish I was, and they don't have me anymore. Why? Because they took me for granted. You know, you take me for granted. You don't like give me like praise every once in a while, or like, you know, try to make me feel like I matter to you, like I'm special to you. Then what the fuck am I here for? Just to boost you? To make you feel good? No, it's got to be both ways. I'm not saying it has to be equal because let's face it, the type person I am, I'm always going to fucking give and love harder than most because I'm extra, you know, but there's got to be some reciprocity. Otherwise, I'm just going to get beaten down in my own head and I'm going to leave. You know, I will not continue to throw, you know, like good after bad. Like, it's just not going to happen. Wrestling, boxing, they're all athletes who choose to be in that situation. I mean, yeah, maybe that's part of it. The fact that they're doing it because they also enjoy it. That's their choice. I get amazed when they get back up. That's part of it for me because no matter what kind of hit they take, they rally. And I'm always like, holy shit, he got up. Oh my God. Like, oh, he's mad now. But it's inspiring in a way to me that they have these reserves of strength and they have this tenacity and determination that I desperately, you know, like want. Like I want to learn to do that. I want to be in that realm of action. Like I want to be able to do that. And it is very inspirational to watch them bounce back, to watch them never give up. So many people quit when things get even the slightest bit difficult. And here you have these guys and girls literally going all out and getting knocked down and beat up and bleeding, and they're bitten and whatever. They're getting their knees torn up, and they get back up, and they always get back up, get back up, get back up. And occasionally the underdog, the one that got the shit kicked out of him, wins. And you're just like, holy shit. Like, this is amazing. And I don't know, it just does something. Like, the violence of it doesn't bother me. The part that strikes me is their ability to push through it, to soldier on, to power through, to not only bounce back, but to then overcome. They come out the victor in the situation. And it's just, God, it's so much more than just watching two guys beat the crap out of one another. Like, I know there's a lot of people that watch boxing and they're like, oh, I don't want to watch this because this is just two guys pounding on each other. It's just aggro maleness and blah, 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 blah. I don't see it that way. Everyone has aggression in them. Everyone has some built up rage. Everybody has that point at least once in their life where they just want to beat the fuck out of the person in front of them because it's the only option they see left, because they're just at that breaking point. But you don't, so yeah, they're like, oh no, these are just two guys. It's not the aggro that they're exercising. They are literally testing themselves constantly, pushing themselves. They're building their stamina, they're building their strength, they're getting better at what they do. They're upping their invincibility. They're standing up to the world in that moment that's beating them down. Because it's not just that person that's across from. You get beat up by things every day. You get beat up by the government, beat up by the bills, get beat up by your own friggin' mind. But they get back up. And that's not easy for most people. And they do it. And it's amazing to me. It's amazing that they can take such punishment and get the fuck up and celebrate a victory, or even celebrate a loss because they got up and walked away from it. They saw it through to the end. They didn't tap out. They didn't punk out. They didn't run away from it. They showed courage, and they believed in themselves, and they kept going. Just that constant durability, that endurance, that just determination. And I'm going to keep going and going and going and going. And they're just relentless, and they will not be defeated. Even if they lose the match, they are not defeated because they saw it through. And they saw it through to the very bitter end. And I respect the fuck out of that. I admire it. And I do enjoy the whole, ooh, and, when they do something extraordinarily rough or whatever, or something that's athletically unbelievable. I'm just like, Toma! I get so super excited. It's weird. Nerd said my ex was the same way due to having episodes where she had to be strapped down. It was so bad that if she slept on her back, she would have nightmares. Yeah, I couldn't sleep on my back for the longest time. I couldn't. Ever since the handcuff to the bed thing, no. Mm-mm. When he did that, it did something. It snapped something in my brain. It took me years to get beyond that. And even now, you can't ever put anything on my wrist. I love leather bands, like, the leather bands that go on your wrist, the leather wristbands. I love them. I can't wear them. I can put them on for about a half an hour. And then I start to itch because I can feel the constant pressure. They could be loose as fuck. It doesn't matter. It feels like they're squeezing me to the point where my hands are going to fall off. And and I know it's psychosomatic, but I can't do it. I don't wear bracelets. I don't wear watches. I don't like anything on my wrists. I just don't. If I wear long sleeve shirts or jackets or whatever, they either have to be 3/4 sleeve, or I have to be able to like push them up to my elbows, or they have to be past my knuckles. So I can like pull my hand, but they can't be on my wrist. Weird. It's really weird. But I don't like anything on my wrists. Ever. Like, no. Like, if you want to talk to me and you grab my wrist, I will literally like have to stop myself from smacking the shit out of you. Because all I want you to do is just let go. Like, that will freak me out. It will. Mental scars are harder to heal than physical ones. Hi, lass. Hope you and your sweet babies are doing well today. Yes, we all hope that. Love those babies. Babies. 3:57. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. 7:24 meow. Huh? 7:24 meow. All right. Meow. Do you mean a hematoma, a pool of mostly clotted blood that forms in tissues or body space, usually caused by a broken blood vessel that was damaged by surgery or an injury? No, it's like a little. It's almost like a cyst. I mean, that's what they called it, but it's benign. It's just it's like a pocket of fluid and like, I guess, like, what are lipids? Like, I guess fatty tissue that formed underneath the skin, but it's not attached to the skin. It's attached to like the membrane, like around my brain. Insane in the membrane, insane in the brain. But I guess it's probably just scar tissue underneath the surface, but without cutting my head. They did say that I could get it removed, but it's also not doing anything. It's just sometimes it swells up a little bit, like to the size of like a pea or something, like a green pea. But for the most part, it's just like, it just feels like one of those little Orbeez, one of those little gelatin things that you can squeeze. But yeah, I've had it since I'm 15. But this week it's weird because it's bigger this week, and I don't know. It's irritating me that it's there. I sent you one of the songs. There are a few good ones. Beyonce's new album. All right, cool. Oh, good. Now I got something to do in Discord. Let's see. Yes, thank you. They've been in good spirits today. Yay, nap time. Oh, I love nap time. Nap time's coming up for me because I didn't sleep very well last night. I was like, oh, goody. It's double posting you last. I love that. Wolf Mims, Autumn, Ditto, Shelly. Let's see. Daisy girl. Hi, honey. Aw. Mimsy, how you doing? Mimsy said, forgive me if I can't respond right away. My screen is moving all. You need to get some sage and like unpossess your computer. There's something. Maybe run a virus scan because it sounds like you got like some weird bug in there. Don't worry about it, Mimsy. I just love that you're here, but take care of your computer issues first so that you can do what you do later. Because here you could just kick back, baby. You're always here for me, so just don't even worry about it. You know I appreciate you. Take care of your computers or your computer. Wolfkinder, there's a group called Chapel Heart did a song called "You Can Have Him, Jolie." Dolly loved it. They were on AGT. They're pretty good. That's awesome. I gotta look for that. Shelly begrudge fucking. Yeah, Daisy. Yep. Yep. I'm not like okay, so people think that because I'm from Jersey or the way I talk, like my tone, that I'm super like vindictive and aggressive or whatever. I sound aggressive. I'm not actually. I'm very forward. I'm very blunt. But vindictive, not so much. I don't have the energy for fucking people, like to get even with people. I just let karma do it. I'll bitch for a little bit and then it's just like meh. But I'm not gonna do anything about it. I'm not gonna actively go out and like seek and destroy. The only reason I would ever come for you is if you came for somebody I love. That's it. You know, come for me? Go ahead. All day. You can say whatever the fuck you want. I really don't care. I really don't care. But you come for somebody that I love, I'll destroy you. That's not vindictive. That's just me being me. That's me loving somebody and protecting them. I will fucking go to war. But not for myself. Is that the sister and cousin in the group? Nurses are angels. Okay. Yes, they are. I loved my nurses in the hospital. They were amazing. There was a time when two men could step outside, throw a few punches, shake hands, and grab a beer. Oh, yeah. Now, if you try that, people puss out and call the cops. Or they fucking pull a weapon on you. We never fought with weapons. Even the girls. The only thing you had to worry about was getting like jumped by a bunch of people. That they would bring their friends and their friends would come and fight. And no, so you brought your friends and you made sure these are the rules, bitch. Like, you want to throw hands? It's me and you. One of yours steps in, one of mine steps in. Three of yours step in, three of mine step in. Like, this is not going to be a beat down. We're going to fight. We're going to squash this shit and move the fuck on. We used to be able to do that. Now they don't do that. They don't do that at all. It's terrible. All they want to do is like, oh, I'm going to pull a knife. I'm going to pull a gun. And then they're, oh, I'm going to call the cops like 8. And then everybody's taping it. Everybody's taping it. See, I'm showing my age. Everybody's recording everything that you do anyway. It's ridiculous. You can't get away with anything. These kids don't know how to have fun the way we had fun. My generation and before, we got away with so much shit. I can't wait to be in my 70s, sitting with my kids and their kids, hopefully, God willing, and telling them the shit that I've done. And they're just going to be like, no, there's no fucking way. There's no way you got away with all that. Oh, let me tell you. Like, my kids don't know my stories. They know some of the things, like, in a vague kind of way that I've done. They know my personality. So they know who I am. I don't try to pretend like I'm somebody else. I'm no fucking saint. But like the stories that I could tell them, good God. Like, half the reason that this is important for me to like tell you guys true stories from my life is so that it's recorded and these kids can go back to this when I'm gone and be like, did you know mom did that? Holy shit. Like, did mom ever tell you about that? She never told me. This bitch. Like, I want them to be surprised that, holy crap, you mean she didn't just make cookies all the fucking time? Like, she didn't just sit home and do homework with us. She didn't just take us to karate or like to soccer or to whatever. Like, no, I want them to know, but later. Like, let them be surprised. Shit. They should be as surprised by what comes out of my mouth as I am. Mimsy. I've ran all kinds of checks. I'm good with computers, so this is strange. Anyway, when the computer allows, I'm here. I'll sort it out, though. Thanks. See, you're much more tech savvy than me. I can't. Like, if there's something wrong with the computer, I'm like, it's broken. I'll just buy a new one. I'll try a couple times to fix it. And then I'm like, fuck it. I'll just get a new one. And that's what I do. So like every 2 years I upgrade. But yeah, no, you take care of that because what you do is important. And I appreciate what you do. Oh, Mimsy. Mimsy gifted a membership to, let's see. That went to Kiska Hamblin. Okay. I don't know who Kiska is. Must be somebody who liked the Amber Heard video. But congratulations to Kiska. And let's see. You know what? Mimsy, thank you very much. This is how I feel about you and how you make me feel.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
And I'm a sassy bitch. I want you to say that every day, Mims. Be like, I am a sassy bitch. I am a sassy bitch. Because you are. You look in that mirror and I am a sexy bitch. And don't you ever forget it. Thank you very much. So you're so sweet. You're so sweet. What should we call it? Ooh, I'm so glad I got out of school before smartphones because the shit we did was recorded. I would be in jail. Let me tell you something. I never would have passed calculus. I could tell you that. Because we used to just take the tests apart. I was in the honors group. Nobody paid attention to what we did. They just figure, oh, they're all so smart. They're above board. The honor system for them, for sure. Sure. Like, I never had a calculus book. He didn't teach out of the book. He wrote everything down. And he was from Romania. Not that he was Romanian ancestry. He was from Romania. And he had a very thick accent. And it was just like, oh my goodness. And he would say my name. I'm not going to say my maiden name, but he would even when he yelled at the kid in front of me, Cunningham. And I 5 points off. And it was always 5 points off, 5 points off, 5 points off. But he had a really thick accent. It was really hard to understand him. And he didn't use the damn textbook. We didn't even get to see a textbook. He had them. They were over on the shelves in the, along the wall where the windows were. And that's where they stayed for the 4 years that the kids that I knew went to that school. They were like, those textbooks have never left those shelves, ever. It's great. Because, he taught more than just calculus. But I didn't understand him. And it was my senior year. I was notes. Fuck you and your notes. I'm busy. I'm busy talking to this person. I'm busy goofing off or whatever for a whole year. And so when we had tests, I had two Hindus to the right of me, two Hindus to the left of me, the gay nerd behind me, and the goofball nerd in front of me. I didn't have to do shit. All I had to do was take the staple out of the damn booklet. You'd think he would have noticed that we used to take the staples out and take the test apart, and then we just pass the papers around. I didn't have to pass my paper around because I wasn't doing the work. Occasionally I had to do work, but I understood it. I just didn't want to do the test. And we used to share tests. That's what we did. We just be here. I did page 3. And we just rotate around passing the papers, and then get our original papers back and hand them in. We just crinkle the side, dog ear, make sure your name was on every page, and hand it in. Could you imagine now? Oh my goodness. No. Just I can't imagine being at my parents' or my grandparents' beck and call. Once I left the house to go out for the day, I was out for the day. If you need me to go to the store, tell me now, because I'm going out and I'm not coming home till dinner. Oh, okay. Okay. And I'd just go do the errand, come back, and then I go do my own thing. I never said, no, I'm not going to do your errand because, fuck you. I want to go, hang out with my friends. They're waiting for me. Yeah, they're waiting for me, and they're going to stay waiting for me. They know I'll show up eventually. They know how you are. Like, but they weren't calling the house, and they didn't have me like on a leash. They didn't have that ability to text me, bitch, where you at? Like, and it wasn't anxiety inducing. You're like, if they're there, they're there. If they're not, they're not. I'll see them tomorrow then. You know, like it wasn't a big deal. I wasn't scheduled like minute to minute. Now it feels like everybody's like, where are you? I've been waiting 10 minutes. And then I have proof. I have receipts. We never needed to gather evidence to win an argument. You just said it and that was it. Like there was no at 10:53 a.m. you wrote me back. You made me wait 6 hours and 23 minutes. Shut up. Like shut up. Plus, yeah, no, I would have never done the things that I did if there would have been video evidence. No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Like there needed to not be picture evidence. There needed to not be text evidence. Like, because I wasn't the nicest person back then. So it was just like, I did whatever I could do that was high risk. If there was a death risk to it, I did it. You know, it right down to me fighting people that were 3 times my size. Won't give a fuck. You want to kill me? Kill me. Go ahead. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
My neck. But I mean, that's just how it was. But yeah, we got away with so much stuff. Oh, good God. And it was nice not knowing where everybody was all the time. Because then you were surprised when you ran into people. It's like, oh my God, I haven't seen you in forever. And da, da, da. There was no, oh, you haven't texted me in like a year. Like I thought we weren't friends anymore. You never assumed you weren't friends with people just because you didn't talk to them. Life gets busy. You just went and did your own thing. And if you guys like met up later, you were fine. Now it's, I haven't talked to you. You know, I have a phone. The phone works both ways. Like, I get that, but I don't like constant contact with everybody. Like that's why like my circle of friends is like really, really small that I talk to, because I just don't want to have to give up all my time for everybody else. Like it's just, and that's what it would have been back then. It would have been, you got to, you know, everybody's, oh, I want this time. I want that time. You're spending time with this time. I saw pictures. You're with this person. Sometimes I was friends with people that didn't like one another. I had to pretend like I wasn't friends with the other person. Did I say, oh, no, I'm not friends? No, I just didn't fucking bring it up. Now it's like, oh, I saw on your Instagram, you were with, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, why do I have to explain my actions? Why can't I just do me? Like, just do what I want to do. Well, because there's a picture and now my feelings are hurt. Well, you know what? If you didn't see the picture, your feelings wouldn't be hurt. That's why I enjoy the times when we had no technology. Nobody was butthurt. Nobody had anxiety issues. Nobody was perpetually disappointed or like investigating the person that they're with so they could find evidence for some reason to have a fight that would cause them to break up. Like a lot of shit just went under the radar and it went away because it didn't matter. Like it was inconsequential. We make everything fucking into a big deal now. Everything. Retarded. Anyway, I'm too much of a nerd to accept membership. Stop it. Oh, 357. Mib said I was hoping the membership would have stuck for you. Aw. You're so sweet. I'm at the point of buying a new Windows since I've tried everything. I told you I was there last year. I just couldn't take, there were just too many things going wrong with the damn computer. And I was like, screw it. I was like, I really don't want to spend this money, but I gotta. To do this, I had to invest a little bit. I did. Yep. Life before cell phones. Can't even go to the store without seeing somebody do a live stream. Yep. And it's like, I don't want to be part of your friggin' online, thumbprint. Thank you very much. Like, could you not? We never worried about somebody taking a video of us. Never. Even that, if somebody took a picture of you, you could hunt that person down, get that photo, and get the negative. And once you had the negative and the photo, they were like, all right. And that was the end of the evidence. It didn't exist anymore. Now it's, oh my God, I saved it here and it's in the cloud. It's here and it's here and it's here. And I put it on Instagram and I put it on Twitter and like 100 people downloaded it. Fuck. You're just like, are you kidding me? Like I was having such a bad hair day. Now it's all gotcha. Before we just kind of went with the flow. You were who you were. You didn't have to put on airs. You didn't have to pretend or be on your guard 24/7. Like you just did what you did. Now everything you do, somebody wants to hang you for it. Every word that comes out of my mouth in these live streams, and believe me, when the live streams are over, I don't remember shit that I say. I know what I talk about, but I can't specifically tell you what I talk about because I'm literally filling hours of time by myself. So whatever's in my head, it just goes out. Yeah. Last said the first fight I got into was 5th grade. And after I beat her ass, of course you did, you badass woman. We had to be in the same classroom come Monday because there's only one class per grade. We had to learn to be around each other. Yes, you did. We had to learn negotiation. You had to learn tolerance. You had to learn, how to get through the day, how to get along. You learn to manage your emotions, manage your aggression. You learn to let shit go. They don't do that anymore. Now, when you're butthurt, you stay butthurt. I can't accept. That's why a lot of people they're like, oh, the whole thing that happened last year. Like, I don't know how you stay on YouTube. First of all, everything that happened last year was resolved. And with the exception of one person, everything was squashed. Like everything was said that needed to be said. Feelings were vented. Things were talked out. Forgiveness was given. And we moved on. Do I want to be besties? No. Do I want to say hi to you when I see you? Absolutely. Am I excited to see you when I see you after a long time? Absolutely. Because you meant something to me, which means you still mean something to me, but that just, the trust is gone. So like, I don't have to be best friends with you to still like you, to be friendly. And then there's the people who maybe I don't like them so much, but I can be civil. I can bite my tongue and be civil. It doesn't take that much, but nobody exercises self-control anymore. They're like, I feel some type of way and everybody needs to know about it. Why? All you're doing is making it worse. And then you're making it virtually impossible to get past because somebody's always going to bring it up. I was in band and bad kids are crazy. American Pie is not far off. No, I know. I remember our band director. Jesus Christ. Mr. Enrico. God, he was crazy. And of course, then he was president of the union when I was a teacher. So like, he and I got close. He's a hugger. I got kicked out of band in the 7th grade for skipping. You are so funny, lass. My parents wouldn't let me drop band, so I was like, I'll fix this. Band will drop me. See, they might call you a troublemaker. I'd call you a solution maker. Like, you are a problem solver. Fat guy in a little coat. Fat guy in a little coat. Outpost nerd said you couldn't keep me out of the band room. Yeah, I figure. And you said our band director got caught boning the choir director. Both married to other people. Nice. They changed schedules and they forgot and were going to town on each other and the whole band walked in. Holy shit. That's hilarious. If you all knew the debaucherous things that teachers got up to behind the scenes, you would have no respect for teachers ever. Ever. I've worked in veterinary hospitals. I have worked in offices. I have worked in banks. I have worked in delis. I have worked in pizzerias, in supermarkets. I've worked in gas stations, and I've worked in schools. I can honestly say the most debaucherous and kinky set of all of them were the educators, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Who was a drunk? Who had a drug problem? Who was fucking this one? Who was cheating on their husband? Who was cheating on their husband with, like the wife of one of the other teachers or whatever? Like, and I did mean that. Like, so many women left their husbands for other women. Oh, let's invite her in. We'll have a threesome. And they go and have threesome. And she figures out, hey, I can have everything I want and not have him in the picture. Ha, he's out. And that's what they do. They would leave their husbands. It was so crazy. But yeah, no, and just the kinkiest fucking group. Like, nothing is beyond them. Like, oh, good God. But during the day, you got to be an angel, and the wheels on the bus go round and round. Like, the wheels on the bus go round and round, and at night, your friggin' heels are pointed toward the sky, and he's steering, calling you mama or madam or mistress, whatever. Like, yeah, like, it's, good God. And the lower the grade level, the kinkier the bitch is going to be. I swear to God. I swear to God. They may look wholesome and sound wholesome, but they're whoresome. Like, no, it's bad. It's bad. Like, I've had teachers say shit that makes me blush. And it's just like, wow, okay. But I mean, I count myself in that group. I swear to God, like, everybody thought that the whole reason Marty would never say no to me, the principal, like, why he would never say no to me was because they thought I was like screwing him. And I was just like, yeah, I blow him every day, twice on Tuesdays. They're like, I'm sure you do. It's like, no, not on his best day. Like, he could rub a lamp, wish on a horse. Like, I don't give a fuck. A genie could pop out and I still wouldn't do it. Don't shit where you eat. But they all thought that. And it's funny because the teacher I was with, they were like, do they have any idea he's just really afraid of you? Nope. He doesn't want to make me mad. And he knows that anything I do is going to make him look better. He's going to have like huge clout when it comes to like the upper administrators. And he doesn't have to do any of the work. I'm going to do all the work. He's just going to get all the credit. So why would he ever say no to me? Like, that's the one way to get somebody to say yes, make it beneficial for them. If it benefits them, they won't even think twice about giving into anything you want. And Eddie Murs was caught with an ex-student who was his son's girlfriend. Jesus. They left together and started a family. Of course they did. I played alto sax, and once you have to play to keep your seat, I was like, man, I don't give a shit. I played the Euphorium and missed it so much. I only played alto sax because I took piano when I was younger, and it's the same music. I didn't have to learn to read new music. Oh, that's smart. I started on the trumpet because my best friend's dad was a professional trumpet player, and I would hear him practicing every time I went over to my buddy's house. Cool. Very cool. Polaroids, though. I mean, yeah, we had a lot of Polaroids, but you had a physical copy of it, though, 357. Like, there was nothing existing digitally somewhere in the ether. Like, if you had the Polaroid, you had the Polaroid. Like, that was your power. You're like, you could burn that bitch, you could crunch it up, whatever. But there was one copy. Digital world, that shit is viral in seconds. So it's just like, the internet really is forever. My first fight was in the 3rd grade, and after the guy and I fought, we became best friends. To this day, I can take my car to his garage and get it fixed and know it'll be a fair deal. Yeah, absolutely. Most of my friends I had beef with at some point. Yeah, and half the reason that we became friends was because of the respect that we had for one another after the fight. You air your grievances. If you have to throw hands, you do it fair. Whoever won was the winner, and you're never a sore loser. You show, like, good sportsmanship about it or whatever. And that's it. Whatever your issue was, it dies right there. You don't carry that shit on. Nobody's going to keep reminding you. And if they bring it up, be like, we settled that. Like, we already threw hands on that. Like, no. Like, I got a chip tooth for that bitch. Like, no, we're good now. Don't start your shit. Like, you could shut them right down, and they would, because they didn't want to have to fight you next. But yeah, no, it was fair. We just took care of it ourselves. We took care of everything in-house. Outsiders were not welcome. You didn't call the cops. If you called the cops, you would never live that shit down. I'll post the word no has become a dirty word. I know. Oh, my daughter doesn't understand. She's never heard the word no. Well, she's going to hear it here. And she's going to hear it a lot. Like, don't worry about it. Whatever you didn't teach her, I'm going to. Oh, well, we don't use the word no. That's good for you. This isn't your house. This is my house, motherfucker. Like, these are my rules. I didn't give a shit what the superintendent said. I did what I needed to do to make good human beings. I never understood. They used to change everything the beginning of every year. And all these teachers would be freaking out and and I'd just be sitting there like, whatever. Why are you so calm? We have all these new I'm not following that shit. I don't have to do nothing but be me and die. Those are the two things in life I have to do. I do not have to follow somebody else's bullshit protocols. Especially since by the first week of October, they're going to revert right back to what we were doing before. Because the reason why we've been doing it that way all these years is because nothing else works. So you go back to the thing that works. I want to be progressive. Yeah, sometimes progressive tactics don't work. They don't work. Progress for the sake of progress is not progress. Don't do it. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Leave it alone. Let it work on its own. Guy left holding the snack tray, as Nick would say. Well, yeah, there you go. That's wild, literally. Listen, we had a lot of teachers. We had the principal get caught having sex in school. Like, we had our principal hauled off the school bus at a football game to get his ass beat by the husband of one of the chicks that he was banging. And it didn't just happen once. He was in the stands watching a football game and got his ass beat. So it was just like, oh my goodness. Like, could you just keep your dick in your pants, please? Like, stop fucking all these people's wives. Stop it. Stop. Because you're going to wind up, somebody's going to shoot you. Stop it. And yet, he didn't lose any clout in town. He still had a great job, great salary, great everything, and he still had new women throwing themselves at him. I'm like, y'all bitches are stupid. Stupid. Like, what is wrong with you? He has a reputation for a reason. He earned it. Like, I will never understand that. I never will. I just used to look at him and be like, you just have it so good and you don't even know it. See what I mean? You fucking get away. You say I get away with murder. I'm just playing around. You're actually like, this is your life. Like, you literally like gamble with your marriage. What is wrong with you? And he gets forgiven every time. I don't understand it. Do you think men can get over things better than women? I think they can appear to. I think women wear our distrust and our bitterness and our anger. It's right up in front. We lead with it. Men will take those hurts and betrayals and bury them and just decide over time, I'm just gonna close myself up more and more and more and more. But when it comes to like arguments and stuff, Yeah, I think they just tend to be like, all right, once the argument is over, I think they tend to let it go. I mean, of course, you have those bitch men out there who like bring shit up constantly, but for the most part, I think that they're like, okay, like that's over and it's done in their minds. There's no going back to it. Whereas we tend to revisit shit over and over as we think of new things. They're done thinking about it. Somewhere in your brain, you're still analyzing it. And one day you'll wake up and be like, oh, you remember when we had that fight? That was like 2 years ago. I know, but you know what? I meant to say this and I never did, and it's bothering me. I know I'm not the only one that does that. I try not to, but it happens. I've gotten a lot better at it. I used to do it a lot more in my 20s. In my 30s, not so much. My 40s, hardly at all. And now I tried like, y'all, I only have a day and a half left of my 40s now. You know what's really going to bother me? That I have to click that next box whenever your age range, when it's like, because it only goes like 44 to 49 and then 50. I hate the ones that just say 50 plus and it's like 50 till death. I'm like, there's a whole range. Because they're like, are you 13 to 18? Are you 18 to 21, 21 to 25, 25 to 29? They have all these like little increments and then it's like 50 plus. And I'm like, bastards. Like, why do I have to pick that one? That ain't fair. That ain't right. I was computer network admin for a school district. Oh, you poor thing. School districts are not nice to their IT people at all. Some high school teachers were incredibly childish. I had one woman screaming at me and I have a degree. I know. Mm-hmm. Oh my God. We had we had 3 IT guys. We had Dennis, who was like 450. Huge. So it was like, if you had a problem, you were like, oh God, don't tell me that you're going to assign him to it because he ain't going to want to come over and then he's going to sit around. And he would make a 10-minute job last for like 4 hours just so he wouldn't have to go do the next one. And then you had like Richie, who was young. He's this little like Spanish dude. And he would just be running around all the fucking time. And then he would get burnt out and you'd be like, where's Richie? I don't know. He's in the IT room. Like he locked it because it was like a closet. And he locked himself in there and he's not opening the door for anybody. And he put all the computers in front of the door so we can't get it anyway. Like he went into hibernation. He's hiding. He needs to like decompress because y'all just drove him crazy. But he purposely wouldn't answer the phone. His phone was disconnected all the time. He would just unplug it from the wall, like the school phone. Nope, fuck it. There's no emergency I could deal with today. Like I'm not doing it. God, it took him like, I forget how long. I think it was like 3 months. Somebody needed their email reset or something. And like they got locked out of their email because they did the password like too many times wrong or whatever. And it took like 3 months for them to get like unlocked. And they'd be like, oh my God, he's so slow. And I'm just sitting there going, it's because you're nasty to him. I'd call a cell phone. And I'd be like, Richie, who's my favorite IT guy? And he'd be like, what do you want? And I was like, okay. First of all, come downstairs. I made cookies. I'd be like, okay. I lost my password and I can't remember what it was. And he's like, what do you mean you can't? I haven't had to log into that friggin' program for like 4 months. So I don't remember it and I can't find where I wrote it down. So what do you want me to do? I need you to like give me a different access, like just change whatever, because it would be like a school program. And he'd be like, hold on. What kind of cookies? Chocolate chip with walnuts. That's my favorite. I know. How long you been trying to ask it? I was thinking about it probably like the last 2 days. I didn't want to bother you, but I would make his favorite cooking. There you go. And he would 1, 2, 3, boom, be like, all right, you're done. Like, oh, I can get it. Oh, look at that. I'm in. Because you got to know how to treat people. They're not going to do favors for you if you're not going to do a favor for them. I don't want to repay you later. I come at you with the benefit. I'm like, oh, look, I made you cookies. Oh, I know how much you like Big Ziti. Here's a pan. Here's a pan. by the way, you don't have to do this and you can still keep the baked ziti, but I kind of need a favor. And it's just like, oh, all right. Like, but that's how you do it. Those women would go at the IT guy in school like he was just a piece of shit and responsible for every technological problem on the planet. And it wasn't fair. Poor guy was beaten down by all these nasty women. It was the same thing when I worked for the shipping company. We didn't have an IT department. We had, Lipke, that was his name. And he was a genius when it came to computers and stuff, but he was also the only person and really overworked. And he had a priority list. You got put on the list. I'll get to you when I get to you. If you had to have it done right then, you had to have your boss call him and whatever. And they all went through that, and it was a whole big thing. I just used to stop by the office and be like, hey, got a second? Because I need a favor. What do you want? I did this. They're like, God, why? I'm like, I know, I don't know what I did, but it just went wonky and now I need it fixed or I can't move forward in my day. And they're just like, oh, I have so much to do. I'll be like, what's your favorite whatever? Like, what do you like to eat? I'll buy you lunch. Like, anything. It didn't matter. Like, and even just be nice and be like, I'm so sorry, but I promise not to do it again. And they're like, you go in, you smile, you're nice, you get more, flies with honey than you do with vinegar. That's just how it is. But yeah, I what does it take to be nice to somebody and stay being nice to them? Lady said, in my opinion, females are too emotionally typical. Guys, not so much. Guys tend to use logic more than we do. And it can make them appear really, really cold and unfeeling. They're not, but they don't come at you all like girly and whiny and whatever, which I fucking hate. But they do that, and sometimes it can come across as them being uncaring. Because we don't see it through the male lens, we see it through our lens. We're like, yeah, I wanted it. Well, you had an expectation. Now you're disappointed. But if you didn't have that expectation, you wouldn't have been disappointed. You just would have accepted them as they were. And they like to say that, but then they don't accept you as you are. They have expectations. They don't think they do, but they do. But I remember after that fight with him, with the black guy and me with the bloody lips, sitting outside the principal's office, and we looked at each other and just started laughing our asses off. Yeah, that's how it was. Most of the time, the principals didn't stop our fights. They let them happen and waited till the end, and then was like, you two, my office. Fine. What was that about? Is it all done now? Good. Go back to class and don't do it again. Be like, okay. They didn't call our parents. We didn't get suspended. There wasn't a freaking committee about it. It didn't go in the goddamn board of ed freaking meeting. It was a fight. That was it. We had a fight. We had a disagreement. We had a fight. It's over. We're good now. Good. Go back to class. That was it. They didn't want to be bothered with us the same way we didn't want to be bothered with them. Now everybody's got to have their hands in the conversation. You got to call the psychologist, and we might have to call crisis. And is this a crime? Who cares if it's a crime? Move the fuck on. They're a minor. Nothing's going to happen anyway. Move on. All you had to do is say, do you want me to tell your parent? No. No. Please don't call my grandmother. Please don't tell her I was in a fight. Nerd, that's both adorable and funny at the same time. Yep. The girl that I fought was my mom's childhood friend's daughter. Mm-hmm. I've been telling her to meet me in the bathroom all week, and she wouldn't. Friday came. She missed the bus. My mom took her home with us, and I beat her ass in our basement while our mothers were in the kitchen having tea. Yep. Been there, done that. Girl. Listen, what your mother don't know don't hurt you. I think they can appear to is an amazing way of putting it. Yeah, I think they can appear to be unaffected. And I think the better they are at looking like they're unaffected, the more affected they are, and the more familiar they are with that kind of situation. Like they've been in that spot before and they're like, I'm not doing this again. Bury it. Bury it. And they can do that and we can't. Because for us, it reopens wounds. For them, they're just like, nope. Nope, I've already seen this show. I'm not doing a rerun. And they just move on. They've changed channel. Next. That's it. They say in showbiz to always suck up to the lighting guy. Seems the same goes for the IT guy. Oh, the IT guy in this world runs shit. Like you want to be friends with the IT guy because he can make or break your fucking whole day, no matter what field you're in. We rely on tech way too much. Everything that we do is in a system somewhere. If that system stops working and you need it for your job, which you always do, you're screwed. My teachers were co-workers with my mom since my mom worked in the school system. Trust me. Do you know the amount of like when Katie got to high school, she had no idea how I knew every move that she made. I would be standing on the corner waiting for her to get off the bus outside our house in the afternoon, and I'd just be arms crossed, tapping my foot, and she'd be like, what? You want to tell me about da-da-da-da? How do you know? You're not in my school. No. But guess what? Teachers talk, and they know who you are. They know who I am. And who do you think they're going to cover for? They ain't going to cover for you. They're going to run to me and try to get brownie points by ratting you out. So they're just looking out for you. Who told you? Why would I? I'm not going to reveal my sources. What am I new? What am I stupid? Like, But yeah, she used to be like, how did you know I was talking to so-and-so? Little birdie told me. That was my favorite. Little birdie told me. She'd be like, I hate birds. Oh no, my little sister ran upstairs and got our mom. My mom pulled me over, and after they left, I got in trouble for embarrassing my mother in front of her friend from the old neighborhood. Oh no. No. I did things in basements that, no, my mother never found out about. That's actually how I hooked up with Connor's father. We were at a family function. Like I said, that's my step family. Like that, none of them are my blood relatives. And we were all like, all the kids were hanging out, playing in the basement because the adults didn't want to be bothered with our noise. So, I mean, I was 19 and I'm downstairs hanging out with, my big, I said my big brother, Freddie, but he's younger than me, but he's just big. I'm hanging out with him, hanging out with Connor's father, Eddie, Of course, he wasn't Connor's father yet, but we were just hanging out. And then all of a sudden, like, Eddie looks at me and I was like, oh, God. And he was like, I'm bored. I was like, good for you. Go play with yourself. Like, what do you want me to do for you? And he was just like, he just had that weird look in his eye. And I was just like, crap. I was like, all righty. I was like, so this is taking a turn. I was like, I wonder how long it'll take him to make a move. Yeah, it didn't take him long. Didn't take him long at all. Like, at all. And I just remember looking at him going, you realize that we're like going to be related when my mother marries your uncle. And he was like, yeah, but we're not like really related. I was like, we'll be related by marriage. He was like, yeah, but it's not by blood. It's fine. Okay. He was like, and a lot of my cousins are married to one another. Yeah, I keep ignoring that. Like, I'm trying desperately to forget that you have first cousins that are married to each other. Yeah, trying desperately. Because this is Jersey, it's not Arkansas. So it's like, trying to put it out of my head. Yeah, he was funny. That whole thing with him, it was so weird. Like the way we got together, and because we just always hung out together. So eventually we just spent so much time together. One thing just rolled into another, literally. And then it was a thing. But there was never like this great romance or whatever. Like I was never in love with him ever in my life. Um, we just became, I don't know, we loved each other as people. Like we were friends and we were buddies. And then it like evolved into like just there was just attraction there. We just went with it. It didn't have to mean anything. We both understood that. Like it didn't there was no strings. It was okay, this happened. If it happens again, yay. If it doesn't, eh. I mean, there were a couple months where it was just like, you go through that like lustful passion where you're just all over one another all the time. And it's plus it was fun because nobody knew. So we were always sneaking off to do this. It felt, really grown. It was dumb. It was so dumb. But I mean, it's what we did. But I mean, we've always been like that. If he was to walk in the door right now, then his next move would be like to sit literally next to me, pressed up against. I'd be like, dude, no, like, stop, because he just, I don't know. That's just his mood with me. It's always been like that. We had fun. That's what it was. We were fun. That's what people don't get. Like, how could you with, like, we were just having fun. It was relaxed. I was comfortable with him. I wasn't afraid of him. Yeah, he made me laugh. We had all these inside jokes that, nobody else understood. And I remember when I got pregnant with Connor, everybody was like, oh my God, Michelle's pregnant. Oh my God, it's Eddie's. And they were just like, oh my God. That went through the family like wildfire. And he thought they were going to hold it against me. Nope. Every freaking one of those like, you got Marianne's daughter pregnant. What is wrong with you? How could you do that to her? You better be there for her. He wasn't. But I mean, it was a thing. And there were always a couple people who like, they had him up on this huge pedestal. And they were like, oh, like, oh, she's the one going after him. She must have seduced him. That all got put to rest when Abuela passed away. And I went to the wake, like you do. And she had 2 days of wakes. And I didn't go to the first day. I went to the second day because I was working. And I walked in and I'm going around to the family and whatever. And I developed this shadow. And I was just like, what do you want? And he was just like, what? He was like, nothing. Just keep doing what you're doing. I was like, oh, good God. And I'm like walking around talking to like a million fucking people and just, yeah, hey, hi, how you doing? Whatever. I haven't seen you forever. Oh, whatever. And we run into like this relative of a relative, like somebody that married into the family, but this was somebody from their other side of the family. So this was like marriage to marriage. And there was like a lot of separation, but it's somebody that I've known for 30 years. And this guy, his name is Manny, and he comes up and he's like, oh, Michelle, how you doing? Da, 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 da. And I was like, oh, how are you? And then he sees Eddie and he's like, Eddie. He was like, oh, you guys are still friends, blah, blah, blah. And we were like, yeah. He goes, you still hang out? Mm-hmm. Oh, it's such a nice friendship you have. Isn't family wonderful? Mm-hmm. And then he goes, oh, I heard you have another kid. And I was like, oh yeah, I have Connor. Connor's like, like 12. And he was like, oh wow. He was like, that's great. He was like, and he looks at it, he goes, I heard you had another kid too. Who's like a boy this time? He was like, mm-hmm. His name's Connor. He's 12. And he was like, she gave me a son. And I was just like, that's the way you say it? I gave you a son. Like I just wrapped him up in a bow and said, here you go. And like, man, he's standing there going, wait, you both have a son named Cut? He was like, no, it's the same kid. Like we had a baby together. He was like, he was stunned, absolutely stunned. And I was like, how do you not know that? Like, he was like, I guess I haven't been caught up on the gossip, but damn, it was like that was a surprise. I was like, mm-hmm. But like Eddie literally followed me around the entire wake for like 4 hours. To the point where my mother grabbed me and said, okay, so Titi Dario was like, you're going to have a problem because he has stars in his eyes. And she was like, what? And I was like, I get what she means. I was like, she means heart eyes. He has heart eyes. And she's like, I don't understand. I said, because he's following me around like a fucking puppy. I was like, and he's just like, Michelle, 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 Michelle. And I'm just like, I just wanted to go away. And I was like, I'm going home. Somebody distract him so that I can dip out and go home. And she was like, all right. So she got my brother to distract him. And I literally like ran for the fucking door. I no sooner get out the door and he's like, my truck is this way. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. I was like, I'm going home. I'm walking home. Like my house is 5 blocks from here. And he was like, all right, well, I'll meet you up there. Why? And he was like, well, you know, like I just want to talk. Yeah. He just went, okay. I was like, I'm going home. I was like, you do what you want. And I went home and sure enough, he was there waiting for me when I got here. He was like, I got a spot right away. Joy. That's just great. Goody for me. Goody gumdrops. Like, that's so stupid. But yeah, my mother called me the next day. She said, well, nobody thinks that you're the one chasing him. I was like, I never chased him. I don't know why they would think I would. I have never chased a man in my life. Like, never. Have I been there for them? Yes. Have I chased them? No. You don't want to be? All right. That's the end. Like, that's my answer. Like, oh, you know, I don't feel okay. And it's over. I'm done. And I walk away. Like, no muss, no fuss, no drama. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about anybody enough to get upset about it. At least not in front of them. And it was the same thing with him. And I was like, why? What happened? She said, oh, she was like, everybody watched you run out the door. And then everybody watched him go, Fred, I'll talk to you later, and run out the door after you. She said he didn't even try to be subtle about it. I was like, that sucks. She said, and that's all anybody talked about the rest of the night. Did you see him following her around? Did you see him hanging on her everywhere? She ignored him all night. I've never seen her be that cold. I was not being cold. I was trying to like just shut him down. Like, we're at a goddamn wake. Your grandmother just passed away. Can you show a little fucking like sorrow? A little grief? No, stop thinking about, oh, I got to get her home so I can get her on her back. Like, no. And that was it was a whole thing. I mean, now I think it's hilarious, but at the time I was just like, oh, Christ. I always made friends with maintenance and janitors. I got the best supplies from my office. Oh, hell yeah. Those are the other ones that you always have to be good to. Always. Because if I needed a table, extra chairs for like an event in my classroom or whatever, I don't have time to try to track these janitors down, beg them to help. I just, smile, hand on one hip and tilt your head and you lean forward a little bit and you put that honey in your voice and guys, hi, I need a favor. And they'd be like, what do you need, sweetheart? I'd be like, oh, stop it. Like, you flirt, like, you flatter her. Because they just you just stroked the male ego and they did what you wanted. We didn't have female janitors. We had a couple of them, but I mean, I was more like, I'd tell them, I really appreciate what you do. Like, you do an amazing job running this floor. That would get you anything. They'd be like, she's the sweetest, because they want to be acknowledged for their efforts. Like that's all anybody really wants. They want to be acknowledged and appreciated. If you can accomplish that genuinely, there's nothing that people wouldn't do for you. I used to skip class to see my girlfriend one day. I get in my car. My mom says she knows, and to stop skipping class took me 20 years to realize it was my buddy who let it slip to his mom, and she told my mom, of course. Lefty Lowe's eggplant. I know. It's all about the dick. Don't you know? How you doing? Lady Awesome. My mom always tried to make me be friends with people that I didn't like. I was like, why do you insist on me being fake? I was a handful for my mother. You say handful. I say you just knew who you were. I don't like being fake. I don't like having to be nice to people I don't like. I really don't. I'll do it. But I don't, you can tell. Like if I'm not joking around with you, if I'm not like, hey, what's up? What? No. Like if I'm just like, hey, like the quieter I am, the less I like you. You know why? Because I'm biting my tongue so fucking hard not to tell you that you're a douchebag. Like that's the whole thing. Because I hate being fake, but it's just sometimes you just got to be civil. So you suck it up. Diddy's attorney made a statement that the raids were excessive and trafficking women isn't excessive. Okay, then. Yeah, I know. It is what it is. Nope, there's only one of me. Try again. Darth Hideous. What are you talking about? Right, but since you mentioned it, I didn't yet. He's been running wild for over 30 years. I just heard Diddy's house in LA is within walking distance of the Playboy Mansion. It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me. I know in the late 70s, early 80s, Hef built tunnels to other stars' houses that live nearby. Didn't they just say that they found tunnels underneath P. Diddy's house? You should look that up because I swear I saw that yesterday morning, maybe. Ow, this thing on my head is starting to like bother me. Like James Caan, Warren Beatty, Jack Nicholson, and Indiana Jones. My apologies, I don't remember his real name. Harrison Ford. It was Harrison Ford. Elephant. I know someone who went skinny dipping with a group of friends in a pool as a teenager. Okay. I just realized I'm an hour behind. The CP biz is very strange. Yeah, it really is. It really is. Dart said not an empath, but you do have empathy for people. Yeah, I don't think I don't think I'm an empath because I don't know why I don't know. I don't think there's anything that special about me. I just think that the hypervigilance leaves me susceptible to other people's emotions. And I do genuinely feel for other people. It's just I don't think I'm feeling what they're feeling. I think I'm feeling it in solidarity. You know? Like that's part of how I support people is by going through shit with them. I love you, Ellie. She's like, I just realized I'm an hour behind. That was me the other day. I was just like, I was in Joe's chat. And I was like, oh shit. I was like, I forgot I hit pause to go to the bathroom, came back, and I got busy doing something else. Now I'm like 45 minutes behind. I have no idea what he's talking about. I was like, no wonder why the chat doesn't fit what the fuck he's saying. I made him laugh yesterday though. Because he did the full phone call from Trump and between Trump and that election, whatever, in Georgia. Because he didn't like the fact that they keep harping on that one little clip when you have the whole context of the conversation. In the context of the conversation, he exonerates himself, but they never play the whole thing. So he played the whole thing. And he was talking about like people who move from, like the left over to the right, blah, blah, blah. And if you have a certain mindset, like, you're never going to win. He was like, it's not always about the win. It's not always about winning. And of course, when he said that, I was like, sure it is. So I typed in chat, I said, oh, my life is all about winning. LOL. If you know, you know. And I didn't send it as a super chat. I just said it to say it because it was in my brain and I'm a snarky bitch. And I just put it in the chat. He's got like 500 people in fucking chat. So I figure he's never going to see it. It's like rolling past. What's the one goddamn thing he puts up on the screen? That. I was like, son of a bitch, Joe. God damn it. Because it amused the shit out of him because he just bursts out laughing. He's like got this big fucking smile and then he goes, golly. I was like, oh God. I was like, well, I was like, thanks, Joe. Way to like point that out. That's great. Hilarious though. But it was so funny. It was so funny to me. But yeah, I was behind, then I caught up, then I said that, and he pulls that thing up onto the screen. I was like, oh, son of a bitch. Okay, since I have your attention about that, who bought Hef's mansion? I don't know. I don't know who bought his mansion. Went to 3 interviews this week and I've only heard from one. I hate the waiting. It's just a part of life. It's no different for the rest of us. Elephant, my comment had to do with how kids don't know how to have fun now. Yep, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. The co-owner of Hostess, the Twinkies guy, bought the Playboy mansion. Well, I guess he likes it cream filled. Oh, that was terrible. You never wondered who or why they decided that cream belongs inside a cupcake? Inside sponge cake? How did they get to that place? You think of putting it on the outside, you think of cutting it and like maybe putting it in between. Who thought of stick a tube in it and shoot the cream inside it? What do you think inspired that idea? Food for thought. No pun intended. Just saying. I'm just saying. I think it was a pervy person who thought of that. They were like, how can I make these cupcakes, taste better? What's the best thing on earth? Sex. What's the best feeling on earth? Nothing inside my girl, right? So, what if you took the best part of the cupcake, which is the frosting, and put it inside? How would I get it there? You inject it, like shoot it up into there, and then you have like a cupcake, a womb full of, frosting, cream. Like, hello, like. I'm just saying, this is what my brain does. This is why I tell you people, inside my brain is a very dangerous place. I think anybody who says that they want to be able to read people's minds should get the ability for a half an hour and come talk to me. They will never want that ability again. Ever. My favorite line is, my brain is God's own private mystery, because I don't get how it works. The shit that goes through my head on the daily, like, it's like, I told you, I don't jump to conclusions. I take one step and their conclusions they're just laying around waiting for me to discover them. But it drives you crazy. In my opinion, Homeland spearheaded this and their boss is the president. So I'm to believe Obama's VP this Diddy and Obama buddies. Okay, this because Diddy and Obama are buddies. Yeah, they are. They were. He tried at one point saying, oh, Donald Trump is my friend. Then he's like, oh, we need to banish these white men like Trump. First of all, everything about that statement is wrong. You don't banish people. That's number one. Because who the fuck are you? And two, why is it always got to be about race? I don't get it. I really don't. Like, does your skin color like determine the things that you do, or do you determine the things that you do? I don't think one is a direct effect on the other. I think only if you let it. Only if you let it, it will get in your way if you let it. You can't stop what other people think and do. But it shouldn't change you and your abilities. It doesn't determine your capabilities. That's on you, boo-boo. You want to be mad at the world? Be mad at the world. But you better step up and do the shit yourself. Don't say, oh, they are holding me back or whatever. And that goes for any color out there. I'm being oppressed and repressed and I can't move forward because of, really? Okay, so in order to get to that place, you have to have this skill, right? Yeah. So this is really more of like a thing that you know how to do. Yeah. Do you know how to do that? No. Why? Well, I never learned. Why didn't you learn? I just didn't. I want to do it, but I don't know how. That's, again, a you problem. That's not a society problem. That's a you motivational problem. Get off your ass and go learn how to do it. How about that? Do what needs to be done. Don't let other people stand in your way. I very rarely in my life was stopped by another person from doing what I wanted to do. If they got in my way, I found a way around them. If you want something bad enough, you become inventive. Get creative. Get charged. Push yourself. Don't just throw up your hands and say, they won't let me. Fuck them. Who is they? Who is they? Who is everybody? I don't get who these generic frigging groups are. Like, tell me exactly who's in your way and I'll tell you how to get around them. Or how to deal with them. Or how to get them to work for you. Like, employ your upper, functioning brain. Like, let's go. Get cracking. Start like brainstorming, spitballing, write shit down, throw shit out. Let's go. People don't do that. They're so busy. Oh, poor me. Shut up. That was a tangent I wasn't expecting, but I mean, yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. It gets on my nerves. Well, that place has seen so many Twinkies, and it's not, I mean, really. It was strangely organized, complete with the new crescent. But you notice they didn't show you the New York raid. Why not? You heard a lot about Miami. You heard a lot about LA, but you didn't hear shit about the New York raid. They didn't give you any specifics on that. So what the hell? I want to know what the New York raid was about. Who was involved in that? You're going to be giving subpoenas out. You're going to send one to J-Lo? Doubt it. You're going to send one to all the celebrities he knows that are still on your team doing what you want? Doubt it. Who's going to come out against them? All the ones that work for the man. They're like, oh no, you got shit on me. I'll give him up. I will throw him to the wolves. Like, here we go. They're so eager to rat it. See, that's one thing. Like, we never ratted. God, it's such a shameful thing to rat on somebody else. It's horrible. I mean, it's one thing like in your group that you get together and you do that kind of thing, but you don't go to authorities. You just don't involve them. If it wears a uniform or a suit and tie, you don't trust it. That's it. That's how I grew up. What goes on in my house stays in my house. The same thing happened at work. What went on at work got handled at work. We did it in-house. We tried to keep everything in-house that we could because we knew what we were dealing with. And we knew that bringing it to somebody else was going to cause more problems than it solved. Sometimes you just got to handle it in the moment and then shut the fuck up about it. It's over. It's done. Nobody got hurt. Move the fuck on. That's it. Move on. Everybody makes mistakes. Why do they have to pay for mistakes forever? Because it's not like there's fair justice out there. You got people who did something that affected 1 million, 2 million people. They get a slap on the wrist. You got a guy who, touched a table in the Capitol and now he's doing life in prison. That's not fair justice. So why should we trust anybody in the establishment to make a judgment call on our actions or the actions of others? I don't trust any of them. I don't trust any of them. If I have to deal with something, I'll deal with it my goddamn self. That's why I hate the whole YouTube copyright strike shit and everything. You know what? If you see somebody's using something of yours, how about you contact that person, tell them cut it the fuck out. Have a conversation. Be like, you know what? That's my content. You're not using it fairly. And I think maybe, either you need to take it down or we need to share royalties on it. We need to share the revenue. And work it out. Don't, YouTube, I want to take your channel down. Oh, because you have butthurt feelings, you're going to make somebody's like life work or like the last 5 years of work go down the tubes because you're an asshole. I'm ratting to authorities in any way, shape, or form is such a pussy move. Such a pussy move. You think I haven't been so pissed that I'm like, oh, I could burn your channel down in a second. Man, never did. Never did. Other people would tell me, oh, I report. I'm like, okay, that's good. That's nice. And mentally, I'm like, they're on the list of do not trust because someday they'll do it to you. Like, that was it. I would never copyright strike somebody. Never. Never do the harassment thing, like report them for whatever. I don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck. The only thing I've ever reported on is on Twitter when they were doing this. It was this weird campaign of these girls like trying to get other girls to self-harm and post pictures of it. And they were really like bullying about it. And I was just like, no, this is dangerous. So yeah, I reported that because it was a danger. But I mean, if you're just an asshole, I'm not going to like, whatever, go be an asshole. I'll just block you. Especially on Twitter. Block, 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 block. Am I going to report you though? No, I don't give a fuck. Why would I report you when I could just openly make fun of you? I don't give a fuck. Or I can let it go and just move on with my life, which is what I usually do because I don't have the energy for anything else. In my opinion, the raid was strangely organized, complete with new. Yeah. I know it was really, really weird. Like they had the perfect view. Usually you see them like well into it. They did this one from the beginning. How the fuck? And it was orchestrated and like, it's like one of those, okay, let's synchronize our watches kind of thing. It was just weird. Just saw a pic of a guy. He isn't into anything weird or kinky at all. Picture of what guy? The Twinkie guy? The hostess cream pie guy? I'd be more worried about whoever the hell formed Little Debbie's because that's not right. In my opinion, they raided to get evidence that is incriminating the higher ups, and he's just a sacrificial lamb. Yeah, I agree, and I agree that I do believe that whatever, because he knew it was coming. I think whatever he needed to stash was on that plane. What other reason would there be to send the plane away without him being on it? You know, it's perfect. You send the getaway car that way with the money to meet up with them later. You run the other way so that they follow you, thinking you have the money. Yeah, and they go after you, and then the money's gone. By the time it's gone, it's just too late for them. And then they're like, well, I have you. Yeah, but you got nothing on me. Like, you have allegations, but where's your proof? I got proof of some other stuff. Like, he had to have stuff for leverage. He had to have. Yeah, the news crews were right there. Twinkies will save us all from the zombie outbreak one day, only because they last for 30 years without, any degradation, because they're not real. Just not. Good Lord, that makes me think of this interview with some OnlyFans bimbo that I saw. She was bragging about meeting her ex at the gas station, and he cream pied her. That's great, Enya. Then she went home to her boyfriend. Then she went home and her boyfriend. I'm her. What the hell is that word? Oh, he nummed her. Oh, ew. Blech. No, that's terrible. And it was first I was puke just there. Right? Yeah, no, oh no. Oh God, I need brain bleach. Jesus. Oh no. No. Who would do that and then want to tell the whole damn world? Them sick people who need attention at all costs. At all costs. Okay, I'll never eat a cream-filled anything again. You're welcome. That's dietary, it's dietary help. I am a helping channel. All I could think of is some weirdo baker putting some inside a pastry I don't want to eat. Now, don't bring the broken baker into this. I don't think he does say he likes cream pies. Or maybe he doesn't like cream pies. I forget. I can't know everybody's preferences. Jesus. My conscience would have told on me before I went to cheat. Yeah, I'm not a cheater. It's just the only person I ever cheated on was Miguel, and I just kissed somebody else. And to this day, I still feel guilty about it. Like, that's how bad it is. It's disgusting how faithful I am. You figure my husband paraded his little girlfriends in front of me. They'd call the house. He'd tell me about it, and I still didn't cheat on him. And it's not for lack of options. I had plenty of opportunities. And it was just like, no. Especially when Tommy found out he was friggin' cheating on me. He was like, I'll come to Kansas right now. I was like, no. Miguel actually did drive to Kansas from Florida. This motherfucker spent days driving through horrible thunderstorms just to come visit me for like 3 days. And then came back to Hoboken to visit them before he went back to Florida and told everybody that I was frigid. They were like, no, man, she just didn't want you. You still haven't got the memo. She is not into you the way you're into her. She never was. She never will be. She's married. No, she's divorced now, but he's still there. You know how she is. And she don't want you anyway. It's like, what the fuck? But yeah, when he said, he's like, Michelle's turned frigid, they were like, why did she die? There's no way. There's no way. Because I am all passion. It's not all sexual passion. I'm just a passionate person. If I am dispassionate with you, I'm about to go. Something's really wrong. If I stop joking with you, if I stop talking, if I stop the sexy talk or the nicknames, once the nicknames stop, if I use your name, I'm on my way out the door. You've pushed me. I'm done. I can't. Once or twice your name, whatever. But if I never do the babe, honey, whatever, hey, sweetie, if I don't do the funny nicknames, then I'm done. I'm done with you. It's just how it is. Yeah, everybody's like, oh, you're so emotional. If I turn off the emotion with you, then that means you don't matter to me. I don't hate people. I just stop liking them. They stop being relevant to me. And I just stop caring. And that's it. Once I don't care, you have a week at best. And that's it. It's just me this is my parting shot. Gotta go. And no ill will, no nothing. I just leave. And then I just stop taking phone calls and stop taking texts and stop responding. And I don't talk about you. And I don't I just move on. It's always been that way. Once I'm not passionate about something, then I'm fucking done with it. The doggone Van Wilder. I know. I was thinking there was a combination of the doggone Van Wilder and then American Pie. Who told them that sex is slipping into a warm apple pie? Oh my goodness. Stop it. First of all, if she feels chunky like apples, then she needs a doctor. Or the dude that came before you was fucking packing. He tore her shit up. Well, my comment got strangely inserted into a whole other odd story. That's probably the grossest movie scene ever. The part with the dog wasn't the grossest part for me. The part with where they ate it is really gross. Nope. Okay, I need to not talk about that. Ratting on sex predators and traffickers is okay. Well, I mean, yeah. Hello. That's what I'm saying. Like, if they're doing harm and you can't handle it, like it's out of your, like it's above your pay grade, yeah, then you gotta take it further. But if it's stupid shit like that can be handled in house, then you handle it yourself. You don't go to a higher up. And I honestly, I don't trust the higher ups to fucking take care of it either. I hate to say it. Like if I found out that somebody was like trying to like be a sex predator with like one of my kids, you think I would have called a cop? No. You think I would have told the school? No. You think that person would draw a breath? No. Like if I don't take care of it, I would have somebody take care of it. I have said it many, many times. You hurt my kids and I'll be going to jail for murder, but I'll go there whistling Dixie. I will go there skipping and giggling and fuck you. You're no longer on the planet. The world should be thanking me. Like I would happily go to jail because I don't see a scenario where you going to jail for a couple years and get put on a list is going to satisfy my need for vengeance and protection. It's just not going to go there. Nope. That is something I would take care of myself. Now, if it's like a whole ring or whatever, like, yeah, no, then you, yeah, I need help. Like, then, yeah, report it. But even then, like, you don't know that it's going to get taken care of. You don't know who they know. Wolfkin, you never seen Van Wilder? Oh, it's Ryan Reynolds. It's really bad. It's really bad. It's a terrible movie. I loved it. Yep, I believe they were looking for evidence to destroy any trace of the higher ups that they can't risk having another island list. Yep. Write that down. That crypto guy got 25 years yesterday. Yeah, he should have gotten life and had to repay everybody that he fucking swindled. Yep, contact the creator directly about using your content first. If they have a problem, at least try to resolve it directly. Absolutely. Why bring like anybody else into it? I just walked in and Shelly is talking about cream pies. I am now listening intently. Yeah. It's stupid. Oh no. ASMR alert if you enjoy Slightly Twisted Tale. Yep, absolutely. Go check out I Have a Story. Oh, you're so funny. I feel like I have to finish one thing before starting others, so we forget the last word, the last two words. Okay. Whatever, you're a horn dog. Everybody's a horn dog. I mean, I know I am. I don't give a fuck. If I'm awake, you know I'm horny. Like that's just me. I can't help my ex-husband couldn't keep up. It's not my problem. My problem was I picked wrong. That was what my problem was. All I can say is I don't have my magnifiers on. I refuse to say my glasses. Your spectacles. I was gonna say your skepticals. That's what we should call them. Wait, let me put my skepticals on. Stick your head in a hole in the ground. You're still blind as a bat. Aww. The desert is a big place. Yes, it is, Yamaha. Yes, it is. As many Italians have attested to in the past. Las Vegas, that whole area, Jesus. If they ever like came up with a way to just scan the ground and find just remains, dear God, like that desert is a massive graveyard. It's a huge cemetery. My mom said, if anything like that happens to my niece, she'll have to bail me out, my dad, and my brother. You won't have to worry about my brother or my mother's husband. You have to worry about me because I'm the crazy one. Everyone has been paid according to the report I heard. Paid back according to the report I heard. Really? Really? Where'd he get that money? I believe glasses came from a doctor complete with script. However, mine are from the Walgreens turnstiles. Let me tell you something. Those are the best ones because my glasses from the doctor suck. But I went on Amazon and I got a box of like 5 glasses for like $10, and they each have a different magnification strength. So depending on how fucked my eyes are that day, that's the one I pick. And they work great. And it only cost me $10. Much like Jamie, my day has been made when I can make Shelly laugh. You do make me laugh, Yamaha. You do. That was funny. I am listening intently. I am glad I got your attention. I mean, that's the whole, YouTube thing, right? We like attention. I don't like being the center of attention most of the time, but I mean, it's my show. If I'm not the center of attention, I got an issue. Like, I'm just stupid. But like, if I'm on somebody else's panel, I don't need to be the center of attention. Like, that's why I don't really like panels, because I tend to be subdued. And the only time that, I really step out when I'm on somebody else's panel is to perform the way they expect me to. They set up the joke and they expect me to run with it. It's like, okay. Like Chizzy yesterday when Expert was like, I was like 18 inches away from my computer. And Chizzy was like, 18 inches now, Shelly, don't get excited. And I was just like, all right, bump. Like, I love Chizzy, but I was like, all right, 18 inches is a bit much, even for me. Like, Mimsy, stop that. Oh my goodness. Aw, Mimsy's got to get. Let's see. What are we going to play for Mimsy? Oh, here we go. Aw, sweetie, thank you so much. Mimsy with the $20 super chat to my amazing friend on her 50th birthday on Easter. Much love. That was very sweet. Thank you, honey. You didn't have to do that. Listen, I'm here because I appreciate having all of you in my life. But thank you so much. You're so sweet. You are very, very sweet. That was unexpected. But thank you. Yeah, I turned 50 on Sunday, on Easter Sunday. Ugh. And it's funny because I don't know, we were in Joe's thing and they were like, they're giving their digger numbers. And I was like, yep, that's me, digger number 50, because I turned 50 on Sunday. I know I'm old as dirt, digger, old as dirt. It was supposed to be punny. And all you see, just Dawn post, she goes, you shut your whore mouth. You are young and gorgeous. I don't want to hear it. I was like, oh, damn. I was like, all right, thanks. But I was like, oh, wow. She did, because I didn't even know she was there. She was quiet. And it was just like, all of a sudden, you shut your whore mouth. And I was just like, if there's one person I don't want to piss off, it's just Dawn. I was like, ma'am, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Message received. Sorry. How dare you call yourself old? I'll kick your ass. Like, be nicer to yourself or I will kick your ass. That's my kind of logic. That's why I love her so much. Her and Libby are awesome. Libby's the only other person besides Castro that I have to put his name all in capital letters. I don't know why. It's always Libby. Get back. Die! And I only do that with Castro. Castro and Libby. That's it. But I do love me some Just Dawn. She is amazing. Soulless as she is. Love her. She's so funny. But yeah, she yelled at me. Wolfram, yes, I'm still here. Of course you are, honey. I hope you are. I laid claim to you yesterday in the chat. I don't know if you knew that. if you saw it, because I forgot to like tag you. I just put Wolfie. Because I don't know, somebody was it MG Laws? It might have been an MG Laws chat where somebody was like, "Oh, Wolfram, you're da da da," and I said, "My wolf." I was like, I laid claim to him in the name of something. I forget what I wrote. But and then you didn't say anything, and I was like, he's been very, very quiet. I didn't scare him off. I was like, Jesus. Oh, I wish you had a PO box. We could all send you flowers. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you very much. It really is the thought that counts with me. It really is. So all of you have really good thoughts, and I'll just be really happy. You're very sweet, Mimsy. Cat, leave me alone. God. She's like pushing me. Like, what the fuck do you want? I fed you. Go away. She's literally like trying to push me out of the chair. Like, if you could see me, I'm sitting here like jutting forward, like somebody's kicking me in the back, because she is. Bitch. She's just so greedy. She's like, stop, your chair is so warm. Move forward so I get more of the warmth. No. Mimsy, I'm glad you're still here, Wolfram. Drops bone. What were you doing holding his bone? I'm just saying. Listen, you said it, okay? You said it. Oh, that was one of my comments yesterday because Jeremy Hale's, who, by the way, Jeremy Hale's birthday is tomorrow. If you didn't know, his birthday is tomorrow and mine is Sunday. So I get his whole temper. But you did miss that, or you would have responded. That would have been fun. It's a temptation to you. Help, my pussy's going crazy. I love that movie. Oh my goodness. There's a movie called, I believe it's called Cinderella or something like that, but with the S instead of a C. And we, what? Why are you yelling my name, Wolfram? Don't worry, you yell it better later. We got sent home early my sophomore year because there was a blizzard, and I went to an all-girls Catholic high school. So you had all these girls, all the parents worked. I had keys to my house. They were all like, all right, we're leaving. It's like 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll all go to Shelly's house. Okay. Like, because they knew there'd be food there. You know, we had my friend Anna, who's a little Mamadel. She cooked for her whole family. She'd cook for everybody. We had alcohol there. We had all sorts of stuff. You could smoke there. Nobody cared. And so we leave. There's like, I don't know. There had to be like between 9 and 12 of us. Yeah, Mom. Mimsy, I can't help it. She opens the door and I just walk right through. You run through it. Are you kidding? You run through it in an overcoat with nothing underneath and just open it and go, hee, and then run away. So stop it. You know, I know exactly how you are. You're my flasher. You come in, you flash, and then you leave. But no, so we were going to my house and we had to pass, like, there used to be this thing, guys, for you youngins, called video stores. You had to stop there to rent a video to watch at home, unless you had like cable and you were going to rely on that. But no, we stopped, all of us. Pants are prison. Yes, they are. That's why I don't wear any. No underwear either, so fuck it. But that was an overshare, but whatever. We stopped at a video store. Where are all these girls in our like Catholic school uniforms, whatever, freezing because it's a blizzard outside, but we have time to stop and get a video. And so we got a bunch of, I think we got like 3 or 4 videos, like 3 or 4 movies. And I go to the front and I pay for them. And I was like, who the hell wants to watch Cinderella? But it was the Disney Cinderella cover. However, when we got to my house and put the tape in, we quickly realized it was not the Cinderella tape. inside. It was the Cinderella with an S, not a C. And she had a snapping pussy. That's what it was called. It was called a snapping pussy. Like, everybody was like, now we're 16, 15, 16 years old. We're all sitting there like smoking, like drinking, whatever. And it's 11 o'clock in the morning and this is what's on the TV. And we're just like, oh, bunch of Catholic girls who the ones that came home with me were not built like me. They were very innocent. Like they had not done anything yet. I had already, unfortunately, gone down that road, but I still didn't know much of anything, but they thought I did because I was tainted now. So it was just like, oh, she's been violated. You know, she knows it all. Yeah, because the minute the penis enters you, you just have all the knowledge in the world. That's what they thought. So it was like, whatever. So me and my friend Vicky, who was way more knowledgeable than I was, we're sitting there just looking at one another like, what the fuck? And everybody's, you're spitting your coffee right now. Waste not, want not. Spitters are quitters. Don't do it. Swallow. And that's what he said. We're watching this and they're just like all gasping and covering their mouths, covering their eyes, like, you know, who's squirming. And they were like, pause it, pause it, pause it. I have questions. That was my friend Lydia. And I was like, oh shit, she's got questions. So I paused it and I was like, what's the matter? And she was like, is this a XXX movie? Yes, that's exactly what gave it away. Was it the tons of fucking on screen? And she was just like, do you know what a snapping pussy is like? Is that real? I didn't know. Vicky didn't know, but we knew that we looked at these other girls and they're all intently focused on us answering this question because none of them have a clue. Just like, oh, is it really? And we were like, yeah, of course, because I wasn't going to admit I didn't know. Fuck you. Like, when you get that kind of like clout, you don't give that shit up at that age. And we're like, yeah, of course. Like, you never heard of that? Oh my God. Like, it's not common, but yeah, like you've never heard, really? Like, what do you live under a rock? Like, you get to have this weird, like, juvenile superiority to somebody else when you pretend to know something they don't. That, of course, made sure, because when you do something like that, people know that's the sexpert. That's what they are. Oh my God. I should totally make it. See, we have the expert. I should be the sexpert. I should make that channel. I really should. That would be hilarious. But yeah, no, like after that, everybody that has any kind of question about sex, they come to you. Because they assume you know. And I'm just like, dude, I'm just as in the dark as you are. Just as in the dark. Kiska Hamblin, thanks to whoever gifted me a membership. Oh, you're very welcome. That would be, God, who did that? That was Mimsy. That was Mimsy. Our Mimsy gave you the membership. Thank you very much for joining us. How you doing? Of course, my streams are not usually this degenerate. They're really not. But Yamaha Biker is here, so he makes me act degenerate. I blame him completely. Him and John Wayne. But yeah, so I mean, we had to pretend like we knew a lot more than we did. Like, but I mean, and I don't like not knowing things. Like, if people ask me a question, I want to be able to answer it. So of course, I went out and bought like a whole bunch of books on sex and everything else, and like, because we didn't have the internet. You had to go to Walden Books or like Barnes and Noble. And that's what I did. I went to Walden Books and I bought a whole bunch of books that I was praying my mother would just give me the money to buy and not look at. And she was just like, oh yeah, here, well, here's my credit card. It's fine. I was like, okay. And I just went and Degenerate is your middle name. Mine is John. You didn't know that, did you? Michelle Dawn Catherine. That is my name. Welcome to Mouthy Mamas. Yep. Welcome to Talking Trash and Truth. That's me, T3. I watched The Law Pope Degenerates Are Acceptable. Aw, you love my Nick? I love my Nick. Nick and I are friends. So yeah. Oh, something just popped in my ear. But she gave you a piece of my birthday cake. You're so cute, Mimsy. You really.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
Greetings.
Hi, everybody.
There you are. I guarantee you scare the hell out of everybody when you do that. On your channel, they expect it. On mine, they're like, what the hell? I'm like, oh my God, Chili's going down. Not yet. Yeah, we're in that weird place today.
Yeah.
And you said
Friday.
Yes, happy Friday. What are you up to?
Just actually going to do a stream tonight. So
Oh, sweet. Thanks
Early
for the
stream.
warning. How early?
what do I have it scheduled for? 6 or 7? Let's see, 7 it looks like.
No, and you said every time that happens, I feel like I'm being warped to winning channel.
Oh
And
wow.
Mimsy said that
Give me any
entrance.
ideas.
Oh yeah. He comes in hard, don't he? Gotta love a man like that. Anyway, this is where we're at. Yeah, and I blame Yamaha Biker. I do. I blame Yamaha Biker. It's his fault. He turned me into a degenerate for the
Oh
day.
yeah. Mm.
Yeah, he don't believe it either. You hear the disbelief? Yeah, because it's his fault, Michelle. Okay. Oh, we're just having some fun. But we have another Nick fan. Kiska Hamblin is a fan of Nick's. That's awesome. Where's
cool.
Mike? I don't know where Mike went. He went into hiding. And
If
it's
you're a
funny
fan of
because
Nick's,
yeah.
you would
Go ahead.
enjoy my parody series called LawTube is Getting Weird. There's a playlist. It's all he's in that whole story. It's all the LawTube guys from like a year. Has it been a year or so?
Yep.
A year ago. It's a musical adventure in a parody universe called the Lawtainment Universe. I think you'll really like it. So if you like Nick, he's still kind of the star. He's kind of one of the stars, one of the big stars. There's an ongoing story there. Spans several months.
You might
But
want
it'll
to
be a lot
throw
of
the
fun.
link to the playlist up there.
All right, I'll find it. It's a big long story about stream life, about another universe where there's no drama. There's just good guys and bad guys, and there's just it's interesting. And if you could follow it, you'll enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. It is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun.
It's like it starts out with like it's a musical kind of. It's definitely kind of a musical.
Oh, they're hilarious. The ones with Drex are freaking hilarious. Oh my goodness. They always make me laugh.
Well,
I love
Drex Life-
Joe's.
Drex Life is Drex is in there, but Drex Life is a different series actually. It's a spin-off series. There's only like
I know. I put all of yours together because I've seen them all.
I'm looking for the link.
Oh, Huge Anus has joined us. Mm-hmm. That's great. So first we have my cunt, and then we have Huge Anus. Fucking people, you kill me. Oh Lord. I'm just gonna check on my chat. Yamaha said, "What? I did nothing. I am offended." Okay, probably, but it was already there under the surface, waiting to be watered. Shelly, first of all, I'm not waiting to be watered. That's not a kink I have. Okay, it's just not. No, but it's fun. You give me permission, and that's all I really need. I just need the implication of a permission, and I run with it. My husband never gets on his YouTube and chats, but he laughed his ass off last time he got on to scroll YouTube shorts. Oh Lord. I changed his name to Troll. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious. Trollolol.
Oh yeah, good logic. He just popped on the other night. He rated the channel when Shelly and I were doing what show was it? Was it Winning Saturday Night or was it another one?
I don't remember. Was it Winning Saturday Night? No. Because I wasn't on. You didn't have Winning Saturday Night. I think you did like a pop-up stream or something. I can't remember. They all
I
run
can't believe
together.
either. Hold on, I could look back and tell.
Mhm.
Anyways, yeah, he brought a bunch of people over there. Really cool. First time
Yeah.
on, it was great. Joe is also in the
Mhm.
Law Tube is Getting Weird series. He has his own band. Yeah, they have bands, they sing, they do all kinds of things. So yeah, he got to come on. We played a little bit of that of his big song from that series. It's a lot of fun. It's too bad nobody gets to. I have to come on and talk about it because nobody sees it otherwise. YouTube buries it.
YouTube hates him.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of people who like LawTube who I think would really love that series if they watch all the lawyers and stuff, and they understand some of the past villains that have crossed the scene. They're in it too. There's a battle between good and evil. There's a face turn. There's a has a twist on an ending. It's funny. One of the villains may take some explaining, but eventually you understand who Omega Josh is, which is kind of funny. You just had to be there, I guess. It's one of those things. But if you just follow the story, it's
T-Rex said it was a State of the Union pop-up show.
Yep,
Good Logic
that's the one
came
with
on.
1,000 views, so it must be.
Yeah, because he did a raid and then he pops up in chat and then he's like, send me a link. We're like, holy shit. All right, let's go.
Yeah, that was great. Joe's awesome.
I love Joe. Joe is actually the reason that I ever came. Let me rephrase. Joe is actually the reason I ever found Winning because I fell asleep in Joe's chat and woke up in Cool Frogs and there was Winning. He was on the panel. He was just talking about narcissism. And I was like, oh, this sounds familiar. And I stayed. So, see, without Joe, I probably wouldn't have met him.
Yep.
God, that was a year and a half ago. Holy crap. Dude, Joe was so funny. His Lego stream with Val and MLS was hilarious. I didn't see that one. I don't know. I got to think about the Lego streams because I get jealous that I don't have Legos in front of me because I want to do it too. I love building with Legos. I do. But there you go. T-Rex threw the link up. Kinda. It looks like a link. I hope it worked. It shows up weird on the StreamYard side. I don't know why. Wasn't sure the playlist name. No worries, Mims. No worries. He's always redoing his playlist, so you can't always. Even I look. He'll say something, and I'm like, really? Now I got to go searching for this damn video. Oh my God. God, being your mod is hard work. That's why I'm so glad I have like you a Wolfram now because I don't feel so much pressure.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
Hell yeah, they do way better than I did. Shit, I was not meant to be a mod.
Right,
I'm purely the heckler. Like, that's what I'm there for. You met him the same from Joe's chat. See, Joe brings people together. That's what he does. He's really good at that. Because you stay there and you're listening to him, then all of a sudden you're asleep and he redirects you and you're like, where the hell did he send me? Like, who the hell is this? Oh, I don't know who you are. All right, I'll stay. And I'm only staying because Joe sent me here. Castro said he's the worst mod in the universe. That's not true.
No,
the worst mod in the universe.
I've never had any issues on Rumble. You're doing great. There you go.
And Darth is here somewhere, I think, listening, and I think he would agree with me. He would be the worst mod because he would just be timing people out and banning them for shits and giggles. They don't even have to say hi. Just not, no, bye, 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 bye. Oh, look, your chat is only me. Like, that's it. just nothing but Darth. So I think he would be the worst mod in the universe because the power would go to his head. Good logic. Rumble is lit. I get afraid of the Rumble chat sometimes, like on Nick's, because I'm just like, oh my God, these people are so mean. So mean. But then I go to locals and then I'm the mean one. And it's like, woo! I'm like, ah, well, but locals, it's like, whatever. Locals disappears. I didn't know before that Rumble disappeared. It makes it a lot easier for me to be myself in there, but somebody can still record that shit. Locals, it's hard to find anything in the chat. Like once you're 2 minutes into chat, whatever you said is like 50 minutes behind already. You got to go back like 8 pages. It's like, fuck that. But yeah, no, the Rumble, I really enjoy Rumble a lot more than I thought I would. I was very hesitant about Rumble before. But then YouTube started with their bullshit. And I was like, I guess I got to have an open mind. Fine. And now I like it. But I mean, they did improve it a lot. Like a lot. Do you remember what Rumble was like when they first came on the scene? They were horrible. Absolutely horrible. Good Logic was willing to go down the
background noise. The kid is not going to be quiet today. I'm trying to get him to, but he keeps forgetting because it's the middle of the day and I'm not usually on.
That's all right.
If you hear something in the background, sorry about that. I'm trying my best.
It don't bother us. Sure as shit don't bother me. It's my channel, so I love my boy. Good Logic was willing to go down the conspiracy rabbit hole when it came to that bridge collapse. It was his chat who convinced him that it was just an accident. Good. I swear to God, I would have gone on and been like, no, listen to me, Patterson boy. Like one jersey to another.
Good. That's what I'm doing tonight. I'm gonna. You look at the title of the tonight's show. It literally says, I'm going to debunk the Baltimore Bridge collapse conspiracy grift to pieces. Pieces. I'm gonna destroy it. I'm ask Shelly about it. That's all we've been talking about all week, about how disappointed we are in people for going down the conspiracy grifting rabbit hole on this accident. It's stupid. You know, it's like we should be going the other way. We shouldn't default to that. You know, we shouldn't default to that. That's what we should discover through carefully unveiling the truth, right? Through patience, through being logical, through using the trivium for logic and not buying into fallacies. We have been talking about this all week. It's been actually something that's been bugging a lot of people, both of us included. But, as I ran into some other people last night over on Shizzy's stream, Kaiser, it's bugging Kaiser. It's bugging a lot of people that see what it is. And for me, it's like, I feel like we've been working towards this place, right? We don't want to be them, but you go over in the first veil, you listen to mainstream media. That's all they're doing. They're throwing fallacies at people. They're narrowly keeping them into a narrative. And we can never be like them. We have to lead with the truth. You know, at all costs, at every time, because otherwise we're just doing the same thing they're doing. And that does no good. That plays right into their hands. That's exactly what they want us to do.
Yeah, you're doing the work for the establishment.
And whoever's pushing that agenda. I will rant on that on my channel tonight, but just to let you know, yes.
I can't wait.
Good. And see, that's why Joe and I share a crowd, because you know, the crowd that it says, like, you know, what channels and what videos does your subscribers watch? Good Logic videos. That's it. You know, so which is odd. It's just because I get low traffic because YouTube hates the fact that I unveil the truth about things, and it's really strange. You know, we were talking about this too. It's like, what if I just gave into the grift and became some conspiracy grifter, right? Would they promote my channel more? It was like, how do these people that are conspiracy grifting off this event, you know, how do they get such a reach, right? How come we generally talk about the same topics, and then something like this comes up and we part ways, but why did they get the reach, right? Why do they get I don't know. It's really strange. You think they want the debunker out in front, but in this case, you know, Had it been obvious it was something other than an accident, I would definitely be talking about it. But it's not even close. So I'm going to run down the list tonight, point by point, every single one that I've seen. I'm going to call some people out to not punish them, to not hurt them, but to ask them to readdress the situation, to look deeper into it, to consider my points of view about why we never want to be out there doing this. It's just, it gives optics to every woke establishment useful idiot out there to point at us and say, see, they're crazy, don't be like them, don't listen to what they say, block out everything they talk about, and 90% of it could be really good stuff. So yeah, so it's been bugging a lot of people, believe it or not. It really has, especially creators behind the scene. It's very easy to debunk if you just be patient and you're not trying to fit a round peg into a square hole.
That's the second time that idiom was used today on the show.
How about that?
You're funny. I put your link up there for tonight. The 7 p.m. Eastern tonight, Winning Reality, debunking the bridge conspiracy.
To pieces.
Make sure to join him. I will be in the chat as always. And I hope to see all of you there.
Yeah, I'm going to be using a lot of their stuff. I'm going to be going down and kind of pointing out one by one, step by step, what they're doing. And that's not to, again, it's not to say, F you guys. It's to say, hey, let's do a little better. So I think their coverage on the UN and the WEF and the globalist control oligarchy stuff is good. And the reason why I know it's good is because I've read this stuff myself. I've read it myself. We just finished Control Oligarchs, the book, which has tons and tons of information in it by Seamus Bruner, who's a very smart dude who does a lot of work. He follows the money, factually based books, right? And then we go to their website and we go to their conferences and we listen to exactly what they're saying, and they're not hiding anything. So it's not, it's easy to tell when someone's going off the deep end and they aren't, when they're not, or where they're getting stuff from that maybe puts them towards the deep end, but it's all there. So I can tell if Redacted is BSing something or not, right? But generally, I know they're not, so I can trust their coverage on them. When it comes to this stuff, comes to half of 9/11, they're off the reservation, man. They've jumped the shark, and that's what we don't want to do. We don't want to jump the shark. And you know what's funny? It's not just them. I'm not going to call them out. Next News Network, that's been around for a long time and has slowly gotten worse over the years, from being a really good outlet when it first started to being kind of sensationalist, kind of slanderous a little bit, like just anything to make the other side look bad. That necessarily is just kind of spinning a situation a little bit to flat out promoting something that's not true. You guys remember when we did the first bridge show? What the bridge, the first one I did last week? Well, we saw that one where that somebody had sent in on Twitter that this bridge exploding was the bridge, and it was really one from Ukraine, right, or something like that. Was it from Ukraine? Where was it from? Well, they led with that story. Wait till you see the footage we got. It was explosions. When you look at it from a different angle, I'm like, oh my god,
it was a Ukrainian bridge.
My crowd debunked it in under 30 seconds. My crowd.
I literally said, I've seen this before, this exact explosion, because I remembered the truck on the left side coming at the camera.
Yeah, they debunked it before I did. And Tim Pool even started going on. They had some lady on there was talking about how the bridge shuts down toxic waste travel routes. Oh, it's one of the only ones in America. And Shelly debunked that in about 2 seconds because she knows. So he was on. That woman, that grifter, got on his show. Like, how do these grifters get on the shows, man? I swear, she got on her show. That's all she could talk about. He's sitting there considering it, going, wow, this could be this and that and that. I'm like, dude, how is it me with my little channel that YouTube buries under the earth, right?
You can say fuck on my show, you know that.
I can do that. you can come up with the answers and these big major channels with dozens of people working for them, who are at it all day long, all week long, they're at it all the time, can't get it right. How is that? So yeah, we're gonna have a stream like that. Anyways, let's get back to your show.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Enough about me. But that's what the bridge. We're gonna debunk it to pieces. See you there.
Nice. That should be
Yeah,
fun.
here we go. Wolf from
I like when you get revved up about something.
It's just like, I feel like it's just like a setback. It's a setback.
It is. And all they're doing is they're just helping whoever wants that story out to get it further out and have it, take root.
And
like they're lending credibility to something that's not true. And they're just adding to the lie.
And they're totally giving people ideas. Like, see that all establishment has to do is wait and see. They know how to be patient. Wait and see. Oh yeah, that's what they're going off about. All right, let's give them more of it. Let's pull some judo on them. Pull them in the direction they want to go. And then boom, they'll come back around and they'll tell all their little mind control victims on their side. See, this is why you see. This is why you can't listen to them. See, look how stupid they are. And they'll just focus on that, like with months and months of good work talking about real things. All goes to shit, and because people want to knee jerk, or they want to get clicks, or whatever their intentions are. Maybe they're just not good at what they do, or they're a little bit deficient in one area. But yeah, that's all it takes, man. They start boom, bing, 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 bing. And you see that people start following along, right? And thank God Joe and his crowd, his crowd stopped them from doing that, because it's very frustrating when people start doing that. It really is. I feel that, like, I know most people out there don't want to lie to their crowd. They don't want to mislead their crowd. But, that's what you do when you do that. And if I ever make the mistake of doing it, you can bet that I'll be right back on there setting it straight. I'll be setting it straight fast. But I generally follow the rules I have, so I don't do that. Take your time. Wait for the facts to come out. Debunk first. Always debunk it first. Not debunk the official narrative, but just debunk the situation itself. Like, does it make sense that this would be this? Does it, could this possibly be it? And why not? Why or why not? I'm going to show you facts tonight that's going to blow all that bullshit out of the water, including how the reason why it could have never been hacked. Never. The reason why it was physically impossible to be hacked. So we'll hit it all. Oh,
God, that sounds amazing.
And who was driving it too? The crew. Yeah, all those pictures that were going around originally, bullshit. They're old. So wait, and they're all debunked. And it was in a matter of days. God. Okay, enough.
Yeah, they don't give it time for any of the actual data to come out. They're always jumping the gun and like, oh no, but obviously, because everybody wants to know what the fuck they're talking about. They're like, oh no, I got the skinny on it. I got insider information, or I what? All right, go ahead. Tell me your theory. Okay, now I'm going to tell you why it's bullshit. Like, here we go.
It's going to be a good textbook case of like showing why the trivium works, why it's necessary to understand what the trivium is, learn fallacies. It'll definitely be an exercise in that as well. But yeah,
well, that's awesome.
I don't
want
to
Castro
talking about my show and my topics. But.
Oh, whatever. I literally said I was going to end this show 2.5 hours ago. Because of course I did. But Jacob Castro said, I'm fine with debunking the lies. I have a problem with debunking an entire suspicious nature. See, that's not what we do. Like, we tell you, I always say, like, question everything. Question everything. Don't believe it until you have facts.
Yeah, I mean, why don't we just come out and say the moon monster did it? I got like I said, I can tell you that I have a White House insider that told me the moon monster did it, right? Well, why wouldn't you believe that as much as anything else? You see what I'm saying? Be suspicious, be skeptical. Of course, that's how we got out of the establishment narrative.
What did I joke about the other day?
Fully jump the shark every time something comes up, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, like I said, if I can get on, go on redacted and say, oh, hey, my insider at the White House, who I can never reveal, told me it was definitely the moon monster. The moon was out. Okay, it was high tide. It was a full moon. Yeah, and that's when the moon monster usually eats, and he usually does very mischievous things like, make the power go out just in time, and then, for the boat to then be anchored and steered into the pole, right? It's just like, and then they fake all the other stuff where people are actually trying to save lives and stop it from happening. The moon monster faked all that, and there's really explosions, and that's the moon monster too. It's just like, see what I'm saying? It's like, well, that's ridiculous, right? That's ridiculous to say it's the moon. There's no moon monster. How do you know? How do you know? I'm just asking questions. I'm just being skeptical, right? I'm not going to throw out any theories. But, that's what I'm saying. It's like, how far can you go? Oh no, it was the return. It was Return of the. Oh, hold on. I'm going to go off, but that's what I'm saying. No, definitely, you use the trivium to do it. That's what I'm saying. You use the trivium to do it. You make sure that it's not a false premise. You make sure that it's not held up by fallacies, and that you're kind of that you're on the right track. But if say the ship was incapable of connecting to the internet, then fucking hacking it's kind of damn impossible, isn't it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely
ridiculous.
What did I tell you the other day when you were like, "Well, what stopped the boat?" I was like, "Duh, Nessie. Hello." Like,
yeah, right.
Prove that it's not.
You're better off just planning a little BOM on there, and then timing it so that right when it goes under the bridge, in one of the containers, right? And then you can get there in your secret little hidey hole and time it, and right when it goes under the bridge, hit the detonator, right?
That
didn't happen.
Yeah, but then they put facts out, and this is what really fucking aggravates me. They will state actual facts, but they will put a different spin on the fact. Like they said, oh, well, there were hazardous waste on that. There's hazardous waste on every fucking ship that comes over. There is always going to be containers that contain hazardous waste. Bleach is a hazardous material. If a thing of bleach explodes because of heat inside a container because the ventilation isn't working, that is no longer just bleach. That is a hazardous waste spill. Like it's a hazmat spill. We have them all the time. It happens on every single one of those boats. When they unload the container, they jostle things around too much, or they put it in the spot they weren't supposed to, or, like I said, the ventilation's not working. There's a spike in heat they weren't prepared for, or it wasn't battened down the way it was supposed to, and they open the container doors and all of a sudden all this stuff comes pouring out of these containers. And then it's like, oh my God, hazmat spill. That happens every day, every shipment. So yes, was it a fact that there was hazardous material on there? Yeah. Is it a common occurrence? More often than you would ever imagine. You have no idea what's in those containers. I have an idea what's in those containers. You have no clue. No clue. So you took a fact that, yes, it's true, but that has nothing to do with anything. There's hazmat materials on every single freighter in the world that's shipping anything. That's just how it is. It's not a big deal. This is not like your linchpin moment. This is not like the, aha, I got it. This is not your eureka. And they take it and they spin it like that. And that pisses me off. Because yes, you're using true, factual information, but you're using it in a very wrong way. You're applying it completely different. And you're putting a spin on it that doesn't belong. So you're omitting half the truth. So that's what pisses me off. When they're like, oh, but this, shut up. Yamaha, you wind up kicking your own ass? Oh, I mean, as long as nobody else is doing it. Aren't you 8 feet tall or something?
Remember, it's better than the truth than be right. That's all.
Yes.
Yeah, we're totally.
Although I really do like to be both.
Man. Fourth dimension doesn't mean everything's a conspiracy. It doesn't mean everything's everything is. Damn, that car accident just happened. That had to be them. That had to be, that had to be intentional. It could have just been an accident. That's what the first show was about. It was about explaining that these things happen all the time. Shelley was in shipping for 7 years.
7 years. There you go.
And she heard about it all the time. And then all the other experts that I went and found that were most of the time outside. I mean, they were definitely outside the establishment. They were just actual shipping people who have shipping channels who know about boating and shipping, right? Evidently, a lot of people like those channels, but they were out there talking the truth about it, right? So I've went to them and we looked at the establishment narrative. It wasn't off track. Do you think the establishment wouldn't like to claim a cyber attack on something and lock people down and have them fearful that these cyber attacks are coming from everywhere? You don't think that they would like to do that more? And then they try to put these weird ideas together, like some Ukrainian pilot had something to do with it because of Ukraine and Russian war. Like that makes no sense either. We're supporting Ukraine. You see what I'm saying? Like when all these dumb points come lining up just because somebody wants it to be something nefarious, to feed into their own bias, their own bias confirmation, we got a problem. We don't want to be that. We can't operate like that. We'll never get anywhere like that. And in fact, if anything's held back the anti-establishment, the people for this long, it's been that. It's been the Sandy Hook, what didn't happen, people. It's been the jump the shark conspiracies. It's been those. And I've spent a freaking year debunking most of those things, with you guys all together, like a lot of people here. And you've seen the real ones. And you've seen the ones that are not real. And we've gone through and explained why they aren't real.
All right. Castro said, wow, the hindsight bias is strong today.
That was a few minutes back.
Yeah, sorry, I'm seeing some serious contradictions in the last 5 minutes. Question everything, but don't be suspicious here. I never said don't be suspicious. I literally, maybe I'm not speaking it correctly or it's not coming across right. No, be suspicious, question everything, but don't jump to conclusions. Like, lay out the facts. Like, don't form the theory and then find the evidence. Lay out all the evidence and then form your theory.
Exactly.
You can, and I am very suspicious of everything. You know why? Because for years, I just accepted what they were telling me was the truth. And then when I realized it wasn't, I felt really stupid. And now I'm so distrustful. But I also don't want to go the other freaking direction. I don't want to go from the extreme of trusting everything to not trusting everything. I want to be able to look at it and then make a decision. And that's what I did that day. But I mean, also, I woke up to that thing and saw it and I went, and then within 5 minutes, I was like, all right, I just heard like 5 things that I know for a fact are not true. So now I got to sit up and pay attention to this whole freaking thing. Like, yeah, no, I really do believe you should be suspicious and question everything. He's the one that tells you some things you don't have to be like super suspicious of. But
nobody
also,
jumped to the conclusion it was not a hack. People jumped to the conclusion it was a hack. See, there's a difference there.
Yeah.
Because see, the people that were not jumping to the conclusion it was a hack were waiting to find out what happened. No one, they found out it's a power outage. They see these things again. They see these things all the time in this business. This isn't, oh my God, this is like a one-off thing. Like this has never happened before. Ships never lost power. It happens all the time. In fact, you're going to find that tonight on my show exactly why this ship was almost certainly going to lose power. It had in the past. It wasn't in good shape. All right. I'm going to say that's part of a conspiracy or just incompetence or just a typical business practice of a shipping company trying to push it the inspections and the repairs out a little bit longer. I don't know what Jeff does. I can't answer for Jeff. Jeff can put it the way he wants to. I put it the way what I'm doing it. I know I have a system for debunking things. It's 10, 15 year system. It works. And I don't, it keeps people from making mistakes. Right. Exactly. Like if you can go both ways. You say, we don't know what it is. That's called going both ways. Right. We don't know whether it's a hack or not. Oh, wait. Oh, the ship can't get on the internet. Oh, I guess it can't be hacked then. Oh, the whole system's on a LAN. Oh, okay. Well, then that kind of takes well, this is a power outage. This is what a power outage looks like. This is the backup generators coming on. This happens all the time. This boat has a history of this. These are things that the information comes out as you have to wait for it. Before the boat had been, before the first piece of debris had been taken away, there were already conspiracies all the way around the world about this being a hack, right? Oh, it's a black swan of it. It's a black swan of it. Just because poor Ron Paul comes out and brings up the name, God damn, they're running
I
his name through
know.
the mud. You know, that pisses me off too. That they're running his name through the mud. Well, Ron Paul said he was expecting and calling for it, and you know that sucks because Ron Paul has a lot of legitimacy to him, and he was just talking about these things in a general sense.
They're
know?
ascribing things to what he said.
Right.
They're attaching things to one statement that he made. And it's like, those were not the man's words. That was not his intention. He didn't say it's going to happen tomorrow. And then this thing happened. And we said, Ron Paul said it. Like, shut up.
I think Jacob just wanted to be a hack. Like you said, nobody jumped to conclusions. I just debunked you. What do you mean? You just said nobody jumped to conclusions. I said a lot of people jumped to conclusions. You know,
a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. And like, it's like more like I've been trying just to ward off that behavior than anything else. Like, wait and see. Here are some upfront facts. We looked at the route, right? We looked at the route. We looked at how these things can be possible. We looked at what happens when the power goes out. Did you know the radio calls are out now? You can get those too. You can listen to what they were saying. They are saying that the pilot themselves did everything possible by the book they could to stop this from happening. And then it just was a bad timing. Right. So you're telling me somewhere in the dark room, the Illuminati or whoever was sitting around going, if we cut the power right here at this precise location, then the boat will fly and it'll hit the support beam and it's already weak. So the whole bridge will come down and then we'll have them.
I mean, you can't really blame people when they grew up on Pinky and the Brain.
I mean, mustache twisting kind of scenario there, isn't it? You know, it's a lot different than a plane flying into a building.
Yeah.
You know, in New York City, the big
one, two of them, especially.
And then another one right after that, and then another one at the Pentagon, and then another one goes down in PA. That's a lot different than a boat running into a support on a bridge. I mean, it's almost like people are dying for something sensational to happen. So they're like, oh, this has to be it.
Oh, he's talking about Jeff. Okay, but we all know how Jeff is.
Okay. Sorry, buddy.
We would never do that to you here. I'm not going to tell you, I'm not talking about that. Like, he's old and cranky.
Well, Jeff's a lawyer and a maritime lawyer, right? So he's probably sees cases like this. Think about this real quick. I know. Hey, by the way, Jacob, I left him a message on X, right? I left Jeff a message on X. In fact, I have it up right here. I'm going to pull it up. And it was
Go ahead, put it up, baby.
It was responding because you had brought it up, Jacob. I was responding basically on your behalf because I had well, not basically, but in a way on your behalf, right? Let me make sure everything's straight here. Okay, here we go. And then I'm going to show you something really funny. Okay, here it is. Can you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I hope that works. All right, there you go. There's Jeff. It may be surprising to some is that occasionally I do, in fact, know what I'm talking about. So he's just frustrated with the whole thing that happened as well, right? So I wrote this. Lots of conspiracy grifting going on the bridge collapse. It's frustrating and not good for the cause at all. Keep fighting for truth, but understand in an empathetic way the condition of those taken in by the grift. It's the only way to reach them and to pull them out of it. I mean what I said.
Yeah, no, I know. You're not about like shaming anybody. You just want them to know the truth.
Jacob, are you telling me that you're being hacked by somebody? Because I can help you with that. Do you want to talk to me about it? Like I can help you if you're telling me that at your house you're being hacked. I thought you said that you worked for a place.
I think he's being hacked at work.
At work. Well, dude, I worked for a company that got hacked, and the damn GBI came in. All right, this giant network had tons and tons of information on it. I mean, it happens. Doesn't mean that a ship in Baltimore got hacked and to run into a bridge pylon that take down a bridge with micro some kind of micro explosions that people are trying to say that were there that weren't, or just sparks from electric boxes having the wires pulled out of them. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Your company is. I got it. Okay, well, I'm sure you guys got it. And if that's true, then you got the feds in there. If that's true, you got the feds in there. If it's really the biggest one in the industry, or what is it, under the biggest attack in the industry? I don't know what industry you're in. I imagine it's pretty cool, but then you guys got feds. You got feds working on it, no doubt. And if you don't know it, you might. I'm pretty sure they are. They take those kind of hacks, and they're really big, and there's a lot of information involved. They're in there. I mean, we were a private company, right, with big clients. GBI was in there. Boom. Then within the day, within a couple hours, sitting at my desk, taking over our workstations. Asking us questions. Jesus. So I've been through that. I've been through it with the state feds. State feds?
State feds?
Feds are in there. The state feds are in there. The state feds are in there.
State gov.
Yeah. I've done that. Been there, done it. I've had to deal with many hacks in my life and many viruses as well on computers. So the other thing I wanted to show you, it's really funny, is I put out this response to this thing. And I didn't, all I meant was these people are breaking the law. They're being criminals and they think that it's all right. Right. They're all good. Right. And I don't even know what country this is in. I'd imagine I think it's got English language right there. Northern Territory law prohibits. What's Northern Territory is Canada, right? So anyways, it's funny because people do this thing now where they just ask one question and put something out and everybody responds to it. It's like the way to bait in people. And I just put this in there because, law breaking people, next generation of prison inmates, it's like blown up. There's it's like every time I turn around, there's more people liking it. And it's just crazy. So anyways.
I think that's awesome. Yep. I hope you got some followers from it.
I don't know. Maybe a few.
Maybe a few.
331. That's it. Not many. And not as many as you would think at all.
Oh, that's what you were at yesterday because that's my birthday. That's why I remember it.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, look, he's at my birthday.
We'll leave it right there. So yeah, I know that Jeff may have sets people off the wrong way, but Jeff doesn't do what I do. Jeff's a lawyer. That's why I understand where people are coming from when they're in this. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, but I understand where people are coming from on this. I understand that the fear injected into the alternative narratives, the second veil, right? I understand that. That's why I started the show, to help people, to guide people around those, because that's all it is. And what does it do? Is it going to lead to a conclusion? Is it going to solve the world's problems? Is any action going to be taken? Even if we found out it was everything that they thought and more, is anything going to change? No, it's not.
It's also much easier for.
It's not going to wake people up. Nobody in the first veil is going to even see it or hear about it if that's the case, right? That's the way it works for everything. It's not going to change anything, But yeah, we want to know the truth. Cool, we'll get to the truth, but it's not the end of the world in any way, shape, or form. This minor event is not the end of the world. Did all the things they said about 9/11 change anything? No, nope. But a lot of people lived in fear.
And gave up our rights to a Patriot Act
with no solutions. Yeah, no solutions. Confusion, division, all those things happened.
We'll only do it for this reason. Yeah, huh?
We didn't come to any conclusions. The conclusion for us is this, guys, and it always is in these situations. We have to get the corruption out of the government. We have to get people we can trust in there so they can then release the information that is hidden from us, right? They can then release it in an uncorrupt government, uncorrupt leadership. They'll be able to do that unobstructed. Now, when they try to do it, they get pushed back from all the deep state, all these people push back, and they never get all the information out there. They still are, and then the rest of it's redacted, right? That's a symptom of corruption. So the root cause solution is to get the corruption out of there, so that we can actually release all the information that we don't have, all the 9/11 stuff, all the other things we don't know about. You know, that's what I'm pushing for. I'm going for the root cause solution here. And that is to get to where the information's being held and locked down and unlock it. You know?
Mm-hmm. And I get where you're coming from, Castro. The thing is, like, my thought process is with something like this, with the whole hack scenario, there are a lot of hacks going on around the nation. Like, people are suffering from that. It makes it a relatable subject. So if you're personally going through something and you see it happen on a grander scale or in a different area on the same scale or something, you know, similar to it, it becomes even more relatable. It becomes more believable because you figure, well, it happened to me. It obviously can happen there too. And you're right. It could, but that doesn't mean that it did. See, that's the difference. And I get your whole adjustment reaction. And it is a healthy thing. But
I get the feeling
when it comes to something that doesn't affect you directly, like this thing, you have a minute to take a beat and go, okay, like, you know, just look at it a little bit more clinically than if it was happening directly to you, like at your door. I understand the whole, you have to decide in that moment. That's a whole different scenario. But like when you have something that's just happening like on the news or whatever, you have time to sit back and go, let me get all the facts, because it's not coming at you at your front door. Like, you're literally living in the middle of a nightmare. So for you to see it in other places, that's actually a natural reaction. When somebody's doing something to you, you see it happening to other people a lot faster, or you're more readily able to believe in it, to give it credence than you would, you know, something else. So yeah, that would be your natural inclination. But this isn't something that, you know, you had to have a, you know, automatic reaction to. This is something you could sit back. And Jeff doesn't entertain anything that doesn't come out of his mouth. I like Vices and everything, but there's a reason I don't go to his streams. Like, it's just because I've seen him like berate his chat, and I don't go for that. I will never berate my chat. I may guide you, like if you're being assholes, like with somebody's like getting into an argument with another chatter, I will step in and be like, I'll put you both in timeout. Relax.
Okay, so
Like,
so let me ask you a question,
go ahead.
Jacob. And actually, Jacob, I was thinking, like, you know, I should definitely have you on sometimes because you're trying to get your channel going. I tried to promote your channel on Chizzy's last night.
He did. He totally did. He had you shouted out.
But anyways, I want to help you. I want to help you get yourself off and rolling, because passionate people, driven people, you know, that's the kind of people that need to get out and speak. But and then you can have, you
And
know,
they need the help.
see, it's hard to read, and it's hard to read what he's saying and then understand exactly what he means sometimes. You know, it's like, it's really hard for us. We have to interpret a lot and say, like, in some certain points, I didn't know that you were talking about Jeff. So so now I realize.
No, I thought you were yelling at me. I was a little hurt, Jacob. Not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I was like, how dare you? You're calling me hypocritical?
It's text, you know, you can't tell we can't tell whether he's calm or angry, or like, or you know, where he's at, or, you know, and then if it's not a complete sentence or it's a tag along to another sentence, then we don't know it could be taken out of context, you know. So okay,
You're not trying to grow?
he's trying to work
liar.
well, he's just trying to work out his kinks. I can tell he has a couple test streams out there. He wants to get it all right. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
That's cool. He's just practicing right now. So when you're ready, let me know. But you know, yeah, this I get it. It's also, don't shut up and don't think. Like, yeah, you don't want to have that, right? You don't want to have that, and that's not cool. And but, you know, and so Jeff totally overreacted to the suspicions. That's my problem. That's why I gave him the message I did, Jacob. I know what he was doing. You know, he was reacting off his own frustration that people didn't realize that he was an expert in this and he had all the experience, and they weren't giving him the benefit of the doubt on his channel, right? That's what it was. That's why he reacted the way he did. It wasn't the best reaction, and that's why I left the message I did. Lead with empathy, understand the condition, and then that way you can actually reach people, and they'll give them a chance to understand that you're an expert. I'm gonna give them a chance to hear the facts you're going to say. Let them, they say, okay, hold on, we're going to get to that. Give them a little bit of, something to wait for, to believe in, to listen to. But if you just turn it into an argument right away, it ain't going to happen. What I try to do is get people out of if they already have committed to the mindset, right? To get them to open their mind back up and consider things. So why do you think that? So where did that come from? So what evidence are you bringing? Because the government lies, this has to be what it is. That doesn't sound like it's a solid ground to stand on. Let's take a deeper look at this, right? Watch, I'll have to do it tonight. I guarantee you. Someone's going to pop in there and start with the alt narrative on me that they've already adopted without any evidence, right? I'm going to have to literally either debunk them, and I may lose them. I know that I may lose them in translation. They may not be ready to hear something other than what they're already thinking. But that's the condition. That's the thing that I'm trying to cure on my shows, on my channel. That's the thing I'm trying to do. Is whether you're the first coming out of the first veil, and I could roadmap you, fast track you, keep you on the safe path to understanding what's going on now that you're away from all the lies in that narrative, all the constriction of that narrative. Or if you've been wandering around the second veil, the alternative narrative for a long time, and you're kind of lost in different places, or you kind of don't want to understand where to go, or you realize that there's no solutions, that I can help guide people in that area. I can give my experience and my philosophy, and they can either take it or leave it, but it's, man, I tell you, the amount of hours and works over the years and years and decades and years I've put into this, it's valuable information in this time, in this information kind of age of deception and hard to find truths and grifters and COINTELPRO and propaganda. It's valuable information that I put the time in to acquire and develop. So I hope it helps people. That's at the end of the day, it's all about helping people. It's all about getting us to a better place.
Yep. T-Rex said this stream is turning into a pre-show. Did you see the title of the stream? His whole thing is what inspired today's topic, to grift or not to grift, because that's what they're doing. There are these big channels who are leaning into the conspiracy angle because they want the clicks, and they're grifting off of it. And that's what pisses me off.
Right. Jacob, if they knew the ship didn't connect to the internet and couldn't be hacked, as they're trying to do, hack the power. See, someone hacks a power plant or hacks a power station, that shit's connected to the internet. The ship isn't. Ship's not. It's
I
not
want
designed
tacos.
to be. It's LAN, local area network. All right. So, and I don't even know that the FBI did the FBI come out and say, look, yeah, I get it. Why would we trust the government? Why would we do it? That doesn't.
No, I never trust the government.
And that's this other thing that I've seen people do. That guy Redacted does. Well, if they say one thing, then I go the other way. That doesn't make you heroic. You should listen to the words and say, well, are they trying to mislead us, or is it a fallacy, or are they just reporting on this? This is not any kind of a key strategic thing. It's like, okay, so everything they say, we're just distrust. I get it, but trust but verify. How about that? And then when you can't verify, distrust. Like, I'm not saying that I by any means, they're going to come out there and do it, but there's good and bad people in the FBI. I mean, everybody said that up and down the board. There's different factions. We've heard that from the people that will speak out against the FBI.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
So yeah, and if the boat isn't capable of being hacked in 10 minutes, and I think 10 minutes is being a little bit, I don't know. I don't think it was exactly 10 minutes, right? It's not that.
No, it was hours.
If it's trying to squash concerns about it, again, why would they say no? In fact, why not say yes? It was a cyber attack. That way they can lock us down more. They can take more of our rights. You understand? You see how that works?
He's being facetious now.
Oh, he is? Oh.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Stop. All right, I'm in serious mode. Stop.
Yeah, winning doesn't do well with disingenuous. Like, if you're joking with him, like when he's in like that mode, he's trying to he's taking everything you're saying as 100% serious. That's because he's in that mode. He's in the factual mode. Like, okay,
mode, yeah.
It was hours. They didn't come out at like 1:30 in the morning and say, "Hey, this wasn't whatever."
Yeah, it happened at 1:30 in the morning when the moon monster was out lurking about.
Oh
Um,
God.
well,
You
I got
leave
a
my
White House
Nessie
insider
alone.
White
I
House
told you
source
it was
told me
Nessie.
so.
God damn it.
That lady, that blonde lady, that Laura lady too. She's why doesn't anybody suspect that she's a spook, right? Why didn't anybody suspect that she's there
Oh,
to
that she just came out of the woodwork for this?
out of the woodwork with a
Mhm.
White House source? Like they'd know, right?
That you won't
Oh,
name.
the White House source. And then she's getting all this press and all this notoriety and all this trust, the benefit of the doubt. Who is this lady? She came out of nowhere. Now I got to go look into her, right? And suddenly she's hot shit. But her
Oh, you're
big
half
bold
right.
statement, was a fallacy. It was right there in the words. If you understand the trivium, you would have seen the fallacy in her statement immediately. And I'm really not joking around when I'm talking about learning the trivium and logical fallacies and how they come about, and then going out there and finding them and understanding how to spot them, becoming a weapon of deciphering bullshit, because it does help you in these situations quite a bit. So yeah, why I get it. We have a corrupt system. You shouldn't trust anything, but that doesn't mean go the other way 100%. Because guess what? If I'm them, right, and I know that you do this, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to tell you the opposite and then have you go in the wrong direction. Right? Every time until you figure it out. Because that way I control you, right? So if you think they're dumb and encourage, they know our tendencies, right? They know our tendencies. That's why I'm saying this stuff's dangerous. You just put that out there that all these people are willing to buy into this, like without even any proof whatsoever, pull them in the direction they want to go, subvert them,
I
But
swear
I
they
get it.
use these as
And
like
I'm
test
not on a
experiments.
pedestal against questioning authority. This isn't what I'm talking about. And I get that some of this is mixed in, conflated with what Vice's said on his channel to his crowd in his own way. It has nothing to do with what I'm doing. Nothing to do. I made my statement to Vice's: lead with empathy, understand the condition. That way you can reach people. Yes, they're going to be skeptics in the crowd. Yes, but you ask them why they're skeptical, right? You get to the bottom of it. You learn through this. That's how I got to where I'm at, is by asking questions of people that didn't necessarily agree with me, so I understood how they thought. Right? Then I could trace that thought and actually help them trace that thought. You know how many people I've woken up from different being under different influences, I guess is a way to put it. Just by asking questions about why they think this or where they got it from. Easiest way to do it in the world, and the easiest way.
He's good at it.
And just remember, it's you have a humble past. It's called rather know the truth than be right. Right?
Yeah.
Because I thought I was right, but now now I know the truth. It's like it's so easy. It's the boldest and the bravest thing to do in terms of your mind. I guess it's like most people get stuck in a place because their ego won't let them humble themselves about being wrong about something. It's okay in a world of deceit to be taken. Like I said, that's why I start my whole thing out talking about the human brain OS and how it works. That way you're able to forgive yourself because we've all been taken in by something in our lives. Queen of Kansas, Iron Rabbit, what's up?
That's our Iron Rabbit, Queen of Kansas.
So I hope that explains it. I don't want to take it. I love this conversation, and that's why I continually keep going with it, even though I keep saying I don't want to take over your show and talk about it. Thank you, Iron. Seed and Rabbit says it best. There you go. In her own beautiful way.
Reality. You're a reality. You're unveiling reality. Listen, if it's the reel we watched last night, I wouldn't mind. What the hell's her last name?
Rhea Ripley.
There you go. Rhea Ripley. Oh,
yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing those. Those are nice.
That pink areola. That's lead attorney, by the way. Okay. So I'm sorry for sidetracking your
I'm
stream.
literally
on
sitting
this.
here doing his utter thing where he's in the when he
Yeah,
gets
yeah.
on screen and he starts like doing the milking motions for like a cow. He's like, "You got milk," and he's just squeezing. I'm like, "You're so stupid." I love him. Of course, Lady also came back. You mentioned the lead attorney. That's like catnip for her. It literally just brings her right back. And she knows what I'm talking about when he does the milking. Like he's like, the udders, come on, the udders.
Pantene, y'all.
I'm just teasing, Rabbit. I think it was funny. I think it was perfect, actually.
Yep.
Last said I love TLA. Yes, she does. That's because he has manners. He has manners.
That's
I
my
was such a
neighbor.
troll in his thing yesterday. I was like, yeah, y'all know you hit that like if you like that Pantene hair. And it was just like, come on, let's go. He's funny. He makes me laugh.
I would go down and hang out with the lead attorney if he said,
Oh,
"Hey, y'all."
She said, I saw you in his chat yesterday. Yeah, I'm all over the place. I'm in all the chats nobody expects me to be. I like it that way. I like it that way. But yeah, so 7:00 tonight. So in 4 hours, Winning will go live with his debunking.
If point by point, everyone out
Mhm.
there, I will show you why they're not that those points are incorrect and what the truth about
That
them
is
are. With evidence,
awesome.
right?
That is awesome. Huh?
And I will also make a promise that but we get to come there to figure it out. All right. I'll leave it at that. A little bit of suspense.
Nice.
Yeah, a little bit of showmanship. Where are these leaves coming from? All right.
Lady, do you know every time he uses that word, they strike him for something, he has to go and like edit out. They demonetize him whenever he uses that word, even though it's a real word. It's so funny. Don't say it out loud, you. And he says it. Yeah. Every time he uses that N-word right there. Like
how did old Lammy get away with it so much then?
I don't know. But I mean, luckily TLA, he gets really big super chats. So he has like the whole,
He's number
this
one.
person sponsored my stream.
He's number one. He just put out a post about it yesterday. He's number one in the world, y'all. Number one in the world at super chats. You know why? Because he's got
They
some
throw hundreds at him like drunk men at a strip bar. Like it's terrible. I mean, it's like I look at him like,
people get all this money to
damn, what do these people do for a living?
Right, Little Gaming
Jesus.
Channel and like some other people. Like I just remember that name because it sticks out. But he also says he's on the black side of YouTube, so I don't know if that has something to do with it either or not. But that's why nobody had heard about him in LawTube till he showed up on and joined in on a stream with some folks. He tells that story too. He tells that story in one of his old videos about how he found LawTube, but the reason why LawTube hadn't known him before that was because he was, Nate. He was talking about meeting Nate, right? And all that stuff. It's a great story, but yeah, awesome. No, they throw bank at him, dude. I mean, where do you get all the money? It almost feels like it's like, it's almost like, look, man, you got a problem. You keep sending this man money every day. You must be a millionaire.
A multi-millionaire just sitting at home, just be like, I'm just on YouTube watching the lead attorney. Let me send him $4,000 today. Fuck. Like,
right?
Jesus.
Here's another 5 lead.
They're like, oh, I sent you like, $300 super chats, but check your Cash App. Oh, you sent me $500 Cash App. God damn it.
Go to Social Blade. He's number one in the world, y'all. I mean,
it borders on obscene. It really does.
That means name really another YouTuber or you think about or whatever, and he's beating him.
And there is no shame in his game. at all.
Data law beating them. Good logic beating them.
Mm-hmm.
What's her name? The female lawyer.
Emily D. Baker.
Beating her.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, VTubers beating them. Like, that's amazing, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely amazing. But I think that's why. I think he has a very active and rich crowd that loves that. The game is all about super chat. And now once you get to number 1, you got to stay there. Come on, y'all. Let's get to number 1.
Mm-hmm.
He's selling memberships because you can't talk in his chat if you're not a member until they get into 50% likes, and he doesn't budge.
I got a gift membership. I am the queen of gift memberships. I get them everywhere. I get them in chats I don't even go to. Like I'll go to one once and be like, yeah, I got redirected here. Good stream. Gotta go. Stay less than a minute. And then like within an hour, I'm like gifted membership in my email. I'm like, oh, okay. Thanks. Like whatever. I didn't have any intention of ever going back, but now I kind of feel like I have to. Aw, Mimsy with her $3 super stick. What is it? What is it? What is it? God damn it. I gotta go look to see. Oh, you so cute, Mims. Is the little fox with the little do with the cheeks back and forth. You're so cute. Let's see. What do we get for you? What do we got? What do we got? We do.
You've been there, you thick and thin. You're the reason that I always win. I'm gonna take a minute to clearly say I love and appreciate you every day.
Eventually, I'll have much nicer ones. If I ever get like the bounce and boobies ones, like a good one from winning, but he's been slacking because he's doing other things, but that's all right. I figure I'd just call you out right here. I love AV to the 7th power. She is awesome. She is a very good foil for him. Like he tamps it down for her, but then she's also a bit of a degenerate. Like the other day when she showed up in the white nail polish, she was mad because she was like, why? So, but yeah, no, it's awesome. I got a membership once to a channel I watch once, but didn't subscribe to. I get them to things I don't subscribe to all the time. And then I'm like, now I have to subscribe. I feel obligated. I sent it because of the funny super chat. So, yep. Thank you. But thank you. That was really sweet. Are you there, one? Because I can't hear you. Oh, there you are.
Well, right. Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Just making sure, like I said, your noise cancellation makes it so I can't even like hear anything. And I'm like, is he there? Did he mute himself? What the hell? I get nervous. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, no, I don't hint. There's no point in hinting. Or if I expect him to read my mind, that's not going to happen. Like, it's bad enough we say the same thing at the same time 50% of the fucking time. Last night in Shizzy's, as I'm saying it out loud here where nobody can hear me, he said the exact same words at the exact same time. And I was like, Winning stole my fucking line. Like, I was like, God damn it. Like, Winning stole my line. Happens all the time. But yeah, no. I do. I love AV. I really think she's awesome. She really is. She's sweet and she's funny and he acts right because of her. So he steps it up because of her. So yeah, no, I like her. But I will maybe this weekend I'll work on some new super chat things. I know I gotta have some kind of boobies in there somewhere. I also need something though for the ladies. I mean, come on. Not all the ladies like the big bouncing boobies. That's just me. You gotta have something like, I don't know, firemen or like construction workers or something with like nice butts or whatever, like the backs of them with the big shoulders or I don't know. I'll figure out something. That'd be cute, actually. I could do like a little centerfold kind of thing, but you know, with tight jeans on. See, now my mind is going somewhere else. We're going right back to the horny talk. Anyway, go ahead. So I've been doing this for 5.5 hours. I'm pretty much done, guys. I'm hungry. I want to eat. So since I know I have to go and be in a chat tonight, it's like, oh, okay. I don't have as much time as I thought I did. So we're going to wrap this up. You have anything else you want to say, Winnie?
No, I'm good. I'll see you guys tonight, 7.
And what do you got going on Saturday night?
Winning Saturday night. Gonna have a good time. Gonna start a little bit later than usual. We'll start 10 p.m. Eastern. I hope to see each and every one of you there. We're gonna have a good old time.
Absolutely. All righty. So you guys have a wonderful weekend. If you are of the Christian or Catholic persuasion, have a happy Easter. Happy Good Friday today. Happy Friday all around, regardless. Iron Rabbit. And today was a short, well, it was supposed to be. And then I just started talking, and you know me. Like, if I'm going to sit here and talk to chat, I will literally be here for 20 hours. Literally. Like, I could talk to you guys all day, all night. Doesn't bother me. I was going to stop it at 2 hours, and then we all started talking, and that was all she wrote. It's just how it goes. Thanks, Shelly Love. See you later. Winning. Mwah. Thank you guys. And I hope you have a wonderful weekend. I will see you later. Everybody have a happy Easter, and we will see you around. Love you guys. Chat is good. Chat is wise. Chat knows all. Say goodbye, Winnie.
Bye, everybody. Keep on winning.
Bye. Mwah.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down to Seaside Heights and I boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be a boss if